the second miss of the Hanbo residence. Originally a kind and beautiful young lady, she's been forced by a villainous system to become a duplicitous, malicious female supporting character. Today, Prince Zhao, who has achieved illustrious military exploits but is crippled in both legs, visits the residence to propose marriage. The villainous system demands that Hua Manman immediately jump into the lake in front of Prince Zhao and everyone else to demonstrate her unwillingness to marry into the royal family. Completing this will reward her with a lucky bag. However, failure will result in the punishment of angina. 3 months ago, just because she clicked on the book Public Schemes, she transmigrated into this world, becoming the villainous supporting female character. She's also bound to a cold, professional villainous system. She tried to defy her fate, but discovered that as long as she doesn't follow the plot, she'll suffer the system's punishment, a pain so excruciating it nearly kills her. She never wants to endure that heart-wrenching pain again. But looking at the icy lake water, Hua Manman, who can't swim, looks pitifully at the system. Can we change the way I complete the task? The water is so cold. What if I jump in and just die? The system remains unmoved and starts a 30-second countdown. Fail to complete it, and you'll face the angina punishment. Facing this cold, heartless system, Hua Manman is on the verge of tears. Not daring to delay any longer, she musters all her strength and shouts at her father, who is politely bowing and talking to Prince Zhao. I don't want to marry that cripple. Prince Zhao, if you force me again, I'll just die in front of you. These words reach everyone's ears. Hua Dingzong's heart skips a beat. This damned girl dares to ruin my attempt to curry favor with such an important person. He's about to order someone to seize his second daughter and lock her up, but before he can speak, he sees his second daughter plunge into the icy, deep lake. The maids who came with him scream in fright, "Help." Second miss has jumped into the lake. Hua Manman, struggling in the lake, is speechless. Can you stop yelling and save me? I am suffocating. Not far away, Prince Zhao Li Ji sits in his wheelchair, coldly observing everything as a bystander. Hua Dingzong groans inwardly. He originally wanted to use Hua Manman to get close to Prince Zhao. Now, not only has he failed to connect with him, but her life is also in danger. Guards, alerted by the commotion, jump into the lake and drag Hua Manman towards the shore. As Hua Manman is pulled ashore, before she can even catch her breath, she's slapped hard by her father, followed by a torrent of harsh scolding that you've already attempted suicide once. How can you still be so reckless? You don't think before you speak or act. Hurry up and apologize to Prince Zhao. Tears well up in Hua Manman's eyes, but she can't break character. She can't stop her lines, otherwise she'll die right here and now. She knows that this wheelchair-bound, crippled prince will hold great power in the future, becoming a powerful figure in the imperial court. Offending him will definitely not lead to anything good, but there's no way around it. She has to complete the task. She can only cry her heart out inwardly. Your Highness, Prince Zhao, please forgive my foolish words. Please don't take my nonsense to heart. Then, kneeling on the ground, she looks at him pitifully. Your Highness, please let me break off the engagement with Prince Zhao. I don't want to marry a cripple. I really don't want to jump into the fire pit. Hua Dingzong is half dead with anger at his clueless daughter. He raises his hand to strike Hua Manman again, but his wife, who is rushed over, stops him just in time. Protecting Hua Manman, she uses her usual tactic of making a scene. Man is already so miserable. You don't care about her, and now you're hitting her? Are you even her father? Come on, hit me. If you have the guts, just kill us both. At this moment, the system notification rings in Hua Manman's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the important plot task. Hua Manman hears this, but she can't be happy. Although she doesn't have to die anymore, she has already completely offended Prince Zhao, who is known for his sinister and ruthless nature. How is she going to deal with the aftermath? Hua Dingzong has the same concern. After this incident, the marriage between Prince Zhao and Man is probably off, but he's really unwilling to give up such a powerful backer. He considers that he still has an elder daughter. His elder daughter is even more beautiful and graceful than his second daughter. Prince Zhao should be willing. As for the birth dates, he'll find a way to change them. He composes himself and proposes to Prince Zhao, Your Highness, my daughter is ignorant and spoke nonsense, disturbing Your Highness. Please, Your Highness, forgive her youthful indiscretion. As for the marriage between Your Highness and my daughter, I wonder what your highness's plans are? I have another daughter. If your highness doesn't mind. Prince Zhao, who has been watching the whole drama, finally speaks indifferently. Forget it. He maneuvers his wheelchair towards Hua Manman. Hua Manman, meeting Prince Zhao's deep gaze, becomes increasingly uneasy. Rumors say Prince Zhao is moody and kills without blinking an eye. Her teeth start chattering. Is he going to kill me? What should I do? I've been targeted by a big shot. Help! Won't he send someone to assassinate me in a fit of rage? Just as Hua Manman is panicking, Prince Zhao curls his lips into a smile. Don't even think about playing any tricks in front of me. No matter what, you can only marry me. On the 3rd day of next month, I will send someone to bring second Ms. Hua to my residence. Slowly, in front of the Inhen Gue Ju, Hua Manman made a scene in front of Prince Zhao, desperately trying to break off the engagement. Prince Zhao not only wasn't angry, but instead acted as if nothing had happened and set the wedding date. Hua Manman was completely dumbfounded. The system told me to create a suicide attempt by jumping into a lake. According to the original plot, Prince Zhao should have been furious at this point and immediately canceled the engagement. Then I would be forced to enter the palace as a concubine along with the female lead. Why does Prince Zhao still want to marry me? Could it be he wants revenge? Actually, it's not like that. Prince Zhao, Li Ji, had been fighting on the battlefield for many years. A month ago, he was severely injured and fell into a coma. When he woke up, he discovered that, in addition to being crippled, he had also gained a new ability. He could hear what other people were thinking. At this moment, witnessing Hua Manman's desperate attempts to avoid marrying him, he didn't care at all. Originally, this marriage was arranged because the emperor felt his aura was too ominous and needed a woman born on the 5th day of the 5th lunar month to suppress it. He himself didn't believe in these things. He had intended to agree to break off the engagement. However, he overheard Hua Manman's true thoughts, which were completely different from her outward appearance. This stark contrast piqued Li Ji's interest. He wanted to see what this woman was really up to. So, a month later, Hua Manman donned a crimson wedding dress. Amidst the joyous sounds of gongs and drums, the wedding procession headed towards Prince Zhao's residence in a grand manner. Even though it was just for a concubine, Prince Zhao's residence still gave the Zhongin Bo manor ample face. The wedding was a lively affair. Everyone witnessed the newlyweds bowing to heaven and earth, bowing to their parents, and bowing to each other. The whole process of being escorted to the bridal chamber was quite tiring. At this moment, inside the bridal chamber, Hua Manman tossed aside the fan covering her face and pulled out a large drumstick for her sleeve to gnaw on. She was starving after a whole day of activities. She frantically called out to the system in her mind. The plot had deviated so much. Why hadn't the system appeared yet? This plot was off the main storyline. This pot shouldn't be mine to bear, right? However, no matter how much she called out, the system was like a crashed computer, giving no response. Just then, the announcement of the prince's arrival sounded from outside. He came back so quickly. Hua Manman stuffed the drumstick in her mouth in 2 bites and quickly opened the window to throw the bone out. The door opened at that moment. Prince Zhao, already handsome, looked particularly striking in his crimson, round-collared brocade robe. His narrow eyes were fixed on Hua Manman. Hua Manman came back to her senses, covered her face with a sparrow fan, and shyly called out, "Your Highness." She felt a little apprehensive, hoping he wouldn't mention her suicide attempt and her unwillingness to marry him. Otherwise, she would be chopped into pieces. He should have forgotten, right? However, all these thoughts in her heart were heard by Prince Zhao. Li Ji lifted his hand and took away Hua Manman's sparrow fan. Looking at the beautiful young woman before him, he casually asked, "Why did you prefer death to marrying me that day?" Hua Manman didn't expect Li Ji's first words to be so direct. What should she do? It was time to put on an act. She secretly pinched her thigh. The pain brought tears to her eyes. She began to explain, "Because I heard people say that your highness is a very frightening person. I was scared, so I didn't dare to marry." Li Ji used the sparrow fan to lift her chin. "And now that you've met me today, what do you think of me?" Driven by a strong desire to survive, Hua Manman said, "Your highness is a peerlessly handsome man." But in her heart, she was thinking he's a downright villain. Li Ji heard her duplicity clearly. Without changing his expression, he continued to ask, "Besides appearance, what do you think of my character?" Hua Manman feigned admiration. "Appearances reflect the heart. Your highness is naturally a man of upright character, open and honest, just and virtuous." However, in her heart, she recalled the comments about Prince Zhao in the novel. Ruthless, unpredictable, vengeful, and a merciless killer. Hua Man didn't know that all her inner thoughts were transmitted word for word into Li Ji's ears. Logically, Li Ji should have been angry. However, Li Ji not only wasn't angry, but he even smiled. Is all of this the truth? Hua Man thought her flattery had worked. Without hesitation, she nodded. Every word I said is absolutely true. In her heart, she was crying, my thigh hurts so much. I accidentally pinched it too hard just now. There must be a bruise now. Li Ji heard her inner voice, and his smile faded a bit. He stared at Hua Man, thinking she truly is a two-faced, hypocritical woman. If I didn't have the ability to hear other people's thoughts, I would have been fooled. Although I don't know what your purpose is, I certainly won't let you succeed. Then he said he was tired and was going to leave the bridal chamber. Hua Man's expression instantly brightened. He's leaving? Great. Hurry up and go. I was just worrying about how to avoid this situation. Having the whole bed to myself is wonderful. But on the surface, she still pretended to be reluctant. Your Highness, aren't you staying here tonight? I don't want to be alone. Li Ji heard her inner thoughts, that booming laughter echoing in his ears. He immediately stopped and turned around. You said I was leaving? It's getting late. Come and help me undress. The laughter in Hua Man's heart abruptly stopped. She regretted saying that. She was just being polite. How could this man take it seriously? Li Ji saw Hua Man's momentary stiffness. The smile on his face deepened. Oh, you're unwilling. Hua Man could only curse Prince Zhao in her heart for being inhuman, while simultaneously forcing out an overjoyed expression. Be able to serve your Highness is truly a blessing cultivated over 3 lifetimes. Hearing her inner thoughts, Li Ji felt inexplicably good. He allowed her to struggle to help him onto the bed. Hua Man had never served anyone before, so she spent a long time fumbling around Li Ji's waist, unable to find the buckle on his belt. Her hands groped around his waist, her body pressing closer and closer. Prince Zhao's voice suddenly came from above. How much longer are you going to grope? Li Ji took her hand and placed it on his belt buckle. It's here clumsy. Under Li Ji's step-by-step guidance, Hua Man finally managed to help him take off his wedding robe, leaving him in a thin inner garment. His figure was undeniably good. Li Ji chuckled, looking at her with a teasing smile. Please continue. On her wedding day, Hua Man's mother had specifically shown her illustrations of marital harmony, fearing she would be clueless and offend Prince Zhao. Now, in the bridal chamber, Prince Zhao was looking at her with a teasing smile. Hua Man was frightened. She instinctively stepped back, creating some distance in a way. Are we really going to consummate the marriage? Hearing her thoughts, Li Ji's lips curled slightly. He stared at her intently without speaking. Hua Man's mind automatically conjured up the inappropriate images she had seen. Her breathing hitched and her cheeks flushed. It seemed she couldn't avoid it. Looking at Prince Zhao lying on the bed, she swallowed nervously. Even though this man's personality is difficult, his body is really good. Since his legs are inconvenient, shouldn't I take the initiative? First, pounce on him, then touch him, finally kiss him. This is so exciting. Hua Man was startled by her own thoughts. She quickly turned her back, covering her burning cheeks, trying to calm the heat in her heart. When she turned around again, she was ready for the consummation. Prince Zhao is so handsome. It doesn't seem like a bad deal. She quickly took off her clothes and jewelry, tossing them aside. Then, before Li Ji could react, she hopped onto the bed. She burrowed under the covers, her face flushed, only her beautiful eyes showing. Your Highness, please proceed. Li Ji looked at her cautious movements and chuckled playfully. Indeed, it's time to retire. Why did you get into my bed? Hua Man looked at him, bewildered. Sleep, of course. Li Ji pointed to the bamboo mat not far away. You can't sleep here. You sleep there. Hua Man sat up abruptly, her eyes wide with disbelief. She grumbled inwardly. I've patiently accompanied this dog of man for most of the night. It's our wedding night, and he's actually kicking me out to sleep on a hard bamboo mat. He's so infuriating. When Li Ji heard the words dog of a man, his expression immediately turned dangerous. Hua Man, acutely aware of the dangerous aura, immediately backed down. Yes, Your Highness. I'll go over there right now. By the time everything was settled, it was late at night. Exhausted and sleepy, Hua Man fell asleep instantly on the hard bamboo mat. Li Ji, however, couldn't sleep. He looked at the soundly sleeping Hua Man, lost in thought. He had originally thought Hua Man would try to do something to him while he was asleep. He hadn't expected her to fall asleep so quickly and so soundly. This woman's true thoughts were completely different from her outward behavior. I waited for a long time, but I didn't hear any thoughts about scheming from her. Instead, it was all these strange and bizarre thoughts. This woman is really quite odd. Could I have been wrong? Perhaps she really doesn't want anything from me. I'll test her again tomorrow. The next morning, as Hua Man slept soundly, she suddenly felt a sense of danger, as if she was being stared at by a ferocious beast. She woke up with a start, her eyes meeting a pair of inky black pupils. The sense of danger gradually dissipated, but her wariness remained. Li Ji was just sitting quietly in his wheelchair, staring intently at her, which had startled her awake. Hua Man mentally calculated the time. It was only a little past 6 a.m. She had slept for less than 3 hours. This guy was too much. Forcing a standard worker's business smile, she asked, "Your Highness, why did you get up so early?" Li Ji responded slowly, "Early? This is the time I usually wake up in the army. You should get used to waking up at this time, too." The thought of waking up at dawn every day made Hua Man's business smile freeze. Her only hobbies were good food and sleeping in. Now, they were about to be taken away. No, she had to fight for her dreams. So, she put on a deliberately charming and coquettish act, hoping to change Prince Zhao's mind. Li Ji heard her inner thoughts clearly and was inexplicably in a good mood. However, he deliberately kept a straight face and stared at Hua Man without blinking. "What, Hua Zifei, are you unwilling? This feels just like a big bad wolf staring at a little white rabbit." Hua Man sighed inwardly. She originally thought that escaping the fate of entering the palace as a concubine would allow her to restart her life. Unexpectedly, she had just left the tiger's den and entered the wolf's lair. Oh well, when under someone's roof, one has to bow one's head. She then quickly threw back the covers and jumped down. Full of energy, she recalled, "I'm very willing, Your Highness. I'll listen to everything you say. If you go east, I definitely won't go west. Does Your Highness have any other instructions?" Li Ji, having heard Hua Man's inner thoughts and seeing her energetic appearance, couldn't help but smile even wider. "Help me get dressed." Hua Man's composure crumbled again. What was wrong with this man? Were maidservants just there to be looked at? Sighing, she resignedly went over to help Prince Zhao dress. She did so gently and meticulously. After he was dressed and washed, she pushed Li Ji in his wheelchair to the dining hall for breakfast. Looking at the table full of delicacies, Hua Man instantly threw all her petty grievances and worries to the back of her mind. But before she could start eating, she saw the Wang Fu steward, Gao Shan, entering with a bowl of soup. "Your Highness, your medicine is here." The physician said it must be taken while hot to be effective. Hua Man glanced at the steaming black medicine. She hoped Li Ji would drink it quickly so she could finally eat. But Li Ji didn't move, simply staring at the medicine with an expressionless face, clearly unwilling to drink it. Steward Gao Shan didn't move either, holding the bowl of medicine. A silent standoff ensued. Hua Man finally realized that the atmosphere wasn't right. Li Ji suddenly let out a cold laugh. "But I just don't want to take my medicine. I like being a cripple." The other servants in the room paled at his words and hurriedly knelt down. "Your Highness, please calm down." Li Ji leaned back lazily. "Calm down? What is there for a cripple like me to be angry about? Or is it because I'm crippled that you think you can all control me?" His cold gaze fell on Hua Man. "Hua Zifei, do you think so too?" Hua Man was startled by this sudden turn of events. She felt utterly speechless. How did I get dragged into this? In order to eat breakfast sooner, she forced herself to go forward and tugged on Li Ji's sleeve, coaxing him softly. "How could I possibly think that? Your Highness, everyone is just concerned about your health. You are a true son of heaven. It would be such a pity if your legs never recovered." Li Ji looked into her eyes, clearly hearing her inner thoughts. Asterisk, drink it, drink it. Hurry up and drink the medicine. Stop causing so much trouble. I'm really hungry. Asterisk. Hearing this, Li Ji asked with a faint smile, "Would you be very disappointed if my legs never recovered?" Hua Man replied with certainty, "Of course not, Your Highness. I love you no matter what. But if I could choose, I would still hope for Your Highness to be healthy. Your health is more important than anything else." She took the medicine bowl from the steward and offered it to him. Li Ji looked at her earnest expression. If he couldn't hear her true thoughts, he almost would have believed her lies. This woman said so many nice things just to eat sooner. Li Ji reached out, took the bowl, and brought it to his lips. Just when Hua Man thought he was going to drink it, he stopped and handed the medicine to Hua Man. "Since you care so much about my health, try it first to see if it's poisoned." Hua Man froze. She hadn't expected that just a few words of persuasion would lead to this. The medicine looked bitter, and she didn't want to drink it at all. But with Prince Zhao watching, she couldn't escape. Having no choice, she resignedly took the bowl and drank a mouthful of the medicine. The bitterness made her face scrunch up, but she still managed to force a smile. There's no problem. Your Highness, please drink it. Li Ji looked at her with an unreadable expression. I asked you to taste the medicine, not to drink from the bowl. Are you trying to make me drink your saliva? Hua Man sighed inwardly. Asterisk, why is it so hard to just eat a meal? I've never tasted medicine for anyone before. How would I know these things? Asterisk, she tentatively said. Then I'll have someone prepare another bowl for your Highness. Li Ji, however, simply picked up the bowl of medicine and drank it all in one go. He put down the empty bowl and met Hua Man's surprised gaze, smiling nonchalantly. All right, we can eat now. Everyone else, leave. Hua Man cheered inwardly. Finally, I can eat. She happily went to the table. Now, there were only the two of them in the dining hall. Hua Man happily started eating. Li Ji took a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve, poured out a pill, and swallowed it. Seeing this, Hua Man paused and couldn't help but ask, What are you eating, Your Highness? Li Ji looked at her and explained casually that medicine was poisoned, so I'm taking an antidote. Hua Man's chopsticks clattered to the floor, her face pale. What? Poisoned? Am I going to die? The medicine given to the prince wouldn't actually be poisoned. Prince Zhao, Li Ji, had only said that to test Hua Man and deliberately frighten her. The effect was certainly achieved. Hua Man was thoroughly scared. At the brink of life and death, a person's true nature is most easily revealed. Li Ji stared at Hua Man with cold eyes, waiting for her to reveal her true colors. Hua Man simply stared blankly for a moment. Then she picked up her chopsticks and started rapidly devouring the food. Li Ji clearly heard her inner thoughts. Asterisk, since I'm about to die, I have to eat all this delicious food first. Even if I die, I'll die with a full stomach. Asterisk. He was immediately speechless. Asterisk, this woman is truly something. If the poison doesn't kill her, she'll probably burst. Asterisk, at the same time, his suspicions about Hua Man were dispelled. He gave her an antidote pill. He took her with him out of the residence to visit his mother at the Duke's mansion. In the carriage, Hua Man hiccuped uncontrollably because she had eaten too much for breakfast. Prince Zhao, Li Ji, watched her hiccuping and chuckled. You could have eaten a little more. Enough to burst yourself. Then you could have your wish of being a full-bellied ghost. Hiccuping, Hua Man asked in surprise. How did your Highness know that I wanted to be a full-bellied ghost? His telepathy was Li Ji's personal secret, his winning ace. He casually glossed over it. That wasn't it obvious? Hua Man suspected she was being mocked. She quickly changed the subject. How did your Highness know there was poison in the medicine? And if you knew it was poisoned, why did you drink it? After saying this, she clearly sensed a dangerous aura. She saw the smile disappear from Li Ji's face, his voice low and cold. Has anyone ever told you that the more you know, Zafasta Yudi, that feeling of a little rabbit being stared at by a big bad wolf returned. Hua Man's body trembled with her hiccups. She obediently shut her mouth and dared not ask any more questions. Li Ji found her reaction rather amusing. His gaze lingered on her until the carriage stopped. His trusted guard announced their arrival at the Duke's mansion from outside. Only then did Li Ji straighten up slightly. He beckoned Hua Man with a crooked finger. Come here. Hua Man didn't know what he wanted, but she obediently moved closer. What are your Highness's orders? Li Ji grabbed her wrist and pressed her against the carriage wall. He was so close she could smell the faint orchid fragrance on him. Hua Man's thoughts strayed, her cheeks flushing. Your Highness, what are you doing? Li Ji didn't answer. He simply pressed a point on the inside of her wrist. Only after he finished did he turn and speak. Time to go to the Duke's mansion. Hua Man hiccuped once, then realized her hiccups had stopped. She cheered happily. Your Highness, I'm not hiccuping anymore. I've finally stopped hiccuping. Seeing her delight, Li Ji's mood inexplicably lifted as well. He teased, You're welcome. Hua Man belatedly realized that Prince Zhao had pressed her wrist to stop her hiccups. His Highness is actually quite kind. Hua Man and Li Ji were ushered into the hall of the Duke's mansion. The steward spoke respectfully. Please have some refreshments, Your Highness and concubine Hua. I will inform the Princess Dowager of your arrival. He then withdrew. Hua Man had no interest in the surrounding antiques and calligraphy. Her gaze was fixed on the refreshments on the table. They looked so delicious. Asterisk, but I ate too much this morning. I'm still full. I really can't eat anymore. Asterisk, Li Ji noticed her gaze and heard her thoughts. He reached out and picked up a piece of peach blossom milk pastry. Do you want to eat this? Hua Man shyly shook her head. I'm not hungry, Your Highness. You can have it. Inwardly, she was wailing, I really want to eat it, but I'm so full. Why can a person only have one stomach? Why can't I have a few more stomachs? Listening to her inner lament, Li Ji slowly took a bite of the peach blossom milk pastry. A rare smile touched the corners of his eyes and lips. He even licked his fingertip, looking at Hua Man with a hint of teasing. It's quite delicious. Li Ji knew Hua Man was stuffed, but still craved the pastry, so he deliberately described its sweet and delicious taste. Hua Man was exasperated. Jerk, stop talking. I don't want to hear it. Li Ji heard her inner screams and smiled even more broadly. He enjoyed seeing her wanting something she couldn't have. It's quite amusing, the steward returned. Upon entering, he saw the joyful smile on Prince Zhao's face and paused. Since Duke Zheng's death 5 years ago, Prince Zhao hadn't smiled so genuinely. Unexpectedly, this concubine Hua has such an ability. Li Ji heard the steward's thoughts, and his smile vanished instantly. He asked coldly, well? The steward hurriedly replied, Princess Dowager is unwell and unable to receive guests. Please forgive her, Your Highness. Even someone as oblivious as Hua Man could sense the strained relationship between Prince Zhao and Princess Dowager Ruan. Not only had she not attended his wedding, but now she wouldn't even see him when he brought his concubine to pay his respects. Li Ji, however, seemed accustomed to it. He appeared unconcerned. Since mother is still ill, let her rest. I'll visit her again when I have time. Concubine Hua, let's go. Hua Man echoed. Yes, Your Highness. She had many questions in her mind. Duke Zheng had died in battle 5 years ago. Logically, the title of Duke should have been inherited by Li Ji, his only son. But Princess Dowager Ruan had yet to petition the emperor to bestow the title upon him. The original story hadn't elaborated much on the Duke's mansion, so Hua Man knew little about the family's internal conflicts. Every family has its own troubles. She pushed Li Ji's wheelchair out of the Duke's mansion hall. He ran into Li Ji's cousin. This man was dressed extravagantly, a hypocritical smile plastered on his face. Elder brother, you're back. This is Xiao Tang, your sister-in-law. She's truly as beautiful as a flower. Elder brother, you're so fortunate. Since elder brother has rarely returned, I'll have the kitchen prepare a few more dishes. Let's have a few drinks together, just as brothers. By the way, have you seen Princess Dowager Mother? Mother hasn't been feeling well lately. You know, Mother likes me the most, so she specifically asked me to come and keep her company. Li Ji didn't react much to this, only indifferently asking, oh, Princess Dowager Ruan is ill? She'd rather have her nephew accompany her than see her own son. This further confirmed Hua Man's previous guess. Their mother-son relationship was indeed very strained. Prince Zhao's indifference made Li Lu feel uneasy. He continued to provoke Li Ji. I've been living in Haiyan Court, where you used to live, this whole time. And these clothes are also yours. See? They look pretty good on me, don't they? Li Ji looked at him coldly, his face expressionless as he spat out, ugly. Hua Man chuckled. It's true. Bumping into someone wearing the same clothes isn't scary. It's whoever's uglier that's embarrassed. The smile on Li Lu's face immediately faltered. He turned around, feigning helplessness. Brother Tang, I know you're angry because I've been taking care of Mother and didn't attend your wedding yesterday. But you're so busy, you don't have time to care for Mother. If I don't take care of her, who will? I know you've always been unhappy because Mother likes me. Since that's the case, I'll just leave. He signaled to a servant nearby to play along with his act. The servant understood and rushed forward, clinging to his leg and pleading, Young master, if you leave, who will take care of the Princess Dowager? You can't leave. Li Lu sighed dramatically. But I can't make elder brother unhappy. Although elder brother doesn't often visit Mother, they are mother and son after all. I can't do anything to affect their relationship. Elder brother is the master of the Duke Zheng's mansion. I'll leave now. The maidservant and Xiao Si were anxious. Chi-Chi looked at Li Ji. Your Highness, when you don't have time to care for the Princess Dowager, it's always our young master who takes care of her. You can't just drive him away. You can't do this. This is too much. Hua Man rolled her eyes at a grown man acting like this, so dramatic. What a jerk. Li Ji watched the master and servant act like clowns, chattering incessantly. He finally spoke. "You also know that I am the master here. Do you think that by wearing my clothes and living in my house, you can replace me and inherit the title of Duke Zheng?" Li Ji's words exposed all of Li Lu's hidden, dark thoughts. Li Lu, who had been pretending for so long, became nervous and flustered. Asterisk, this cripple actually guessed my thoughts. I came here to annoy him and force him to leave. I can't just give up. Asterisk, he's just a cripple. With so many people watching, as long as I make them see Li Ji bullying me, everyone will be on my side and condemn him. Asterisk, he forced a helpless, bitter smile that if Brother Tang insists on thinking this way, there's nothing I can do. I have a clear conscience. Li Ji listened to Li Lu's two-faced words. Asterisk, he says I'm bullying him? Fine, I'll play along. Asterisk, he immediately ordered in Wei. Strip Li Lu of those clothes. Li Lu, seeing the prince's guards rushing towards him, retreated in fear, while simultaneously threatening Li Ji. "You can't do this. Let go of me. If you dare touch me, Mother will make sure you suffer the consequences." However, Li Ji's trusted men completely ignored his threats. They quickly stripped him naked, leaving him only in his undergarments. "Your Highness, what should we do with these clothes?" Li Ji casually ordered, "Burn them." Seeing this, Hua Manman thought it was a pity to burn such expensive clothes. Li Ji, hearing her thoughts, frowned. She's such a greedy woman. But the next second, he heard Hua Manman's inner thoughts again. Asterisk, it's such a waste to burn them. If they could be exchanged for silver and donated to orphans and the poor, how wonderful that would be. Asterisk, Li Ji was stunned. He hadn't expected that Hua Manman's ultimate intention was this. She really just wants to do good. He hurriedly stopped his guards who were about to burn the clothes. Forget it. Take them and exchange them for money to donate to the charity. Hua Man was also surprised. Asterisk, why did this man suddenly change his mind? He's actually thinking the same thing as me. Asterisk. She looked at Li Ji happily and laughed. That's great. This is a good deed. Li Ji responded with a hum, his eyes unconsciously curving into a smile. Seeing this, Li Lu was furious. Asterisk, this cripple dares to humiliate me like this, donating my clothes to those filthy beggars. Asterisk. Li Lu yelled, even if you're the prince, you can't humiliate me like this. Just you wait. I'll go to Mother and get justice for myself. Li Ji didn't stop him, letting him go and complain. Hua Man spoke with some worry. Your Highness, he's gonna tattle. Will you be all right? Li Ji, not hearing Hua Man's inner voice at this moment, was slightly taken aback. Asterisk, this woman isn't thinking anything. She's genuinely worried about me. Asterisk. He reassured her, I'll be fine. Then he ordered his guards, go to Haiyan Court, where he used to live. Take everything that can be moved and exchange it for silver. Donate it to the charity in the princess consort's name. Anything that can't be moved, smash it. Even if I don't want my things, I don't want a dog like him using them. A pair of guards then rushed in. Haiyan Court quickly filled with the sounds of crashing and smashing. Hua Man, standing outside, could imagine the chaos inside just from the sounds. This was the place where Li Ji had grown up, a place filled with memories. Logically, he should be filled with nostalgia, but Hua Man saw only indifference and coldness on his face. Soon, Li Ji heard his mother's thoughts. Li Ji, you jinx who caused your father's death. How dare you come back and bully your brother? Princess Dowager Ruan arrived with a large group of people, looking furious. Li Lu, seeing that the valuables were almost all gone, hurriedly fanned the flames. Mother, look, they're looting the Duke's mansion. Mother, my cousin bullying me is one thing, but he knows you're ill, yet not only does he not attend to you, he even has people ransacking the Duke's mansion. He's gone too far. Princess Dowager Ruan declared, it's all right, Mother will get justice for you. She then immediately rebuked Prince Zhao Li Ji. I'm not dead yet. How dare you treat your brother like this? And you even trashed his Haiyan Court. Are you rebelling? Hua Man couldn't help but feel indignant for Li Ji. This Princess Dowager deliberately ignored her own son. Yet because her son suffered a little at the hands of his nephew, she came to accuse him. And Haiyan Court clearly belonged to Prince Zhao. Yet she indulged her nephew in occupying it. Asterisk, this mother-in-law is unbearable. She treats me like an enemy and him like her own son. Asterisk, if this had been a month ago, Prince Zhao Li Ji might have been hurt and upset by this. But after gaining the ability to read minds and learning some secrets, He can now calmly respond, "Mother, be careful what you say. Rebellion is a crime that implicates 9 generations." Princess Dowager Ruan was infuriated by his indifferent attitude. Her voice rose sharply, "You ungrateful wretch. You even dare to lecture me? These are all belongings of the Duke's mansion. Stop this at once." Li Ji replied, "Haiyan Court was given to me by father. Everything inside belongs to me. I can do with it as I please." Hearing him mention the deceased Duke Zheng, Princess Dowager Ruan instantly lost control, her voice filled with loathing. "You have no right to mention him. You're the one who killed the Duke. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't be dead." This was the main reason why Princess Dowager Ruan had been delaying Li Ji's inheritance of the dukedom. She believed Li Ji was responsible for the death of her beloved husband. Li Ji appeared calm on the surface, but Princess Dowager Ruan's words still affected him. After a long pause, he said, "Father died in an enemy ambush. It has nothing to do with me." Princess Dowager Ruan didn't believe him at all, continuing to glare at him with venomous eyes that you're lying. The Duke fought on the battlefield for so many years without incident. As soon as you went, he died in battle. It must be you. You jinx. You're the reason he died. Why wasn't it you who died? Why do you still have the nerve to live? Why didn't I just strangle you when you were little? If I had strangled you then, the Duke wouldn't be dead. Yes, if you were dead, the Duke would still be alive. Overwhelmed by emotion, Princess Dowager Ruan completely lost control. She flung off Luke's hand, pulled a golden hairpin from her hair, and lunged at Li Ji. "You monster!" Li Ji, confined to his wheelchair, seemed unable to dodge. Terrified screams erupted around them. This scene triggered memories of Hua Manman's past life. Her father, after his company went bankrupt and her mother ran off with another man, had blamed all his misfortunes on her. He called her a jinx, a curse, and wished her dead. This scene was so similar, so unjust. Feeling empathy, she threw herself in front of Li Ji, taking the hairpin for him. Blood welled from the wound. Hua Manman's selfless act of protection shocked Li Ji. His gaze remained fixed on Hua Manman. Hua Manman, thinking Li Ji was worried about her, turned back with a pained smile. "Your Highness, I'm fine. The wound isn't deep." Then, turning her head away, her eyes filled with tears. Li Ji heard her thoughts. Asterisk, it hurts so much. And the hairpin wasn't even sterilized. Will I die of tetanus? Asterisk. Li Ji's expression was complex. This prince doesn't need your rescue. Don't do this again. Hua Manman, unusually obedient, meekly agreed. Princess Dowager Ruan, seeing that she hadn't killed Li Ji, wanted to attack again, but Hermog held her back tightly, repeatedly apologizing to Li Ji that "I'm so sorry, Your Highness." The Princess Dowager acted impulsively. She didn't really mean to harm you. Please, for the Princess Dowager's sake, and the fact that she raised you, don't make a big deal out of this. She knew very well that openly assaulting a prince, even if the perpetrator was the Princess Dowager, wouldn't go unpunished, especially with the Emperor's favoritism towards Prince Zhao. If he learned of this, Princess Dowager Ruan would undoubtedly face severe consequences. Li Ji, completely disillusioned with his mother, coldly ordered, "Go back." Before leaving, Li Ji took one last look at the characters Haiyan above the archway. When Duke Zheng wrote those characters, he had earnestly told him, "Our most important duty as ministers is to assist His Majesty, to ensure the Haiyan River is clear and the world is at peace." Now, the characters remained, but the man had turned to dust. The warmth that once filled this courtyard had vanished like smoke. The Duke died on the battlefield, yet his mother blamed his safely returned son, even drawing a hairpin to take his life. At this point, Princess Dowager Ruan and Li Ji's last bit of diligence vanished like smoke. Back at the Prince Zhao's residence, Hua Manman slowly rolled up her sleeves and carefully applied medicine to her wound. Then, she painstakingly wrapped it with gauze. Ouch, it really hurts. At this moment, Li Ji's mind was filled with the image of Hua Manman protecting him earlier. This woman was clearly so weak, unable to even protect herself, yet she dared to step forward and protect him at that moment. He couldn't quite understand what this woman was thinking. Hua Manman finished tidying up and looked up to see Li Ji staring blankly at her. She couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, what are you thinking about? You seem so deep in thought." Li Ji averted his gaze. "Although your judgment was accurate, this prince always rewards and punishes fairly. You shielded me just now. What reward do you want? Just say it." Hua Manman hadn't expected to receive a reward. She automatically ignored Li Ji's previous sarcasm and immediately began to think about what reward she should ask for. She didn't seem to lack anything. It was a bit of a headache. Suddenly, she caught sight of the bamboo mat she slept on last night, and an idea immediately came to mind. Happily, she said, "Your Highness, could I have a soft quilt? This bamboo mat is too hard. It's really uncomfortable to sleep on." Li Ji hadn't expected her request to be so modest, given such a good opportunity. He stared at Hua Man, trying to see if this was her true desire. Was she trying to play it down, aiming for a greater benefit later? However, after staring for a long time, he saw nothing but a desire for a soft quilt. It seemed she really just wanted a quilt. Seeing him remain silent, Hua Man could only curse inwardly at Prince Zhao's stinginess, not even willing to reward her with a quilt. She pitifully lowered her request. "Your Highness, if there's no quilt, a soft pillow would also be fine." Ever since Li Ji gained the special ability to read minds, almost all the thoughts he heard were calculations, schemes, and suspicions. Living in the center of power, he had become accustomed to this. Hua Man, however, was an exception. Her thoughts were completely different from everyone else's. She was truly strange. Li Ji then called for a servant girl and had the quilt and pillow on the bamboo mat replaced with a soft and comfortable set. Hua Man happily threw herself onto it, smiling brightly. "Thank you for the reward, Your Highness." Li Ji, watching Hua Man's easily satisfied appearance, felt his mood improve slightly. He went directly to the study. I'll just sleep in her room for a few days. That way, everyone in the residence will know my stance and won't dare to scheme against her so easily. The next morning, Hua Man had just woken up when she heard the steward reporting outside that the women from the west courtyard requested an audience. Having just married into the residence, she hadn't yet grasped the situation. Feeling bewildered, she dressed and went to meet the guests. At this time, several elaborately dressed women were gathered in the reception hall. Hua Man couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Being a prince in ancient times was truly blissful. One man could possess so many beautiful women. These beautiful women, since being sent to Prince Zhao, hadn't even seen his face. Now, in front of Hua Man, they tearfully pleaded, "Please don't send us away. We only wish to serve you well." Seeing them crying so miserably, Hua Man thought they had suffered some grievance in the back courtyard. She asked Steward Gao Shan how they had been arranged. Gao Shan replied, truthfully, "These are all people sent by the Emperor, the Empress, and the eldest princess. This servant wouldn't dare to neglect them. They've always been provided with good food and drink. It's just that His Highness ordered this servant to put them all in the west courtyard and not allow them to see him." Hua Man was puzzled. Good food and drink, no work, and they get paid. What a wonderful life. Why are they begging me to let them stay and serve? The steward looked at the women on the floor, his eyes cold. "Consort Hua, you don't understand. They are unwilling to be confined to the west courtyard, unable to see His Highness. They want to use you as a stepping stone to get close to him." Hua Man suddenly understood. Just then, Li Ji returned. Hua Man felt a little apprehensive. Seeing these women crying their eyes out, anyone would feel sympathy for them. He won't misunderstand that I'm mistreating them, will he? Li Ji, having heard Hua Man's inner thoughts, also clearly heard the true thoughts of the kneeling women. So this is Prince Zhao. He really is a cripple. What a pity. So handsome, yet a waste. We are no less beautiful or shapely than concubine Hua. Prince Zhao will definitely take a liking to us. As long as we have a chance to get close to him, we can certainly complete the task our master assigned us. Li Ji glanced at the women, sneering inwardly. Two more fools trying to scheme against me. Hua Man, fearing he had misunderstood, hurried over to explain. Li Ji, however, waved his hand to interrupt her. He ordered his trusted guards to drag them out and beat them to death. The women's faces changed drastically. This was not how they had envisioned things. They frantically pleaded, "Your Highness, spare our lives." Their feigned coquettishness was useless. Seeing that they were doomed, the two exchange a look. Might as well make one last attempt before dying. Even if we can't kill Prince Zhao, injuring him will count as completing the mission. The two broke free from their restraints, drawing daggers hidden in their sleeves and lunging at Li Ji without hesitation. Li Ji, having witnessed countless assassination attempts, was prepared and remained completely calm. But Hua Man, unaware of the imminent danger, anxiously rushed forward again to act as a human shield. Li Ji caught her wrist midway, stopping her. Looking at this delicate woman risking her life for him once more, Li Ji's long-dormant heart stirred. He activated a mechanism on his wheelchair. With two whooshing sounds, four darts shot out. They pierced the hearts of the two women, killing them instantly. Hua Man then remembered the rumors about Prince Zhao's volatile temper and ruthless nature. She mustn't provoke him. Li Ji released her hand and coldly ordered his trusted guard, dispose of their bodies. Tell everyone they were beaten to death for stealing from the prince's residence. The guards quickly carried the bodies away, and the maids swiftly cleaned the bloodstains. Only Hua Man and Li Ji remained in the room. Li Ji spoke softly, "Don't do that again. I have people and hidden weapons to protect me. You don't need to shield me." Hua Man hesitated for a moment, then, unable to contain her curiosity, cautiously asked, "Your Highness, how did you know they were assassins? Did they reveal some flaw? I didn't notice anything amiss." Li Ji naturally wouldn't tell anyone about his ability to detect poison. He raised an eyebrow. "That's because you're blind." Hua Man was speechless. Her frustrated yet restrained anger amused Li Ji. The next second, he heard Hua Man's inner thoughts. "Yeah, if I weren't blind, how could I have married you, you dog of a man?" Li Ji's expression turned dangerous, but he forced a benevolent smile. Hua Man felt a shiver down her spine. She quickly changed the subject. "Your Highness, since you knew they were assassins, why didn't you capture them alive for interrogation? Perhaps you could have found out who sent them." Li Ji chuckled. "Just by looking at their hands, I could tell they were professionally trained. Even if captured alive, they wouldn't tell the truth. They might even try to implicate innocent people. There's no need to waste time on them." There was another reason he didn't mention. The two women were a gift from the Emperor. Investigating further would inevitably implicate the Emperor. The person behind this seemingly targeted him, but the true target was the current Emperor. Hua Man thought to herself, "Asterisk, it seems Prince Zhao's life isn't as glamorous as it appears, with so many hidden dangers. Being a villain must be tough." Asterisk Li Ji, hearing her thoughts, raised an eyebrow. "So, in this woman's mind, I'm a villain." He wasn't angry, but rather amused. He asked with a smile, "Did I frighten you just now?" Hua Man instantly switched to her standard worker bee mode. "As long as your Highness is here, I fear nothing." Asterisk, such a perfect answer. "I'm so touched I could cry." Asterisk, she thought, pleased with herself. Unfortunately, Prince Zhao wasn't touched. Hearing her inner monologue, Li Ji lifted her chin, a playful smile on his face. "Tomorrow is the day you return to your family. I will accompany you." He added, "I'm so good to you. Are you touched?" Normally, a concubine's return home wouldn't require the prince's presence. Yet, he offered to accompany her, clearly intending to bolster her status. Hua Man felt both flattered and nervous. This close proximity made her feel insecure. Her whole body stiffened at I dare not move," she stammered. Li Ji narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in them. Hua Man instantly understood. "Touched. I'm so touched." Li Ji, satisfied, released her with a smile. Just then, his trusted guard entered. "Your Highness," he reported, "Li Lu is spreading rumors about you assaulting your birth mother. He intends to ruin your reputation and disqualify you from inheriting the title." Li Ji didn't seem particularly concerned. He turned to Hua Man. "I need to go out for a while." Hua Man blurted out, "It's almost dinner time. Is there something urgent, Your Highness?" Li Ji smiled faintly that "I'm going to meet a villain." At that moment, in a brothel, Li Lu, surrounded by two women, boasted, "If you please me tonight, I'll take you back to the mansion as my wife." The door burst open. Li Ji, in his wheelchair, was pushed into the room. Li Lu's insults died in his throat as he recognized the newcomer. He stammered, "Cousin, why are you here? What do you want? I warn you, if you do anything to me, I'll tell Aunt. She won't let you get away with it." Li Ji gave him a chilling look. "Now you're afraid? Did you consider this when you were spreading those rumors?" Li Lu hadn't expected Prince Zhao to learn about his scheme so quickly. He panicked inwardly, but maintained a facade of composure. "A fabricated accusation is easily made. Even if you dislike me, you can't falsely accuse me like this." Li Ji simply said, "Show him the evidence." His trusted guard immediately had his subordinates bring someone in. The person brought in was Li Lu's personal servant. Barely alive, that I'm sorry, young master. I didn't mean to betray you. I had no choice. Li Lu's mind went blank. Only one word remained: ruined. Still clinging to a sliver of hope, he yelled desperately, Li Ji, you can't kill me. You cripple. If you touch me, Princess Dowager Ruwan won't spare you. Li Ji turned and left without a word, unwilling to waste any more time on such a pathetic clown. The door closed behind him. The next moment, Li Lu's screams echoed from the room. Li Ji nonchalantly ordered, remember to send him back to Duke Zheng's mansion tonight. After the trusted guard acknowledged the order, he reported another matter, Your Highness. The Emperor requests your presence after you've finished here. At the mention of the Emperor, Li Ji's expression became unreadable. 10 minutes later, in the imperial study, the Emperor began to try and persuade Li Ji upon his arrival. I know Princess Dowager Ruwan has wronged you, but Duke Zheng's death was a great blow to her. She couldn't bear it, so her mind is a little unstable. Whatever she said, don't take it to heart. She carried you for 10 months. She will always love you. Li Ji's mind flashed back to the image of his mother, calling him a bastard and a jinx, pulling out a golden hairpin and lunging at him with a look of crazed rage. He scoffed internally. Really? I used to think so too. I used to believe there was no mother in this world who didn't love her own child. But now, the Emperor sighed deeply. Forget it. Try to return to Duke Xing's mansion less often. Perhaps she'll recover after some time. I heard concubine Hua protected you this time. It seems the celestial masters were right. You've killed too much. Your aura of death is too heavy. It's easy to attract misfortune. You need a woman born on the 5th day of the 5th month to suppress your baleful aura. Concubine Hua shielded you from this disaster as soon as she arrived. It seems I should also have the Han daughter enter the mansion soon. Prepare to welcome her in half a month. Concubine Hua saved you, so spend some time with her these days. Li Ji didn't believe the fortune-telling nonsense of those charlatans at the stargazing tower. But since the Emperor had spoken, he would deal with whatever came his way. After leaving the palace, Prince Zhao Li Ji was in a foul mood, especially after the discussion about his relationship with Princess Dowager Ruwan. Back at the mansion, the Emperor's words still echoed in his ears. Remember, no matter what, your mother still loves you the most in this world. Li Ji had also believed that there was no mother in this world who didn't love her own child. But reality had shown him how naive he was. After his father's death, there was no one left in this world who loved him unconditionally. Thinking of this, he paused suddenly, remembering Hua Manman, who had protected him without hesitation and without any ulterior motives. Perhaps he could try to believe that there was still someone who would love him unconditionally. He pushed open Hua Manman's door, but his briefly improved mood darkened again. Inside the room, Hua Man was happily packing her clothes, completely unaware of the impending doom. A cold voice suddenly sounded from behind her, packing your bags in such a hurry. Where are you planning to go? Hua Man sensed the change in atmosphere and didn't know how to react. Li Ji recalled the words of those around him, saying he was a cursed star, a jinx, that everyone around him would die, and that everyone tried to escape from him. He had been in darkness for so long, and he had finally seen a ray of light. But it seemed that even the light was about to leave him because of that ridiculous curse. A fierce glint appeared in Li Ji's eyes. He gripped Hua Manman's waist, forcing her to meet his gaze. Oh, you're also afraid of me? You want to leave me, don't you? Hua Man was completely bewildered, but at this moment, Prince Zhao seemed to have snapped. Just as she was about to speak, Li Ji forcefully turned her face towards him. Hua Man, you are mine. Remember this. You cannot leave me, even in death. Then he kissed her fiercely and possessively. This was their first intimate contact since the clarification of their relationship. Nearly suffocated by the kiss, Hua Man was puzzled that I just wanted to pack my things to go back home. Why did he suddenly become like this? Li Ji froze, hearing her inner thoughts. He instantly snapped back to his senses and pushed Hua Man away. You were packing because you're returning home tomorrow? Hua Man gasped for breath, nodding Wei Qi, Babali yes. Did your highness forget? I told you this morning. Li Ji calmed down, recalling his actions just now. He cleared his throat twice to hide his embarrassment. Well, I didn't forget. I'll accompany you back tomorrow. Early the next morning, Li Ji indeed accompanied Hua Manman back to her family home. Hua Manman blushed, remembering the possessive kiss from last night. Was he afraid I would leave? She felt inexplicably happy. As they passed near the charity hall, Hua Manman saw a long line of people waiting to receive aid. They were all orphans, widows, the sick, and the disabled, who could only rely on the charity hall's support. Seeing her staring at the people in front of the charity hall, Li Ji said casually, "The things I brought from Haiyan Court have been donated to the charity hall in your name. They'll be distributing them here for the next month." Hua Manman turned to Li Ji in surprise. "Your Highness, why in my name?" She thought to herself, "I didn't expect the legendary Prince Zhao to be at Sundara. He's actually quite cute." Hearing her thoughts, Li Ji's ears turned red. This woman dares to call me cute. How impudent. It seems I need to teach her a lesson. On the way back to her family home, Hua Manman thought to herself, "Prince Zhao Li Ji is at Sundara. He's kind of cute." Li Ji, hearing her thoughts, blushed. Though secretly pleased, he thought about how to tease her. Fortunately, they arrived at the Duke of Zhongn's mansion at this time. He swallowed back his retort. There would be plenty of opportunities to teach him a lesson later. No one at the Duke of Zhongn's mansion expected Li Ji, given his temperament, to personally accompany Hua Manman back home. They were both surprised and delighted. It seemed their second daughter was deeply favored by Prince Zhao. They led everyone in a deep bow to Li Ji. Li Ji said indifferently, "Rise. This prince is accompanying concubine Hua on her home visit. There's no need for such formality." Hua Dingzong obsequiously invited them into the mansion. The moment Hua Manman stepped through the mansion gates, she heard the long-lost system notification in her ear. "Host has triggered an important plot mission. Please slap Hua Qingqing hard. Time limit, 1 hour. Reward, 1 lucky bag upon completion. Failure to complete the mission within the time limit will result in a heart-wrenching punishment. Please complete the mission as soon as possible." Disappearing for so long and then coming back with such a condiv mission, Hua Manman cursed internally. "Damn you, system. You're trying to screw me over again." Although the original story did include a scene where the villainous Hua Manman slapped the heroine Hua Qingqing, she had already deviated from the plot of becoming a concubine in the palace. Why was she still destined to be the heroine's enemy? It was common knowledge that anyone who antagonized the heroine and hero would meet a bad end. But if she didn't complete the mission, she would die now. She sighed and looked at her excited mother. "Mother, how is elder sister doing lately?" Her mother held her hand, reminiscing. "Today is your home visit. Why are you asking about her?" "She's doing well. Grandmother is preparing her dowry. It seems she'll be marrying Song Ding soon." Hearing the name Song Ding, Hua Manman's heart stirred. Good. There's a way to deal with this King Dea system. She remembered that in the original story, the heroine, Hua Qingqing, had a fiancé named Song Ding. They were childhood sweethearts and had a deep affection for each other. But ultimately, things fell apart. During the early stages of their engagement, Song Ding was seduced by Hua Manman, who always loved to steal things from the heroine. He became infatuated with her and publicly declared that he didn't love Hua Qingqing and that Hua Manman was the one he loved. Hua Qingqing, in a fit of anger, confronted Hua Manman, only to be slapped hard. Perhaps she could use this part of the story to complete her mission. The system reminded her 20 minutes remaining until the mission deadline. She didn't delay any longer. She abruptly stood up. "Your Highness, Father, Mother, I suddenly remembered something I need to discuss with elder sister." "I'll go ahead." He sure was bewildered. Her daughter had always been at odds with her half-sister. Why would she want to see her now that she was finally home? Preoccupied with the system mission, Hua Manman didn't notice Li Ji's thoughtful gaze. He was completely unaware that his constant pretense had long been seen through by Hua Manman. After inquiring with a servant, Hua Manman learned that Hua Qingqing was in the garden admiring the flowers. She hurried over. "Strange, why don't I see her?" As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Qingqing's voice came from behind her. "Sister, what are you looking for?" As the heroine, Hua Qingqing's beauty was impeccable. Having not yet entered the palace, she was still a pure and innocent young woman, harboring goodwill towards everyone. Even though she knew Hua Manman disliked her, she remained kind to her. Hua Manman couldn't bring herself to hurt such a wonderful heroine, but the system didn't care. It reminded her again, 10 minutes remaining until the mission deadline. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Thinking of the agonizing pain that would make her feel worse than death, Hua Manman steeled herself to complete the mission. She silently apologized in her heart that "I'm sorry, Hua Qingqing. For both our sakes, I have to hurt you. Suppressing her guilt, she whispered to Hua Qingqing, "Sister, I have something very important to tell you privately. Would you mind coming with me?" Hua Qingqing agreed without hesitation and followed her to the octagonal pavilion. "What did second sister want to tell me?" she asked curiously. Unable to bear the thought of the agonizing pain, Hua Manman had no choice but to devote herself to completing the system's terrible mission. Suppressing her guilt, she led Hua Qingqing to the octagonal pavilion. "I heard that elder sister is getting married to Song Ding soon. Is that so?" Hua Qingqing was slightly taken aback, then blushed and nodded. "Yes. My waiting period will be over next month, so our families are discussing the wedding date now. I'll personally inform you. Sister, once the date is set, you must come." Hua Man suddenly exclaimed, "You can't get married." Hua Qingqing was puzzled. "Why? Song Ding and I are childhood sweethearts and love each other. Why can't we get married?" Hua Man smiled. "How do you know Song Ding loves you? What if I told you he loves me?" Hua Qingqing was incredulous. Although she had a good temper, she wouldn't allow anyone to joke about her marriage. "Second sister, what nonsense are you talking about?" Hua Man sighed inwardly. She couldn't ruin her arrogant and vicious villainous persona. So she put on a haughty expression and said triumphantly, "Actually, Song Ding and I have been secretly seeing each other. He told me he admires me. He also said he's never had romantic feelings for you. He only loves me." Seeing her speak so convincingly, Hua Qingqing began to waver. But then she thought of Song Ding's gentle and considerate demeanor. She suddenly calmed down. "Impossible. You're lying. Song Ding isn't that kind of person. I believe him." Hua Man sneered, interrupting her defense. "He's not that kind of person? Sister, you're too confident. Do you know why Song Ding doesn't like you? He said you're always putting on airs like a stiff wooden doll. Completely uninteresting. He praises your dignified and elegant demeanor, but in his heart, he despises you, and you're completely oblivious. Are you stupid?" Hua Qingqing felt increasingly uncomfortable as she listened, her eyes reddening as she told him to stop. It's better to give misfortune to someone who will deceive him. Hua Man ignored her refusal and smugly continued, "Actually, he's right. You act like a refined young lady, thinking all men love you. In reality, they're all laughing at you behind your back." Hua Qingqing was on the verge of tears. "I told you to stop." Hua Man wouldn't let her avoid the conversation. "I'm going to say it. You've been spoiled by grandmother since you were little, and father favors you. Even outsiders have a better impression of you, the legitimate daughter, than me. I'll always be just your foil. Why? How am I any worse than you? So what if Song Ding is your fiancé? Didn't he still abandon you for me? You, Hua Qingqing, are the pitiful one, the one nobody loves." Hua Qingqing couldn't take it anymore. "Shut up," she yelled, raising her hand to slap Hua Man. However, Hua Man reacted faster, grabbing her wrist. She hesitated to strike, but the system's urging was relentless. Raising her other hand, she slapped Hua Qingqing hard. A crisp slap echoed as Hua Qingqing's head snapped to the side. The system chimed. Host has completed the important plot task. Stunned by the slap, Hua Qingqing stood frozen for a moment. Hua Man looked at her reddening cheek, feeling guilty. "Finally finished the task. Now I have to maintain my character. But Song Ding really is a scumbag." Adding fuel to the fire, she hoped Hua Qingqing would wake up. She spoke coldly. "Does hitting me help? It's your man who can't control himself. Even if you beat me to death, it won't change anything. If I could steal him away so easily, so can other women. Unless you can stuff him back into his mother's womb and have him remade, he's not going to change." Taking out a handkerchief, she flung it at Hua Qingqing's face. "Why are you crying? If crying worked, there wouldn't be so much injustice in the world. Wipe your tears. People who don't know the situation would think I'm bullying you. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. I've already made my decision. Think it over." With that, she turned and left. Hua Qingqing covered her face with the handkerchief, sobbing even harder. After all, he was the man she was betrothed to. They had grown up together. She simply couldn't accept that he was like this. Hua Man walked out of the pavilion, letting out a breath that was close. She was crying so hard, I almost broke character. Reaching the bridge, she looked up and saw Prince Zhao sitting there quietly. She didn't know how long he had been there. Hua Munmun stood Li Sut. The two locked eyes. Silence was this evening's Cambridge. Hua Man silently estimated the distance between the pavilion and the artificial hill. At this distance, ordinary people shouldn't be able to hear what was said in the pavilion. But Li Ji was a martial artist with sharp senses. Could he have heard everything? In that instant, Hua Man wanted to die on the spot. Preoccupied with how to create an opportunity to complete the system task, she hadn't considered that Prince Zhao might be eavesdropping. Hua Man thought she and Li Ji were nominally husband and wife. Now she had admitted to having feelings for someone else right in front of him. Such a blatant betrayal. Given Prince Zhao's magnanimity, he shouldn't be so calm if he had heard. Although feeling incredibly guilty, she had to maintain her character. Feigning ignorance, she asked, "Your Highness, weren't you talking with my father in the front hall? Why did you come here?" Li Ji looked at her with a faint smile. "That I was bored, so I took a stroll. I didn't expect to overhear you recounting your romantic history. It seems quite rich." Hearing his meaningful words, Hua Man felt even worse. He had heard everything. Was it too late to play dead? Unable to feign ignorance any longer, she could only force an explanation. "Your Highness, you misunderstood. I was just talking nonsense. I have nothing to do with Songding." Just then, Hua Qingqing's voice came from behind her. "Were you really just talking nonsense? Do you really have nothing to do with Songding?" Hua Man froze, wishing she could disappear. Why did Hua Qingqing have to show up right now? How was she supposed to explain this? Hearing her thoughts, Li Ji pressed further. "This prince also wants to know, were the things you said just now true or false?" Hua Man thought, what kind of hellish situation is this? Caught between the two, she almost broke character. The system issued a warning. If the host breaks character, she will receive double the angina punishment. Hua Man had no choice but to continue the charade. "What I said was true. Songding did express his admiration for me, but I didn't reciprocate." Li Ji casually replied, "But you didn't refuse him either." Hua Man was shocked. How'd he know? Li Ji was just as surprised. His mood instantly soured. He had thought Hua Man was a simple person, but it turned out she was capable of such flirtatious behavior. It seemed this woman was far more complex than he had imagined, no different from other women. He suddenly felt disillusioned and had no desire to pursue the matter further. He turned and left. Hua Man silently followed behind him. They rode back to the prince's residence in the carriage without exchanging a word. Hua Man only sensed that Prince Zhao seemed upset. Arriving at the residence, she instinctively reached out to push his wheelchair. But Li Ji's personal guard got there first and pushed her away, informing her that she didn't need to return to her room tonight. Feeling guilty, Hua Man didn't dare to object. Ashen sighed. Li Ji was definitely angry. He had no choice but to go to the West Wing. Opening the system reward lucky bag, he found a white porcelain jar. The system informed him that it was Duan Yu Gao, and that just by applying it to the affected area, it could regenerate muscles and bones after one course of treatment. Hua Man was quite surprised. This was something you couldn't buy even with money. Perhaps I can use this to appease Li Ji, but he's angry with me right now. To avoid him suspecting my motives, I'd better wait for a good opportunity to use it on him. She decisively tucked the Duan Yu Gao under her pillow, wrapped herself in the soft blanket, and fell asleep instantly. Li Ji, on the other hand, wasn't so comfortable. Without Hua Man, the room felt too quiet. This silent environment triggered the fear hidden deep within Li Ji's heart. He couldn't help but recall the bloody battle 5 years ago. He had been trapped beneath countless corpses, watching his father die on the battlefield. The heart-wrenching and helpless feeling jolted him awake. After a while, he realized something was missing. Although Li Ji came from a noble family, he had been in the military camps with his father since childhood. Therefore, he took care of small matters like dressing and washing himself, rarely relying on others. Before leaving, he glanced at Hua Man's dedicated bamboo tower. I didn't let her come back last night. Could it be she really didn't come back to sleep? Meanwhile, in the West Wing, Hua Man was frantically patting powder on her face, feigning a Chaozi look from a night of reflection. Her maid urged her, "Miss, why aren't you ready yet?" Hua Man looked back at her. "How is it? Do I look haggard enough?" The maid couldn't understand what her mistress was up to. Others would dress up elaborately to try and curry favor, but her mistress never played by the rules. She took a deep breath and said with a smile, enough. You're haggard enough to see ghosts. Miss, we should hurry. The prince is already in the dining hall." Hua Man hummed in agreement. "Don't rush. I haven't gotten my precious thing yet." She turned back to grab the peppermint oil, then left with satisfaction. The maid was speechless. My mistress has finally lost it. When Hua Man entered the dining hall, breakfast was already on the table. The servants had all withdrawn. Li Ji sat opposite her, looking at her with an unreadable expression. He broke the silence. Where did you sleep last night? I didn't sleep well. Hua Man quietly opened the peppermint oil and, using her sleeve as cover, rubbed her eyes. Immediately, tears welled up. To be honest, I didn't sleep at all last night. As a martial artist, Li Ji's senses were sharp. He had already seen through her act. He wanted to see what trick Hua Man was playing and played along, asking why. Hua Man looked at him with a resentful gaze and replied, "Why? Isn't it because of you, your highness? Yesterday at the Bo residence, you misunderstood me and Songding. Although I know that was before I married you, seeing you upset made me very sad. So I knelt in the Buddhist hall all night, reflecting. But in her heart, she was complaining, oh my God, this peppermint oil is really strong. It made my eyes red instantly. I'm acting so realistically. He should believe me a little, right? I'll try harder. If it doesn't work, I'll just go back to the West Wing tonight. The bed there is quite soft." Li Ji, hearing her true thoughts, was eerily silent for a moment before speaking in a complex tone. "I didn't expect you to be so sensitive, to be this upset over such a small matter." Hua Man, unaware that she had already been exposed, continued her act. "How is this a small matter? Your Highness being unhappy is a big deal. Your pain is my pain. Seeing you unhappy makes me extremely non-so. I'm truly afraid that your Highness will abandon me in anger." This tearful appearance was truly pitiful. Li Ji had to admit, this woman's acting skills were truly impressive. If he couldn't hear her thoughts, he would probably have fallen for it. Li Ji, his expression unchanged, beckoned Hua Man to come closer. Hua Man hesitated for a moment, then slowly walked towards him. Li Ji took her hand and said with a gentle smile, "You don't need to worry. Since you've married me, you can only be mine for this lifetime. I won't abandon you." Hua Man seemed touched, her tears flowing even more freely. "Your Highness is so good to me. I have nothing to repay you with but to serve you wholeheartedly." However, just as she finished speaking, Li Ji opened her hand, revealing the peppermint oil. Hua Man's expression instantly froze. "What do I do now that I've been caught?" System task: make Li Ji unhappy. Hua Man, having incurred Li Ji's displeasure, used peppermint oil to feign tears and flatter him, expressing her devotion. However, she overlooked the sharp senses of a martial artist. Li Ji bluntly exposed her on the spot. "Hua Sifei, why do you have peppermint oil with you?" Caught red-handed with the oil, Hua Man was completely flustered. Asterisk, why expose me? I need to save face? Okay. Asterisk, maintaining her persona was crucial. She began to earnestly spout nonsense that it's hot now. There are many mosquitoes outside. This concubine also has a mosquito-attracting constitution, so I brought a bottle of peppermint oil with me, just in case. Li Ji's eyes flickered with amusement. Oh, that's how it is. Hua Man wiped her tears while observing Li Ji's expression, wondering if his words meant he believed her. Hearing her inner thoughts, Li Ji suddenly reached out, grabbed Hua Man's wrist, and pulled her into his arms. Hua Man was stunned by this sudden move, her body stiff and at a loss. Li Ji remained silent as he leaned down, his face close to hers, their eyes meeting. This posture made Hua Man's thoughts wander. She closed her eyes, waiting for the warmth of his lips on hers. The anticipated kiss didn't come. Li Ji's voice sounded beside her ear. "There's a scent of peppermint oil on the corner of your eye. Were you bitten by a mosquito on your eye this early in the morning?" Hua Man abruptly opened her eyes, a mixture of shyness and embarrassment in her expression. She stammered, "No. This concubine was bitten last night. It was a little itchy, so I applied a bit of peppermint oil after washing up this morning." Li Ji seemed convinced by her explanation. He smoothly continued, "So concubine Hua has a mosquito-attracting constitution. Coincidentally, in this king's Shanghai residence, there is imperial mosquito-repelling incense. Why don't you live in this king's Shanghai residence from now on?" Hua Man was dumbfounded. Asterisk, what does Li Ji mean by this? Shanghai residence is his private residence. No one has ever set foot there. Asterisk, seeing her silence, Li Ji raised an eyebrow. Why are you unwilling? Hua Man actually didn't want to move. Although her own small dwelling wasn't as nice as Prince Zhao's, it offered freedom. If she moved, she would have no privacy at all. But if she refused, given Prince Zhao's benevolent smile, she feared she wouldn't survive the night. Having thought it through, she quickly declared, "To be able to live with your highness is a blessing for this concubine." This concubine is overjoyed. How could I be unwilling? Li Ji looked at her aggrieved, yet helpless expression and smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Hua Man wailed internally, "My freedom is gone." At that moment, the steward, Gao Shan, entered carrying a bowl of medicinal soup. He nearly dropped it when he saw Prince Zhao and concubine Hua embracing. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Asterisk, so early in the morning. How did these two get together? Young people are so full of energy. Asterisk. He stepped forward and respectfully presented the medicine. "Your Highness, it's time for your medicine." Li Ji released Hua Man without a word. He took the medicine from a steward with an impassive expression and drank it. The steward retreated with the empty bowl, tactfully closing the door behind him. Only Li Ji and Hua Man remained in the room. Li Ji then skillfully took out an antidote pill and swallowed it. Hua Man was puzzled. Why does Prince Zhao drink poisoned medicinal soup? Hearing her thoughts and seeing her questioning gaze, Li Ji slowly explained, "This was bestowed by the emperor. But on its way here, it passed through many hands. If I were to rashly investigate, the blame for the poison would inevitably fall on the emperor. Not only would I fail to catch the culprit, but I would also be used by them to drive a wedge between the emperor and me. I cannot let them succeed. I can only bide my time for now." Hua Man immediately understood. "S.O. Your Highness intends to feign poisoning. And when the person behind this lets their guard down, you will seize the opportunity to capture them." Li Ji chuckled. "The one who poisoned me doesn't exist. Merely acting won't fool them. So I'm truly poisoned, not pretending. The antidote pill can only alleviate the toxicity, not completely eliminate it." Hua Man looked at him in disbelief. "The price you're paying is too high." Li Ji seemed unconcerned. The art of war says, "One cannot capture a tiger cub without entering the tiger's lair." Hua Man conceded the point and picked up her chopsticks to eat. Halfway through her meal, she suddenly realized something and became uneasy. Asterisk, why would Prince Zhao tell me such an important matter? Does he plan to silence me after I've heard it? Or has he suffered some kind of shock? That shouldn't be the case. He doesn't seem like it. Asterisk. So why did Prince Zhao tell me? Li Ji heard her inner thoughts, but pretended not to. He told Hua Man all this simply to test whether she was trustworthy. Looking at her perplexed expression, he inwardly cursed, "Fool," and told her to eat faster. Hua Man continued eating, reminding herself not to reveal Prince Zhao's secret, lest she invite disaster upon herself. Li Ji revealed the secret of his daily poison medicine to Hua Man to test her. If she couldn't even keep this small secret, she would have no value in staying by his side. He would find a reason to leave her to fend for herself in the West Wing. However, he heard Hua Man repeatedly reminding herself not to divulge the secret. Watching her doing her so-called morning exercises, he felt a complicated mix of emotions. This woman is so strange. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts and Hua Man's cheerful exercises. Steward Gao Shan entered with an imperial physician. He respectfully announced, "Your Highness, the emperor has sent an imperial physician to examine you." The physician bowed to Li Ji. Li responded indifferently. Rise. Hua Man stood by, watching the imperial physician take his time as he examined several areas of Prince Zhao's body. Once the examination was complete, the imperial physician finally spoke. "Has your Highness experienced any sensation in your legs recently?" Li Fir responda, "No." The imperial physician looked up and tapped Li Ji's leg. He asked again, "Is there truly no sensation at all?" A cold smile played on Li Ji's lips. Does the imperial physician think this prince is lying? Hearing this, the imperial physician hastily knelt in fear and explained, "No, this official wouldn't dare. This official is simply unable to confirm whether your Highness's legs truly have no sensation. That is why I asked. If your Highness's legs have some sensation, it would indicate that the injury is improving. Your Highness's legs suffered shattered bones, and the meridians also sustained severe damage. If the meridians can recover, there is still a chance for restoration. However, since your Highness highness currently has no sensation, it suggests that the meridians are completely blocked. Even if this official were to reset your leg bones, you would be unable to stand again. Li Ji coldly retorted, "Are you saying this prince is destined to be a cripple?" Hearing these words, the imperial physician trembled, fearing the young prince's wrath and the possibility of immediate execution. He hurriedly tried to appease him. "This is only the worst-case scenario. Perhaps your highness's fortune will change, and the meridians will suddenly clear. Please maintain a positive outlook. This official will do everything in his power to find a way to heal your highness's leg injury." Li Ji didn't press the matter further and ordered everyone except Hua Manman to leave. Hua Manman could sense the desolation in Li Ji's heart and felt a pang of sympathy. Recalling the original story, which was written from the perspective of the female lead, Hua Qingqing, there was very little mention of Prince Zhao. Therefore, Hua Manman didn't know much about Li Ji. She only knew that he had been injured on the battlefield, resulting in comminuted fractures in his legs, which led to his disability. But based on her observations over the past few days, she felt that things weren't as simple as they appeared. There seemed to be something else hidden beneath the surface. Li Ji saw her staring at his legs in a daze and cleared his throat. "Did you hear? He just declared my legs incurable. I'll be spending the rest of my life in a wheelchair." Hua Manman couldn't understand how Li Ji could laugh after hearing he was permanently crippled. He should be heartbroken. She softly consoled him. "Your Highness, don't talk about yourself like that." Li Ji looked out the window and murmured, "I'm just stating the facts. Living like this is truly meaningless." Hearing his murmur, alarm bells rang in Hua Manman's mind. Could he be having suicidal thoughts? Now that she was his concubine, and he hadn't harmed her, she couldn't stand idly by and watch him become world-weary. She forgot all about making up an excuse for the ointment. She wanted to use the system reward ointment on Li Ji immediately to help him recover his legs and regain his confidence. But just as she was about to speak, the steward interrupted. "Your Highness, Princess Mingyang has sent you 2 young ladies." Ruan Jiao and Kong Wan were led before Li Ji and kowtowed in greeting. Hua Manman took the opportunity to carefully observe these 2 new concubines. They were both quite beautiful. If Li Ji could come to care for them, having someone to cherish might give him the motivation to continue living and perhaps even regain his spirit. She secretly hoped Li Ji would be moved. However, Li Ji merely glanced at them before looking away. Seeing this, the steward immediately understood. "Your Highness, shall these 2 young ladies be arranged as before?" Li nodded listlessly. Princess Mingyang had sent 2 beautiful young women to Prince Zhao. Li Ji, was this an act of affection from an elder to a younger generation? Or was there another motive? Whatever it was, Li Ji didn't care. The only one who could catch his eye was the strange woman beside him. Hua Manman instructed the steward, "Settle the 2 young ladies as before." Curious, she asked like before, "How were they arranged in the past?" The steward informed her, "They are placed in the side courtyard and left to their own devices, whether they choose to leave or live out their days there." Hearing this, both young women were filled with disappointment. They came from common backgrounds and dreamed of becoming Prince Zhao's concubines, hoping to gain favor and elevate their status. But on their first day, they would be exiled. Ruan Jiao, summoning her courage, took out a prepared sachet and shyly presented it to Li Ji. "Your Highness, this is a sachet I personally sewed. It contains calming herbs that can help you sleep better. I hope you like it." Li Ji looked at the sachet, his eyes narrowing slightly. Hua Manman also looked over curiously. It was embroidered with mandarin ducks. The girl had put a lot of thought into it. Li Ji, hearing Hua Manman's thoughts, inwardly scoffed, "Silly woman." He then said coldly, "Ruan Jiao, look up at me." Ruan Jiao complied, her face a mixture of shyness and anticipation. Li Ji then heard Ruan Jiao's excited inner thoughts. Asterisk, the herbs in this sachet were incredibly difficult to obtain. As long as Prince Zhao wears it regularly, he will gradually lose his mind and become completely dependent on me. Asterisk, Li Ji, with an impassive expression, extended his fingers and took the sachet from her. Just when Hua Manman thought he would accept it, Li Ji opened the sachet and poured the powder inside into a teacup. Hua Manman was baffled by his inexplicable action. Li Ji's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at Ruan Jiao and asked, "Do you truly admire this prince?" Ruan Jiaojiu nodded without hesitation. Of course. This servant admires only your highness in this lifetime. Li Ji smiled. He picked up the teacup and offered it to her. Since that's the case, then drink this cup of tea. The flush on Ruan Jiaojiao's face quickly faded, her eyes widening in alarm. This tea, there's something added to it. I can't drink it. Li Ji said, what are you afraid of? It's just something to help you calm down and focus. Nothing will happen. Even if something does happen, this prince will take responsibility. Ruan Jiaojiao knew exactly what she was afraid of, but she didn't dare say it out loud. She just kept shaking her head and refusing that I can't drink it. I beg your highness not to force me. Li Ji's expression turned icy. You won't even agree to such a small request from this prince? And you dare say you admire this prince? You're deliberately playing me for a fool, aren't you? Hua Man finally realized something was wrong with this woman. She couldn't help but silently complain in her heart. Asterisk Li Ji, why add the word this after prince? It sounds like you're cursing yourself. Asterisk. Fortunately, Li Ji didn't have time to pay attention to her. Otherwise, her wandering little head might have been doused with tea. Since Ruan Jiaojiao refused to drink, Li Ji lost his patience. He ordered the steward to force-feed her the tea. Ruan Jiaojiao was terrified and tried to escape, but the steward caught her, pried open her mouth, and poured the tea in little by little. Ruan Jiaojiao, her struggles futile, soon began foaming at the mouth and collapsed on the floor. Everyone present understood what had happened. Hua Man was also shocked. She hadn't expected this seemingly sweet and innocent woman to be so malicious, daring to attack Prince Zhao on their first meeting. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. But Li Ji, the one targeted, didn't react much. Schemes and plots were commonplace for him. He ordered someone to drag Ruan Jiaojiao out and dispose of her. Kang Wan was stunned, clutching the gift she had prepared. She realized how naive she had been. She had thought that Prince Zhao would show them some affection out of respect for Princess Ningyan. But this man was clearly ruthless. A concubine, on the very day she entered the residence, had tried to poison him. Li Ji gave her a chilling look. And you? Will you leave on your own, or shall this prince send you away? Or are you her accomplice, waiting for a chance to attack this prince? Kang Wan snapped back to her senses and shook her head frantically, but I've been wrongly accused. I have nothing to do with Ruan Jiaojiao. I'll leave now. With that, she turned and ran out, panicked. Forget about gaining favor. Staying alive was good enough. Steward Gao Shan stepped forward and offered to investigate who had instructed Ruan Jiaojiao. But Li Ji shook his head. No need. You may all leave. Once again, only he and Hua Man remained in the room. He sat quietly, looking out the window, saying nothing. Hua Man could sense Li Ji's low spirits. She thought it was understandable. Just since she had arrived, he had experienced resentment from his own mother, poisoning attempts, various tests, and now this. It was no wonder he was feeling down. But she wasn't good at comforting people, and she doubted her attempts would be effective. After all, she wasn't Prince Zhao and couldn't truly empathize with him. After some thought, she moved a stool and sat beside Li Ji, silently accompanying him so he wouldn't feel alone. Perhaps it would make him feel a little better. After sitting quietly for 2 hours, Hua Man was starving. Just as she was about to suggest Li Ji eat something, he suddenly spoke. They all want me dead. My mother wants me dead. Strangers want me dead. They're all filled with malice towards me. Hua Man was taken aback. She didn't know how to respond. Li Ji's voice sounded again. Sometimes I wonder what I've done to deserve such hatred, to make so many people want me dead. Hua Man took Li Ji's hand and said earnestly, that's not right. Your thinking is flawed. Bad people want to hurt others, not because those people have done something wrong, but often for their own benefit. Your Highness, as the victim, shouldn't blame yourself for the crimes of others. Li Ji looked at the hand holding his. The unexpected warmth made him feel strangely comforted. He asked Hua Man, are you saying I'm not at fault? Hua Man didn't hesitate to give an affirmative answer. Of course you're not at fault. It's those who want to harm you who are wrong. Li Ji stared at her intently, wanting to hear her true thoughts. But there was no further elaboration. This meant that Hua Man's words were genuine, without a trace of falsehood. This was the first time Li Ji had heard someone sincerely say he wasn't at fault. He couldn't help but smile. This smile was devoid of pretense or mockery, pure like the first rays of dawn. Hua Man was captivated by his genuine smile. He looked so handsome when he smiled sincerely. Her stomach suddenly growled, bringing her back to reality. Asterisk, he seems to be in a better mood now. We should be able to eat. Asterisk. Li Ji's mood had indeed improved considerably. Hearing Hua Man's involuntary compliment, he immediately ordered someone to prepare dinner. That night, Hua Man moved into Shanghai courtyard. Li Ji lay on his bed. Through the thin screen, he watched Hua Man sleeping on the bamboo mat. This woman's sleep quality was truly as good as ever. Ever since that bloody battle 5 years ago, Li Ji had suffered from insomnia every night. Hearing Hua Man's breathing, his mind involuntarily relaxed, and he actually felt sleepy. The next morning, Li Ji was in a particularly good mood. He thought he would spend the rest of his life in this muddled and tormented state. He never expected to have a peaceful sleep last night. This was the first time in 5 years that he had slept so comfortably. Hua Man's importance in his eyes grew even more. After breakfast, the steward approached Hua Man. Concubine Hua, His Highness Prince Zhao, said that from now on, all matters of the inner court will be handed over to you. In 2 days, it will be Lady Han's wedding day. Please see to the arrangements. Out of the 2 concubines chosen by the emperor for Prince Zhao, one was Hua Man, and the other was Han Zhen'er, the refined daughter of the Minister of Rights. These 2 days, it was his duty to pay respects at Prince Zhao's residence. Because of her companionship yesterday, Li Ji handed over the management of the inner court to Hua Man. Hua Man suddenly felt like she had been forcibly assigned extra work by her boss. Managing the inner court was the duty of the princess consort. Why give it to me, a mere concubine? Not only was she given extra work, but she wasn't getting paid extra either. While she internally complained, she put on a flawless smile and told the steward, everything should be prepared according to the same standards as when I first married into the residence. The steward, already prepared, immediately took out a thick stack of account books and lists for her to review. Hua Man, who just wanted to live a carefree life, felt her head ache. Refusing to accept the extra work, she found an excuse to leave immediately. Tianxiang Pavilion has new rouge and powders. I have to go and see. If I go late, those nice shades will be sold out. You can take care of the rest. She turned and ran out. Her maid followed behind her, curiously asking, Miss, how did you know Tianxiang Pavilion was getting new rouge and powders? Hua Man nibbled on the candied hawthorn in her hand, following the aroma as she hurried forward. She replied cheerfully, I don't know if Tianxiang Pavilion has new stock. I only know there are delicious treats ahead. They had just reached the pastry shop when they heard someone shout Man. Hua Man looked towards the sound and saw a handsome young man angrily striding towards her. This person was Song Ding, the female lead Hua Qingqing's fiancé. Hua Man recognized him and immediately thought, oh no, this annoying, appetite-ruining nemesis has appeared. Gotta run. Seeing Hua Man's attitude, Song Ding became even angrier. He rushed in front of Hua Man, blocking her path. I've finally found you. Hua Man knew that the original owner of this body had been somewhat ambiguous with him. Feeling a little guilty, she subconsciously stepped back and tried to act nonchalant. What does young Master Song want with me? Seeing her pretending to be clueless, Song Ding's anger flared. He gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice, are you sure you want to talk here? Come with me to the tea house. Hua Man also noticed that many people around them were looking their way. Although the Zhou had open customs, if Prince Zhao found out about her entanglement with this man, it could cause trouble. She needed to quickly resolve this ambiguous situation to avoid bigger problems in the future. Since Song Ding had come looking for her today, she would take this opportunity to make a clean break. She agreed to his proposal. This scene was witnessed by Han Zhen'er, who was about to marry into the residence from not far away. Her maid, never one to misgossip, said, Miss, the woman who was just with young Master Song is concubine Hua of Prince Zhao's residence. I feel like their relationship is a bit off. Han Zhen'er's eyes flickered, and she smiled faintly. I haven't seen Hua Qingqing for a while. The weather is nice today. Go and invite her to have tea with me. Meanwhile, in a private room at the tea house, Hua Man and Song Ding sat facing each other. Hua Man's personal maid stood behind her, her face filled with worry. Song Ding immediately began to question her. We had an agreement. As long as I divorced my wife, I would break off the engagement with your sister and marry you instead. Why did you go back on your word and marry someone else behind my back? Hua Man couldn't refute him. She sighed inwardly. The original owner's sins are now mine to bear. Why did she have to go and provoke her sister's fiancé? She said helplessly, I was young and naive back then. Now I'm married, and everything in the past is like smoke and clouds. I hope young Master Song can forgive the mistakes I made. Please take care and don't come looking for me again. These words were truly heartless. Song Ding was almost choked with anger. He stared at Hua Man and fumed. Do you think you could just brush me off like this? You were the one who pursued me. You knew I didn't have those feelings. So why were you so attentive to me? Were you deliberately playing with me? Hua Man couldn't defend herself. She could only honestly admit her fault, that I'm sorry. It was all my fault. Song Ding didn't accept her apology. Things have come to this. Do you think saying sorry is enough? Wincing, Hua Man emptied all the money from her purse. That I can offer some compensation. This is all I have. Take it. I hope this will make you feel better. Instead of feeling better, Song Ding's rage soared to 300%. He slammed his fist on the table. What do you mean by this? Are you treating me like some lowlife, trying to extort money? Hua Man, you've gone too far. Hua Man grew impatient. I've apologized to you. You refused to accept this. I offered you compensation, but you wouldn't take it. So what do you want? Let me tell you, I'm already married to Prince Zhao. You know full well what his temper is like. If you make him lose face, he definitely won't let you off easy. Let alone trying to steal me from him. With the Song family's meager resources, can you really compete with Prince Zhao? Are you really going to ruin your future and offend Prince Zhao because of me? Song Ding was speechless. His expression became increasingly awkward. He certainly wouldn't ruin his future for a woman. Seeing his silence, Hua Man knew her words had hit their mark. Song Ding might genuinely like her, but it was just a fleeting fancy. Compared to his bright future, that little bit of affection was nothing. Forget it. Let's end this amicably. We'll never see each other again. After dropping those words, she left with Wang, her dowry maid. Just as she pushed open the door, she ran straight into Han Zhen'er and Hua Qingqing. Hua Man instantly had a bad feeling. Song Ding was still inside. If they saw him, how could she explain this? Speak of the devil. The next moment, Song Ding chased out of the private room. Hua Man, wait, take this money. The rest of his words abruptly stopped the moment he saw Hua Qingqing. Hua Qingqing was also stunned to see her fiancé. Why are you two here? Hua Man facepalmed. Oh no, I'm so screwed, elder sister. Future brother-in-law caught flirting with his fiancé's younger sister. If this scene were in a novel, it would absolutely be a classic dramatic confrontation. If she weren't involved, she could happily enjoy the drama. But now, she was the one being caught. Enjoying the drama was a luxury she couldn't afford. Trying to appear calm and collected, she spoke first. Elder sister, why are you here? Han Zhen'er sensed the strange atmosphere and was overjoyed. There was drama to watch. Maybe she could take advantage of this opportunity to bring Hua Man down and monopolize the prince's favor. Hua Qingqing recalled her conversation with Hua Man in the garden that day. Looking at Song Ding with a complicated expression, she said, I came here with Zhen'er for tea. Why are you two here? Today's incident meant he had to choose. Song Ding understood. He and Hua Man could no longer rekindle their past. And since Hua Qingqing was beautiful and talented, there was no need to break off the engagement. Just as Hua Man was about to answer, Song Ding pulled her aside and, striking first, shifted the blame. She's the one who asked me to meet her here. I didn't even want to see her. She insisted on dragging me here. I only agreed to come because of you. But he actually tried to bribe me with money to break off our engagement. After I refused, he got angry and wanted to leave. Who would have thought we'd run into you here? Look, here's the proof. He opened his hand, revealing Hua Man's purse. Hua Man thought, wow, he's shifting the blame, and so skillfully too. Not giving Hua Man a chance to explain, Song Ding put on a helpless expression and continued, Qingqing, I shouldn't interfere in matters between you sisters, but your sister went too far this time. You and I have been betrothed since childhood and have a deep affection for each other. Yet for her own selfish desires, she actually tried to break us up. For your sake, I can pretend this didn't happen. But you should stay away from her in the future so you don't get manipulated. Hua Qingqing remained silent, just looking at him with a complicated expression. Song Ding became a little uneasy under her gaze. Qingqing, why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? I know you're upset to have a sister like this. Let me take you home. Don't worry. Once we're back, I'll have my mother formally propose marriage immediately. Hua Qingqing didn't move. She softly asked Song Ding, do you dare swear on your mother's life and your future that not a single word you just said was a lie? Song Ding's expression stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Ching, I've already explained everything to you. How can you not believe me? As the female lead, Hua Qingqing wasn't just intelligent. She had observed all of Song Ding's behavior. I never imagined you were this kind of person. Not only are you fickle and hypocritical, but you're also cowardly, shameless, and a liar. If Man hadn't told me the truth long ago, I'm afraid I would still be in the dark. Song Ding was utterly shocked. He never expected Hua Man to have already told Hua Qingqing the truth. His performance just now must have made him look like a clown. Hua Qingqing turned to leave in disappointment. Song Ding, from now on, we're through. I'll break off the engagement with you when I get back. Take care of yourself. Seeing her so resolute, Song Ding panicked. Qingqing, marriage is a serious matter. Don't be rash. I was wrong this time. Please don't be angry. Hua Man, now a spectator, applauded Hua Qingqing inwardly. As expected of the original story's female lead. Decisive and clean when dealing with a scumbag. Absolutely amazing. Han Zhener, however, tried to mediate. It's normal for men to make mistakes. Since he knows he was wrong, you shouldn't dwell on such a small matter. Song Ding grabbed Hua Qingqing's hand, preventing her from leaving. He felt this was just a minor issue. Qingqing, I promise to be devoted to you from now on. I won't have any ambiguous relationships with other women. Please stop making a fuss. A crowd had already gathered, watching the drama unfold. What's going on? The future brother-in-law ran off with his fiancée's younger sister. Hua Qingqing couldn't understand. It was clearly Song Ding who was unfaithful and deceitful. Yet why were they speaking to him in such a forgiving tone, as if she was the one being unreasonable? The stares and whispers from the surrounding crowd only added to her embarrassment and strengthened her resolve to end the engagement. No matter how much Song Ding begged for mercy and reconciliation, and regardless of how much Han Zhener tried to mediate, Hua Qingqing refused to relent. She didn't want to waste another word on the scumbag. She tried to shake off Song Ding's hand and leave, but she was too weak to break free. Her small face flushed crimson, a mixture of stubbornness and helplessness. Just then, Hua Man suddenly picked up a cup of hot tea and splashed it in Song Ding's face. Get your filthy hands off her! The scalding pain caused Song Ding to let go with a yelp. Han Zhener couldn't help but cry out, Sister Man, what are you doing? Hua Man ignored the white lotus that was Han Zhener. Hua Qingqing immediately warned Song Ding. Surname Song, if I ever see you bullying my sister again, I'll have you beaten so badly you won't be able to find your teeth. Hua Qingqing's foot slipped, and she accidentally bumped into the person standing behind her. She hurriedly turned around to apologize. I'm so sorry. I didn't do that on purpose. Please forgive me. The person was dressed in yellow brocade robes. His features were refined and sharp. His gaze lingered on Hua Qingqing's beautiful face for a moment. He smiled and said, It's all right. Song Ding, his nose scalded red, and having been so warned, flew into a rage. You shrew, he yelled. Hua Qingqing abruptly turned back at his words. Worried about further damaging her reputation and not wanting her sister to be subjected to more gossip, she rationally reached out and grabbed Hua Man, who was about to lash out again. Second sister, don't bother with them. Let's go. Hua Man looked at Hua Qingqing, her beautiful eyes red-rimmed. She truly couldn't refuse. She handed the teacup back to the tea house waiter. Put this tea on young Master Song's tab. Then, along with her dowry maid, she followed Hua Qingqing out of the tea house. The handsome young man in the yellow brocade robes watched Hua Qingqing's graceful, retreating figure. He smiled and sighed in admiration. I had no idea such a beauty existed in the capital. It seems my aunt returned at just the right time. Just as Hua Qingqing and Hua Man left the tea house, Han Zhener chased after them. Sister Qingqing, wait for me. Hua Qingqing stopped and turned back. What is it? Han Zhener feigned innocence, her tone full of apology. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect to run into young Master Song and Sister Man here today. I caused you such unpleasantness. It's all my fault. Please let me treat you to lunch as an apology. Hua Qingqing wasn't buying it. She coldly retorted, You really didn't expect it? You seem to be enjoying the show back there. Han Zhener. Honchenadas expression stiffened. She quickly feigned confusion. What do you mean? Hua Qingqing scoffed. You know exactly what I mean. Since you call me sister, I'll give you a piece of advice. You're not the only smart person in the world. Don't treat everyone else like a fool. With that, she turned and left, severing her ties with Han Zhener. Inwardly, Hua Man gave Hua Qingqing a thumbs up. A heroine with brains is truly awesome. She was about to follow when Han Zhener grabbed her arm and said anxiously, Sister Man, Did I do something wrong? Why is Sister Ching angry? As a transmigrator, Hua Man was a master at dealing with green tea bitches. She smiled. You didn't do anything wrong. My sister is the one who was wrong. She was wrong to have a friend like you. But thankfully, she's corrected that mistake, so I don't have to worry anymore. Han Jinner's face slowly flushed red. How can you say that about me? Hua Man deliberately imitated her previous innocent act, asking in a bewildered tone, Did I say something about you? Did I do something wrong? Why are you angry? Han Jinner was speechless, feeling a lump in her throat, almost choking. Hua Qingqing, who had already walked some distance, stopped and called back. Second sister, let's go. Hua Man gave Han Jinner another sweet, harmless smile. My sister is calling me. I'll go ahead. Hua Qingqing glanced back at the fuming Han Jinner, curious about what Hua Man had done. How did you manage to get her so riled up? Hua Man shrugged that I didn't do anything. We just had a little acting competition. Turns out my acting skills are better than hers. Hua Qingqing shook her head in exasperation. Han Jinner is quite the schemer. Don't provoke her unnecessarily. Hua Man was about to say she knew, but then remembered her arrogant persona. She snorted, mind your own business. Hua Qingqing wanted to say more, but remembering the slap she had received earlier and the incident with Song Ding, she felt exhausted. The Ambo residents and Zhao residents were in different directions, so they couldn't continue on together. Hua Man took a package of pastries from her maid's arms and held it out to Hua Qingqing, turning her face away so she wouldn't have to look at her. I accidentally bought too many. Here, take them. And don't think this is an apology for slapping you earlier. I will absolutely never apologize to you. Watching her awkward demeanor and recalling her actions in the tea house, the last of Hua Qingqing's frustration dissipated. She found her sister adorable. So her second sister's usual arrogant and spoiled behavior was all an act. Deep down, she was kind. Hua Qingqing couldn't resist reaching out and quickly pinching Hua Man's cheek. By the time Hua Man reacted, Hua Qingqing had already withdrawn her hand and turned to leave. I'm going back now. Let's go out for tea and a meal again sometime. Hua Man covered her cheek where she'd been pinched, her eyes wide. She ambushed me. Young miss, you're so ruthless. Seeing this, the dowry maid sincerely exclaimed, Eldest miss, and your relationship is truly wonderful. Hua Man thought back to the original novel, where their sisterly affection was as fake as could be. She just smiled without saying a word. By the time Hua Man returned to the prince's residence, the sky had already darkened. She quickly ran to the dining hall and saw that the food was all there. She breathed a sigh of relief. She had been delayed at the tea house and thought she would miss dinner. Li Ji was at the dining table reading a military strategy book. Seeing Hua Man arrive, he put the book aside and said with a half smile, You finally decided to come back. Sit down and eat. Hua Man had been waiting for these words. She immediately plopped down in the empty seat opposite Li Ji. Just as she picked up her chopsticks, she heard Li Ji's cool voice. So, does this food taste as good as the food at the tea house? Hua Man inwardly cursed. He knew about what happened at the tea house today. However, only an hour or two had passed since the incident. It was impossible for Li Ji to have found out so quickly unless he had sent someone to follow her. Li Ji's sudden question made Hua Man a little uneasy. This prince really is a murderous demon, investigating so thoroughly, but she didn't think too much about it and started to put on an act. Your Highness did it to protect my safety. Your Highness is so thoughtful. I'm almost moved to tears. However, Li Ji clearly heard her inner thoughts. Damn pervert. He actually sent someone to spy on me. Hua Man, completely unaware, had a blissful smile plastered on her face. She continued to flatter him. Being able to marry your Highness is truly a blessing I cultivated in my past life. Li Ji suddenly leaned closer, staring in her eyes, and asked chillingly, If that's so, why did you go meet your secret lover? Hua Man quickly retorted, What secret lover? My only lover is your Highness. If your Highness keeps saying such things, my heart will break. Li Ji wasn't buying it. Is that really the case? Then why did you go see him? Hua Man didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble with Li Ji because of that scumbag. She explained earnestly, I didn't do it on purpose. I bumped into him on the road and just wanted to make things clear to cut ties with him. I really didn't have any illicit relations with him. If you don't believe me, you can ask Shurian. He was there the whole time. Li Ji stared at her for a moment. He detected no inner voice, meaning she was telling the truth and not lying to him. He felt slightly relieved. Let's eat. Hua Man happily returned to the table. Finally, she could eat. The food was so delicious delicious, it made her want to swallow her own tongue. She thought that just for the excellent food at Zhao Wang's residence, she had to keep Prince Zhao happy. Li Ji heard her thoughts clearly. So, this woman is working so hard to please me, just so she can freeload here. How ambitious. After eating and drinking her fill, Huang Manman burped, feeling very satisfied. Shiyun then picked up the military strategy book that Li Ji hadn't finished reading and prepared to put it back in the study. Huang Manman had an idea and suddenly said, "Your Highness, can I take a look at the study?" Since Prince Zhao was going to the study, Huang Manman requested to go with him, thinking that if she could understand the books in this world, she might find a way to heal Li Ji's legs. The study was where Li Ji handled official business. It contained many confidential documents. Apart from his few trusted aides, no one else was allowed to enter, let alone approach it without being warned or punished. Huang Manman's sudden and rather presumptuous request caused everyone present to freeze. Consort Hua asking such a question is bound to anger His Highness. Li Ji ignored everyone's reaction. He looked at Huang Manman and asked casually, "What do you want to do in this study?" Huang Manman replied without hesitation, "Read books." Li Ji stared at her fixedly. Hearing no inner voice, he knew she wasn't lying. He became a little intrigued and nodded. "All right, let's go. I'll go with you." Huang Manman was overjoyed and immediately followed him. Shiyun, his trusted guard, found it unbelievable. His Highness actually agreed. Could His Highness really be falling for Consort Hua? In the study, Huang Manman went straight to the shelves holding miscellaneous books and began to browse carefully. Li Ji sat in his wheelchair, quietly watching her back. Her curvy figure was somewhat captivating. Huang Manman herself didn't notice his gaze. After finding a book that interested her, she immediately sat down on the floor and began to read it intently. A moment later, she sighed softly. The books here were similar to classical Chinese, but there were many unfamiliar characters. Suddenly, she noticed the light getting brighter. She turned her head and saw Shiyun placing an oil lamp beside her. His Highness said reading at night strains the eyes. A lamp will make it more comfortable. Huang Manman turned to look at where Li Ji was sitting and saw him reading with his head down. The warm yellow candlelight shone on Li Ji, making him appear less gloomy and more peaceful. Noticing someone looking at him, Li Ji raised his head and met Huang Manman's gaze. "What's wrong?" Li Ji was already handsome, and now he looked so gentle. Huang Manman felt her heart skip a beat. She immediately stood up, holding the book, and ran over to him. "Your Highness, there are a few characters I don't recognize. Can you teach me?" Li Ji was taken aback for a moment. Then his lips curved into a light smile. "Teach you to read?" Huang Manman's sweet smile instantly faded, her heart skipping a beat. A bad premonition washed over her. Had she just shot herself in the foot? Li Ji took the book from her hand and glanced at the cover, discovering it was a medical text. He couldn't help but ask, "You understand medicine?" Huang Manman quickly explained, "This concubine doesn't understand medicine. However, this concubine has heard that massage can dredge the meridians and help leg injuries recover faster. This concubine wanted to find a medical book and learn massage techniques to massage your highness." Her true intention was to secretly use Duan Yugao on Li Ji's legs to treat them. Once she learned massage, even if she couldn't stay in the prince's residence in the future, she could open a blind massage parlor to make a living. "I'm such a clever little fox." Having heard her inner thoughts, he didn't know how to react to this woman. What does she mean by not being able to stay in the residence and opening a blind massage parlor? As long as she's honest and doesn't scheme against me like the others, why would I make her leave? Sometimes he really wanted to crack open her head and see what kind of chaotic mess was inside. He casually opened the book. "Which characters don't you recognize?" Huang Manman immediately leaned closer, pointing at several characters on the page. "I don't recognize these characters." Li Ji first explained the meaning of each character, then circled them with a brush, adding notes beside each one. He even drew illustrations. Huang Manman was deeply touched. She hadn't expected Prince Zhao to be so thoughtful. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about forgetting them. Li Ji put down his brush and said, "Done." Huang Manman responded with a grateful, "Thank you, your highness. You're so good to this concubine. I adore you." Li Ji wasn't swayed by her flattery. He slowly said, "This prince has never taught anyone before. You're the first." Hua Man was flattered. This concubine is honored. Li Ji's lips curled into a slight smile. That you're celebrating too early. This prince always believes in seeing things through. Since I've started teaching, I'll teach you properly. Copy these characters 100 times. I'll personally check them tomorrow. If they're not well written, there will be no dinner. Hua Man wanted to cry. Her premonition had been correct. Resigned to her fate, she picked up the brush. I escaped 3 years of high school and 5 years of practice exams, but I couldn't escape Prince Zhao's clutches. Li Ji, hearing her thoughts, laughed even more heartily. Perhaps due to the stress of her studies, Hua Man had a nightmare that night. She dreamt she was sitting in a classroom, facing a test paper with a score of 3. The teacher sat in front of her, scolding her loudly. That wasn't the scariest part. The scariest part was that the teacher was Prince Zhao. Li Ji, she woke up with a start. I've transmigrated, but the fear of teachers and homework still lingers. She felt like crying. Thankfully, it was just a dream. She turned her head to see Li Ji sitting in his wheelchair, looking at her with surprise. Why are you so startled? Am I your nightmare? Seeing him now gave Hua Man the same feeling of unease she felt facing her homeroom teacher in elementary school. She quickly flattered him. How could that be? Your Highness is the savior of my nightmares, my God, the object of my lifelong admiration. Li Ji smiled, but it's morning. Have you finished the homework I assigned last night? Hua Man handed him the copied characters. Li Ji glanced at them and was immediately assaulted by their ugliness. This prince never imagined someone could write so abstractly. Hua Man also knew her handwriting wasn't good. She lowered her head. Please forgive this concubine for making your highness laugh. Li Ji tossed the stack of paper aside and beckoned Hua Man closer. Hua Man obediently walked over. Before she could speak, Li Ji grabbed her arm and pulled her into his lap. By the time she reacted, she was sitting on his thigh, his large hand clasped around her slender waist. This position was far too intimate. Hua Man suppressed her panic and unease, asking dryly, "What is your highness doing?" Li Ji found her reaction amusing and felt a teasing urge. His fingers lightly caressed Hua Man's lips, and he gently blew in her ear, his voice low and suggestive that you're in this prince's arms now. And we're alone. What do you think this prince wants to do? Hua Man's cheeks flushed involuntarily. Asterisk, what does he want to do? Could it be daytime nookie? Asterisk. My handwriting is so bad it's hurting Li Ji's eyes. He had intended to pull her closer to teach her how to write properly. Unexpectedly, Hua Man misunderstood, thinking Li Ji wanted to engage in daytime intimacy. Her cheeks flushed, and she shyly pushed him away. Your Highness, please don't. It wouldn't be good if someone saw us. However, in her mind, she was frantically screaming, Asterisk, could Li Ji really be overcome by lust and want to do that with me? I'm still just a teenager. I can't handle this. Asterisk, then she had a change of heart. Well, we're already married, and Li Ji is so handsome. It's not like I can't handle it. She puckered her lips, ready to comply. Li Ji, hearing her thoughts, burst out laughing that you're so amusing. Hua Man opened one eye, bewildered. How can someone be so moody? Li Ji's lips curved upwards. He lifted Hua Man and turned her around, so her back was against his chest. Then, he took her right hand, picked up the brush from the desk, and began to write. He wrote the same characters she had copied 100 times that day. Hua Man suddenly realized Li Ji didn't intend to make her copy lines as punishment, but to personally teach her how to write. She felt deeply ashamed for her lewd thoughts. It was my fault. Li Ji taught her very seriously. A moment later, he released her hand and pointed at the Xian paper, indicating for Hua Man to write it again herself. Hua Man instantly felt a headache and immediately changed her mind. No, he's also at fault. She felt it was strange to sit on a man's lap while writing. Turning her head, she cautiously asked Li Ji, Your Highness, could I write somewhere else? Li Ji countered, Why would you want to change places? Do you find my lap uncomfortable? This kind of no-win question seemed impossible to answer correctly. Hua Man could only shut her mouth and obediently write. Li Ji leaned back, his gaze falling on Hua Man's slender, snow-white neck. He had seen many beauties, but none as unique as the woman before him. As if possessed, he placed a kiss on Hua Man's neck. Hua Man's hand trembled. The ink on the paper blurred, ruining the character. Hua Man turned and glared at Li Ji. Your Highness, what are you doing? I'm still writing. Li Ji showed no guilt at being caught, instead smiling brightly. Your heart is not calm. Writing requires concentration. You mustn't be disturbed by external things. Continue writing. It was clearly this man's fault, yet he blamed her for lack of concentration. Hua Man instantly puffed up like a puffer fish. He's so shameless. She had barely written 2 characters when the man behind her started his antics again. His fingers played with the back of Hua Man's neck. Hua Man turned to glare at him again. Li Ji appeared nonchalant. You write yours. Don't mind me. Hua Man turned back, fuming inwardly. Asterisk, I've figured it out. This dog of a man is definitely doing this on purpose. I used to just think he was moody and unpredictable, but I didn't realize he was also such a jerk. Asterisk, hearing the words jerk, Li Ji's eyebrow twitched involuntarily. Many people had cursed him, but no one had ever used the word jerk to describe him. This woman is truly unique. Hua Man turned and warned him again, don't move or I'll really get angry. Li Ji said with a smile, all right. However, facts once again prove that a man's words are as good as air. Before she could finish a single character, Li Ji's hand touched Hua Man's waist. Her waist wasn't Hua Man's most sensitive area, but she couldn't endure it any longer. Throwing down the brush, she turned and threw herself into Li Ji's arms. Before he could react, she quickly untied his sash. This time, it was Li Ji's turn to be surprised. Asterisk, is this woman planning to seduce me? Should I just go with the flow? Asterisk, while Li Ji hesitated, Hua Man had already used his black sash to tightly bind his hands together. To prevent him from breaking free, she even tied a tight knot. Li Ji looked at her in bewilderment. What are you doing? Hua Man was quite pleased with her handiwork. This way, I can write in peace without having to endure the harassment of a certain dog of a man. She then pulled up a stool and concentrated on writing. Li Ji looked at his bound hands, then at Hua Man writing, and, as if thinking of something, burst out laughing. This little thing has quite a few tricks up her sleeve. Hua Man practiced writing in the morning and read books in the afternoon. The day passed quickly. She gained a lot of inspiration from a book and planned to put into practice. That night, after washing up, Hua Man didn't go straight to bed as usual. Instead, she held a wooden box and approached Li Ji. Your Highness, I learned some massage techniques from a book today. Would you like me to give you a massage? Li Ji hadn't expected Hua Man to actually read the book to give him a massage. His heart felt a pang. He replied with a smile, all right. Hua Man then reached out to undress him. Having done this every morning recently, she was already very familiar with the process. She deftly removed Li Ji's clothes layer by layer. As she squatted down to roll up his trouser legs, Li Ji suddenly spoke, wait, just massage like this. Hua Man blinked her large eyes. But the medical book says it's best not to massage through clothing. And I also need to apply ointment. I can't do it properly without rolling them up. Li Ji's narrow eyes revealed a hint of gloom. He silently looked at Hua Man. Hua Man cautiously pleaded, Your Highness, please let me take them off. Looking at the woman's sincere expression, Li Ji finally relented. If you're not afraid, then do as you say. Hua Man didn't understand. What's there to be afraid of just rolling up his trouser legs? It wasn't until she rolled up Li Ji's trouser leg and saw the Jingning ghastly scars on his leg that she understood what he meant. She froze for a long time, unable to move. Li Ji lowered his eyes, not missing a single change in Hua Man's expression. Does it look disgusting? Hua Man couldn't help but recall the time before she transmigrated, when she was severely injured by her father and hospitalized. When her grandparents came to visit her, she had also worried they would be disgusted. But her grandparents only showed concern and never disgust. Someone had once hurt him, but someone had also shown him kindness. That pain might leave an ineradicable scar in his heart, but he wanted to spread that kindness to others. He wanted Li Ji to also experience kindness. He lifted his head and earnestly told Li Ji, it's okay. Everything will be all right. Trust me, I will definitely make you better. Li Ji couldn't hear any other meaning in Hua Man's words. This woman was sincerely comforting him. The words of mockery he'd wanted to say caught in his throat. He only said, don't give people false hope. He had once held great hope for many people, but those hopes had ultimately turned into despair. He hated that feeling. Hua Man held Li Ji's hand, looking at him confidently and sincerely. I'm not giving you false hope. I know you can get better. Your Highness, why don't we make a bet? I bet you can recover. If I win, you have to agree to one of my conditions. Your Highness, Do you accept the bet? Li Ji looked at Hua Manman's confident appearance and thought, I'll trust her one more time. Asterisk, just this once. If I'm disappointed again, I won't trust anyone anymore. Asterisk, so, as if possessed, he agreed to the bet. With a very complicated feeling, he extended his pinky finger and linked it with Hua Manman's. Then, following the instructions in the medical book, Hua Manman carefully massaged his legs to promote blood circulation and applied the system-provided ointment. Massaging was truly strenuous work. In just this short amount of time, she had already broken out in a fine sweat, and her face was flushed. Li Ji reached out and wiped the sweat from Hua Manman's face. His gentle and considerate side stunned Hua Manman. She thought, so the big devil can be gentle too. Li Ji heard her inner thoughts and raised an eyebrow. Asterisk, so, in your heart, I'm a big devil. Asterisk, since his legs had become crippled, whether it was the imperial physicians or renowned doctors, all had said there was no way to heal them. When Hua Manman vowed she could cure him, Li Ji chose to trust once more. Hua Manman busied herself for a long while, finally managing to justifiably apply the system-provided ointment to Li Ji. She helped him onto the bed to lie down. Your Highness, tomorrow is the day Han Sifei enters the manor. You should rest early. I'll go take a bath and be right back. Li Ji didn't speak, watching Hua Manman leave. Hua Manman, who had been happily bathing, suddenly had Li Ji's actions from that morning, and the gentle way he wiped the sweat from her face flashed through her mind. She became flustered. It took her a long time to shake those inappropriate thoughts from her head. Returning to the bedroom, she assumed Li Ji was already asleep. Afraid of waking him, she didn't light a lamp, tiptoeing through the darkness. In the process, she accidentally bumped into the table, causing her to cry out in pain. Li Ji's voice came from behind the screen. What's wrong? Hua Manman, enduring the pain, said, It's nothing. I just accidentally bumped into the table. I'm sorry I woke you. Li Ji lit the candle on the bedside table, sat up, moved the screen aside, and said, Let me see. Hua Manman, still slightly embarrassed from her earlier thoughts, quickly shook her head. No need, Your Highness. Go back to sleep. Li Ji's voice deepened. Come here. Don't make me say it again. This tone sounded quite intimidating. Hua Manman didn't dare to refuse any longer. She obediently walked over and removed her clothes. Lying sideways on the bed, the bruise on her waist was strikingly vivid. Li Ji poured the medicinal oil into his palm and rubbed it on her side, massaging the bruised area. Hua Manman subconsciously squirmed, completely unaware of her alluring actions. Li Ji patted her bottom, his voice hoarse that don't move. Hua Manman wanted to cry. She didn't want to move either. But finally, after the oil was applied, Hua Manman inadvertently noticed Li Ji's ears were red. She didn't think much of it. Finally free from the torment, she thanked him and climbed onto the bed, burrowing under the covers. Although her waist still ached, it didn't affect her sleep. She quickly fell asleep. Listening to her breathing, Li Ji involuntarily relaxed. Hua Manman was the first person who, upon seeing the ding-ding, ghastly scars on his legs, showed no disgust, only distress and concern. His frozen heart cracked a little tonight. Looking at Hua Manman's sleeping face, he whispered, Silly girl. He then closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next day, before dawn, the manor was already bustling with activity, preparing to welcome Han Sifei. Hua Manman also carefully dressed herself. Li Ji didn't allow others to get close to him, so the task of dressing him fell to Hua Manman. He looked Hua Manman up and down, smiling faintly that you're dressed so elaborately today. Are you planning to attract everyone's attention to yourself? Hua Manman thought, I don't want to dress up like this, but I want even less to lose to that two-faced Han Jin'er. Asterisk, I not only want to surpass her in tea ceremony etiquette, but I also want to outshine her in beauty. Only then will I feel satisfied. Asterisk, but outwardly, she put on a shy expression and said, I don't care about others. I only want your highness's attention. Hearing her seemingly innocent words, Li Ji chuckled softly. As you wish, he replied meaningfully. At this moment, Hua Qingqing's personal maid arrived at the prince's residence. Anxiously knocking on the door, she cried, Second miss, it's bad. Something happened to eldest miss. At the same time, the system's voice, silent for a long time, rang in Hua Manman's head. Congratulations, host. Random mission triggered. Please immediately go to the Zhongin Marquis residence and save the female lead, Hua Qingqing. Time limit, 3 hours. Reward for completing the mission, a special lucky bag. Failure, hard-take punishment. Hua Man keenly sensed a trap. The missions she had accepted before were all important plot-related missions. Since a random mission had appeared this time, she called out to the system in her mind, wanting to understand what this random mission was all about. The system explained, when important characters in the story are in danger, the system will issue random missions to ensure their safety. Time is limited. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Hua Man hadn't expected that she would not only have to act as a brainless, vicious villainess, but also work part-time as an emergency rescuer. This unscrupulous dog system. But saving a life was paramount. Hua Man immediately spoke to Li Ji Guangyan. I want to go back to the Zhongin Marquis residence. Li Ji sat in his wheelchair, his gaze heavy as he looked at her. Your relationship with Hua Qingqing has always been rather strained, hasn't it? Why are you so anxious if something happened to her? Hua Man only then remembered her persona. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt like Li Ji's gaze was piercing right through her soul, seeing right through her. Nervously, she explained, this concubine does dislike her, but Hua Qingqing is still this concubine's older sister. Blood is thicker than water. She was afraid that if Li Ji continued to question her, she would be exposed. Time was also tight, so she threw herself forward and hugged Li Ji's arm. This concubine, I might as well be honest with you. I actually don't want to stay in the prince's residence and watch you and another woman get married. So, if you want me to leave, just agree. Li Ji kept hearing Hua Man's inner voice repeating, agree quickly, agree quickly. Li Ji understood that she really wanted to go back. He teased her deliberately. What if this prince doesn't agree? Hua Man threatened aggressively. Then this concubine won't do her homework tomorrow. Li Ji was somewhat speechless. This was a truly terrifying threat. He raised his hand and pinched Hua Man's cheek, his tone laced with indulgence. It's all right if you want to go back and have some fun, but you must return before sunset. Hua Man nodded without hesitation, agreeing, all right, no problem. Li Ji then handed his Qilin jade pendant to Hua Man. Take this. If anyone at the Zhongin Marquis residence stops you, show them this. Hua Man knew that Prince Zhao was backing her up. Overjoyed, she accepted the jade pendant. Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness is the best person this concubine has ever met. Li stroked Hua Manman's head. Their relationship had undergone a tremendous change unknowingly. Hua Man, accompanied by Hua Qingqing's maid, took a carriage from the side gate and hurried to the Zhongin Marquis residence. In the carriage, she learned that Hua Qingqing had been locked in the ancestral hall and punished because she wanted to break off her engagement with Song Ding, but her father wouldn't allow it. She knew that breaking off the engagement wouldn't be easy, but she didn't expect her cheap father to be so ruthless. Wouldn't whipping her take the female lead's life? She cursed this damned feudal society. Xixiang cried and pleaded, the only person who can save eldest miss now is second Mississippi. This servant is truly helpless. Just as Hua Man was about to speak comfortingly, the system's voice rang out again. Friendly reminder, please maintain your original persona while completing the mission. If your persona collapses, the mission will be considered a failure. Hua Man cursed, stupid dog. The system immediately became haughty. I know. I'm only saving her because I don't want that scumbag Song Ding as a brother-in-law. Don't overthink it. Xixiang quickly agreed, thinking to herself, second miss is indeed, just like eldest miss said, tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Eldest miss will be saved this time. Today, Prince Zhao's residence was decorated with lanterns and color banners, celebrating Han Sifei's arrival with joy and excitement. Meanwhile, the Zhongin Marquis residence was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. In the ancestral hall, Hua Dingzong repeatedly pressed Hua Qingqing. Will you obediently marry him or not? Bloody welts were already visible on Hua Qingqing's body, but she still stubbornly refused to marry. His daughter refused to comply with his wishes. Hua Dingzong was furious. Raising the rattan cane in his hand, he threatened, then I'll beat you to death today. Even if it's your corpse, I'll carry it into the Song residence. He sure and old madam were frantic, but they were stopped by the servants outside the ancestral hall and were not allowed to approach. Just as the whip was about to fall, a servant suddenly rushed in. Marquis, second Miss Hua Man has returned. Hua Dingzong withdrew his hand, utterly astonished. Why would his second daughter suddenly return at this time? He was about to inquire further when Hua Man arrived at the doorway. Father, mother, what's all this commotion about? Seeing the female lead's condition, she felt a pang of sympathy for this cheap father's actions. If she had been even a moment later, the female lead might really have been beaten to death. Hua Dingzong still held the rattan cane in his hand, but his expression had softened considerably. Why are you here? Hua Qingqing knelt on the cold, hard ground, her face pale as she looked at her younger sister. Hua Man, mindful of her persona, averted her eyes and replied to her father, Han Sifei is coming through the door today. I felt uncomfortable, so I came back to relax. What happened to elder sister? Hua Dingzong disapproved of Hua Man's return, that it's normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. You're already married. Don't be so willful. Your sister's matters have nothing to do with you. Go back quickly. Hua Man scoffed. Father, you're so angry. Could it be because elder sister wants to break off the engagement with Songding? No matter how Hua Dingzong pressed and threatened her before, Hua Qingqing only said that she no longer liked Songding. She didn't mention her second sister at all. If this were to get out, it would damage her second sister's reputation. She didn't want her second sister dragged into this mess. Hearing Hua Man speak, she hurriedly stopped her. Second sister, don't speak carelessly. This is between Songding and me. Don't get involved. Hua Man ignored her and said haughtily, how am I talking nonsense? I'm clearly stating the facts. Father, elder sister wants to break off the engagement because Songding likes me. Hua Dingzong thought he'd misheard. He asked incredulously, what did you say? Songding likes who? Hua Qingqing knew that if this went on, her second sister might also get beaten. She abruptly stood up and quickly answered, Father, don't listen to her nonsense. This has nothing to do with her. Hua Man pulled Hua Qingqing aside, that I'm not talking nonsense. Every word I said is true. Father, if you don't believe me, you can call Songding over. I'll confront him face to face. Besides, you can't blame me for this kind of thing. Songding likes me. He knew I was his future 7th sister-in-law and still liked me. It's his fault. Seeing Hua Man speak so confidently, Hua Dingzong believed her. He then became even angrier, even temporarily forgetting Hua Man's identity as Prince Zhao's consort. He launched into a tirade against Hua Man. I asked this how your mother taught you. To be so shameless and selfish. Your mother is utterly incompetent. She's such a disappointment. It's a good thing Qingqing wasn't raised by her. Otherwise, Qingqing would have been ruined by her too. His voice was loud. He sure, outside the ancestral hall, heard these words, and her face instantly turned pale. She nearly fainted. Hua Man naturally noticed. She had just been acting, but now she was truly angry. In her view, he sure was a very good mother. She wouldn't allow this cheap father of hers to speak ill of he sure. Dropping her pretense, she looked at her cheap father with genuine emotion. What right do you have to say my mother is incompetent? Even if my mother has 1,000 faults, she's still better than you. A father who sells his daughters for glory. As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Dingzong lashed out with his whip. The cane struck her arm, and the pain instantly made her grimace. Hua Dingzong glared at her, looking ferocious enough to tear her apart. You ungrateful wretch. Shut your mouth. How dare you speak to your father like that? Hua Qingqing's eyes reddened. She immediately rushed over to shield Hua Man. Don't hit Man. If you want to hit someone, hit me. Direct your anger at me. Hua Qingqing then whispered, Second sister, stop talking. Go back to the prince's residence. Don't provoke father. But Hua Man's temper had flared. She wouldn't listen to anyone's advice. She looked directly at Hua Dingzong. Why should I shut up? Is it because I hit a nerve? Back then, I'd rather jump into a lake and kill myself and be Prince Zhao's concubine, but you still force me to marry him. Now, elder sister doesn't want to marry Songding, and you're still forcing her. You only care about wealth, power, and influence. You don't care about me. Compared to my mother, you, father, are the truly incompetent one. Hua Dingzong was furious. Completely ignoring the consequences of injuring Prince Zhao's consort, he swung the cane again, aiming for Hua Man. Seeing the situation was dire, Hua Qingqing hurriedly threw herself forward, shielding Hua Man. Don't you dare. It was all a bluff. Hua Man, snapping back to her senses, took out the Kylan jade pendant. Hit me, father. Do you dare? The moment he saw the Kylan jade pendant, Hua Dingzong abruptly stopped, his eyes widening in disbelief. This is the Kylan jade pendant the emperor bestowed upon Prince Zhao. How did you get it? Hua Man scoffed coldly. Prince Zhao gave it to me, father. Surely you understand what that means. At this moment, Hua Dingzong's rationality instantly returned, filled with fear. Prince Zhao gave such an important jade pendant to Hua Man. It shows how much he dotes on her. If he finds out I hit her, how am I supposed to explain myself? Just as he was consumed by worry and fear, Hu Tsong rushed in, frantically announcing, Marquis, Prince Zhao is here. Hua Dingzong trembled with fright. Prince Zhao is here so quickly? Could it be he knows I hit Hua Man? Hua Man was also startled. Isn't today Prince Zhao and Han Sifei's special day? Why is he here? Li Ji sat in his wheelchair, his eyes dark as ink, a layer of frost covering his expression. I heard someone hit my consort. Hua Dingzong hastily led the others in kneeling, his heart pounding in his chest, filled with regret. Li Ji, however, didn't even look at him. He stopped in front of Hua Man, his gaze sweeping over her from head to toe. The wound on Hua Man's arm stung Li Ji's eyes. Li Ji's face darkened, and without a word, he raised his right hand. His trusted guard immediately presented him with a high-quality horsewhip. Li Ji swung the whip fiercely, lashing it across Hua Dingzong's back. Again and again, he continued for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Hua Dingzong screamed in pain, his skin splitting open and blood flowing. Li Ji, however, seemed unsatisfied, feeling it was still too light. Everyone else present was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Prince Zhao was already terrifying. A protective Prince Zhao was even more so. Hua Dingzong trembled from the pain. This humiliation filled him with both hatred and fear. Your Highness, you dare to abuse a descendant of a noble family like this? Aren't you afraid of being impeached by the censors? Li Ji laughed, as if he'd heard the biggest joke. He lashed out with another whip. Has this prince been told to make peace by the censors any less? Have you ever seen them successfully negotiate peace? Hua Dingzong was speechless. The current emperor's favoritism towards Prince Zhao was obvious to all. Even if peace were negotiated, Prince Zhao's memorials were numerous enough to pile up into a small mountain. Yet the emperor still ignored them. The rewards given to Prince Zhao were still excessive. Li Ji looked at Hua Dingzong kneeling on the ground and sneered, believe it or not, even if this prince beat you to death here today, this prince would still be safe and sound. Hua Dingzong saw killing intent in his eyes. These words were not a bluff. He was serious. All of Hua Dingzong's anger instantly vanished. He kowtowed repeatedly. Your Highness, I was wrong. I dare not do it again. Please spare me. Although he sure resented Hua Dingzong, they had been husband and wife for many years. She couldn't bear to watch him be beaten to death. She hurriedly knelt down with the old madam in front of Li Ji, pleading for mercy. Your Highness, please show mercy and spare him this once. Li Ji didn't acknowledge them, only looking at Hua Man and asking, should I spare him? Hua Man recalled the system prompt in her mind. Congratulations, host. The task has been completed. She then said, let it go this time. She thought, Li Ji can act recklessly now, relying on the emperor's favor. But if one day the emperor no longer favors him, then what he does today will become a sharp sword against him. Li Ji heard her inner thoughts. He truly didn't expect that in this situation, Hua Man was still concerned about him. The killing intent in his eyes instantly faded. He casually tossed the horsewhip to Xing Fu, his guard. Since that's the case, let's go home. He then looked at Hua Dingzong, still kneeling on the ground. This prince will say this one last time. Hua Man is this prince's person. Anyone who dares to touch her again will die. After the warning, he turned to Hua Man, his voice filled with affection. Say goodbye to your mother. I'll wait for you outside. This scene made he sure, the mother-in-law, quite satisfied with Li Ji, her son-in-law. He sure held Hua Man's hand and urged, it's a good thing Prince Zhao was here. Otherwise, this time would have been disastrous. Man, don't speak so carelessly in the future. Hua Man nodded in agreement. After comforting He Sure for a while, she was about to turn and leave when Hua Qingqing approached. Second sister, I heard from the maids that you came specifically to save me. Thank you today. Hua Man, channeling her vicious female supporting character persona, curled her lip. You don't need to thank me. I came back because I was in a bad mood. I didn't come back to save you. Don't flatter yourself. She then tossed Hua Qingqing a bottle of ointment. Here's this for you. Don't think too much about it. I just don't want others to say that Hua Manman's sister was beaten into a hideous monster. Hua Qingqing, looking at her disdainful and arrogant appearance, felt her heart soften. I knew it. Second sister puts on a spoiled and tyrannical front, but she's actually very soft inside. She's just not good at expressing it. She tapped Hua Manman's nose. All right. I'll definitely use it, so you don't have to worry. Hua Man felt that if she said any more, her persona would crumble. She turned her head angrily. Who's worried about you? Don't flatter yourself. Prince Zhao is waiting for me. I'm leaving. With that, she quickly ran towards where Li Ji was. Hua Qingqing smiled faintly. Astra's second sister is as awkward as ever. She's so cute. After completing the task of saving the female lead, Hua Man rode in a carriage back to Prince Zhao's residence with Li Ji, who had come to rescue his wife. She couldn't contain her curiosity and cautiously asked, Your Highness, isn't today the day of your wedding with Han Sifei? You ran away. What about Han Sifei? Li Ji looked at her intently. This prince heard that you were being bullied and was extremely worried. So I left Han Sifei and ran. Hua Man was stunned. You eloped from your wedding? She was still very touched in her heart. Oh my God, His Highness actually eloped from me. What a touching display of brotherly love. Li Ji heard her inner thoughts. His expression a mixture of helplessness and affection. He chuckled softly, silly. By the time they returned to Prince Zhao's residence, it was already late at night. The guests had all dispersed. They immediately saw the steward, who had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. Li Ji had run off in the middle of the wedding ceremony, leaving the steward to deal with the mess. He was overwhelmed. Now, seeing Prince Zhao, he rushed towards him like he had seen a savior. Your Highness, you've finally returned. Han Sifei has been waiting for you in the Emerald Pavilion. Li Ji didn't seem to care about the consequences of eloping from his wedding. He yawned lazily. Why is she waiting for this prince? This prince is tired. Hua Man, let's go back to the mountain and sea courtyard. Hua Man was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but complain internally. He's waiting for you to consummate the marriage, of course. You're completely clueless. Li Ji heard her thoughts and chuckled inwardly. Why is this silly woman so eager to push this prince away? He called out, Hua Sifei, let's go. The steward was left standing there. He watched Prince Zhao and Hua Sifei leave, sighing softly. He had originally thought that Han Sifei's arrival would divert some of the prince's favor. Now it seemed he had underestimated Hua Sifei's influence. Meanwhile, in the Emerald Pavilion, Han Jin'er sat on the bed, dressed in her wedding attire. Her eyes were red-rimmed from crying. Tonight was her important day, but her husband had abandoned her. Facing everyone's whispers and stares, she almost broke down. Hearing her dowry maid say that the prince had returned, Han Jin'er immediately perked up. Has His Highness come here? The dowry maid looked troubled, and he went to concubine Hua's place. Han Jin'er's expression froze. Tonight is our wedding night. He's actually not coming. Intense anger burned her chest. The dowry maid thought for a moment and added, This servant also heard that concubine Hua has been spending her nights in His Highness's mountain and sea courtyard these past few days. Everything concerning His Highness, all managed by Consort Hua. The more Han Jin'er listened, the more she seethed. Extreme jealousy and resentment intertwined within her, making her head spin and her body sway. Her dowry maid quickly supported her. Han Jin'er then instructed the maid to summon the prince, saying she had fainted. She had to seize this opportunity to gain as much sympathy and guilt from Li Ji as possible. The dowry maid understood immediately and rushed out, shouting, Someone come quickly. Consort Han has fainted. Han Jin'er closed her eyes and collapsed, ready to present her most pitiful appearance the moment Prince Zhao entered. Meanwhile, inside Shanghai residence, Hua Man was giving Li Ji his usual leg massage and applying ointment. Neither of them spoke, yet the atmosphere wasn't awkward. Instead, there was a gentle beauty reminiscent of the passage of time. A knock suddenly interrupted them. Your Highness, news from the Emerald Pavilion says that Consort Han has fainted. Li Ji was displeased. If she fainted, she should call for the imperial physician. Why bother me? The steward replied from outside. The imperial physician has already seen her, Your Highness. He says Consort Han fainted from a fit of rage and excessive worry. Li Ji's impatience grew out of fit of rage. Isn't that implying I angered her? Hua Man thought. After all, it's their wedding night. She spoke up. Your Highness, shouldn't you go see Consort Han? Hua Man realized her mistake. She'd forgotten about her character setting. Tama Act, she thought. I can't lose to that green tea in this tea brewing competition. Li Ji, having heard her inner thoughts, calmly asked, do you think I should go see him? Hua Man pinched her thigh, her eyes welling up with tears as she replied with a Uchib Baba expression. Tonight is your Highness and Consort Han's wedding night. Naturally, your Highness should go see him. Li Ji enjoyed her performance while listening to her true thoughts. Asterisk, see him? I can guess with my toes that Han Jinner is faking it. He just wants to trick you into going over there. I won't let him succeed. Asterisk, Li Ji looked at her with amusement. What about you if I go to the Emerald Pavilion? Hua Man squeezed out 2 tears, making herself look especially pitiful. I will naturally wait for your Highness to return. Li Ji teased her further. What if I don't return tonight? Hua Man acted as if she'd received a heavy blow, widening her beautiful eyes and staring at Prince Zhao as tears streamed down her face. She then put on a brave face and said in a trembling voice, no matter where your Highness goes, no matter how long it takes for your Highness to return, I will always wait. As long as you turn around, you will see me. If he couldn't hear her inner thoughts, Li Ji would almost have been moved by her words. As expected, while her face showed misery and reluctance, her inner thoughts were, asterisk, go, go, go. Once you leave, don't come back. Asterisk. Li Ji reached out and wiped the tears from the corner of Hua Man's eyes, tenderly kissing them. Why cry over such a small matter? Hua Man was stunned, her heart pounding. Prince Zhao is acting strange. Blushing, she quickly pulled away that I wasn't crying. I just got something in my eye. Li Ji didn't expose her. He felt a flicker of happiness. This woman was possessive of him. The maid waiting outside had been waiting for a long time without a response from Prince Zhao. She couldn't help but softly call out, Your Highness. Li Ji sighed and told Hua Man to change her clothes and accompany him to the Emerald Pavilion. Hua Man was a little dazed. Asterisk, why is he taking me? To watch the drama unfold? Asterisk, Li Ji, hearing her thoughts, was also taken aback. He made a mental note of this woman's love for gossip. In the Emerald Pavilion, Han Jinner had removed her wedding attire and patted powder on her face to appear frail. Hearing the announcement of the prince's arrival, she quickly lay down, preparing to call out to him with the emotions she had been building up. However, she heard Prince Zhao instruct her dowry maid, bring some melon seeds for Consort Hua. Upon hearing this, Han Jinner's carefully cultivated emotions deflated like a punctured balloon. What is she doing here? Hua Man pushed Li Ji into the bedroom and sat down, munching on the melon seeds the maid handed her. Li Ji glanced at Han Jinner and asked casually, How are you feeling? Han Jinner, regaining her composure, masked her resentment and jealousy towards Hua Man. Her tear-filled eyes conveyed a mixture of 3 parts grievance, 3 parts suffering, 3 parts forbearance, and 1 part resentment. Your Highness, I didn't expect you to come see me personally. I am incredibly honored. I'm feeling much better now. Such acting and tea brewing skills, Hua Man couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. She's a pro. With Hua Man, this massive third wheel present, it wasn't conducive to the plot's development. So, Han Jinner signaled to her dowry maid. The maid understood immediately and deliberately approached Hua Man that I heard that Consort Hua manages all of your Highness's affairs. I'm not sure what kind of snacks your Highness prefers. There's a small kitchen here. Could you perhaps offer some guidance? As a master tea slayer, how could Hua Man not understand the little tricks of these two? But she feigned ignorance, smiling faintly. It's so late now. His Highness will be sleeping soon. Tea and snacks might not be appropriate. Seeing Hua Man refusing to leave, Han Jinner grew increasingly annoyed. However, she couldn't show it. She had to fight for this favor. Then she pressed her hand to her chest and coughed weakly. Your Highness, this concubine is so useless. You have important matters to attend to, yet in the middle of the night, unable to rest properly, you still came to visit this concubine. This concubine is truly ashamed. Li Ji heard her calculations clearly. So far, apart from Hua Man, he had no interest in anyone else. He spoke with disdain. Since you know you're useless, why did you marry into the Zhao Wangfu? In order to cling to Prince Zhao, Han Zhen'er's acting and manipulative sweetness were at their peak. Even Hua Man, the manipulator slayer, exclaimed that she had met her match. But Li Ji wasn't buying it. Since you know you're useless, why did you marry into the Zhaoangfu? Faced with Prince Zhao's pointed question, Han Zhen'er was stunned. She thought, as expected, Prince Zhao is truly eccentric and difficult to get along with. Fortunately, she had prepared herself beforehand. She replied delicately, the marriage was arranged by the emperor himself, the implication being that she had no power to refuse. Li Ji looked at her with an impassive face. Before the emperor arranged the marriage, he consulted the Han family. Everyone in the Han family expressed their willingness. Seeing your unwilling appearance, could it be that the Han family forced you to marry this prince? Han Zhen'er didn't dare fall into this trap. She hurriedly shook her head in denial, and one forced this concubine. This concubine willingly married your highness. Li Ji continued to dismantle her act with a cold face. In that case, why did you just shift the blame onto the emperor? The emperor sent you here to suppress the murderous aura surrounding this prince. Putting aside whether this is true or not, you fell ill on the very first day you entered the residence, and even caused this prince to rush back and forth. Tell me, what benefit does this prince gain from marrying you? Is it because my life isn't chaotic enough? Han Zhen'er was speechless. She quickly got out of bed and knelt on the ground, pleading, forgive me, your highness. This concubine knows her mistake. This concubine will definitely take good care of herself and not get sick again. Li Ji looked at her pitiful, tear-streaked face, but felt no pity. He only sneered. Why would you think that? This prince doesn't care whether you're sick or not. This prince just wants you to make a choice. Either you stay in the Emerald Pavilion obediently from now on and don't bother this prince, or you pack your things and leave the Zhaoangfu with a divorce letter immediately. From then on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. Which you choose? Han Zhen'er was completely dumbfounded. She didn't want to choose either. The reason she married into the Zhaoangfu was to cling to the future regent's leg. Now was Prince Zhao's weakest moment, and also the best time to cling to him. If she couldn't see Prince Zhao in the future, how could she become the most important woman in the future regent's heart? So, no matter what, she couldn't leave. Li Ji heard her inner thoughts. His previously indifferent mood stirred. He pondered over Han Zhen'er's words about the future regent. What did she mean? Could she predict the future? He decided to test her further. Unaware that she had revealed too much, Han Zhen'er crawled to Li Ji's feet, crying and pleading, Your Highness, this concubine has long admired you. Please don't send me away. As long as I can stay by your highness's side, this concubine is willing to do anything. Li Ji looked down at her, his ink-black eyes unreadable that you're really willing to do anything. Han Zhen'er nodded vigorously yes. No matter what your highness asks this concubine to do, this concubine is willing. Even if your highness wants this concubine's life, this concubine is willing to give it to you. As she spoke, she clung to Li Ji, thinking to herself, although Prince Zhao will become the regent of the entire Qing dynasty in the future, he is now just a cripple who can't even stand. He has no power and such a strange temper. Surely no woman would be willing to treat him sincerely. As long as I can lower myself and offer my sincere heart, Prince Zhao will definitely be moved by me. Then I can become the most important person to him. I'll have whatever I want. Li Ji heard her thoughts clearly. He gave a dangerous smile. The foolish Han Zhen'er thought she had moved Li Ji and was secretly delighted. But then she saw Li Ji push her away and take out a medicine bottle. Since that's the case, then take this. Han Zhen'er suddenly felt uneasy. Your Highness, what is this? Li Ji replied calmly, poison. Don't worry, it won't kill you. After taking it, you'll only lose your mind and become a fool who only knows how to eat, drink, and relieve yourself. Han Zhen'er's face paled instantly. She forced a smile. Your Highness is joking, right? Li Ji shook his head slightly. This prince is telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can swallow it and try its effects. He gestured. Go ahead. Han Zhen'er. Han Zhen'er would never risk her life like that. Tears welled up as she pleaded. Can this concubine not take it? Your Highness? Li Ji responded with a question. What do you think? Just now, you vowed to give your life to this prince. Now you're hesitant. You're clearly trying to fool this prince. At this moment, Li Ji had completely transformed into the rumored ruthless and bloodthirsty Prince Zhao. His dark eyes were filled with menace. Han Zhen'er was terrified and hurriedly cowed out, begging for mercy. Your Highness, spare me. Your Highness, spare me." Li Ji sneered, "That you're just a mere concubine, yet you dare to deceive this prince. Someone drag concubine Han away and give her 30 lashes." Guards immediately rushed in and dragged Han Jinner out. Han Jinner never expected things to escalate to this point. She regretted listening to her cousin's urging and agreeing to marry Prince Zhao. No matter how much she struggled and pleaded, she couldn't stop the board from landing on her body. The pain was excruciating. Li Ji watched this scene coldly. He needed to break down Han Jinner's psychological defenses and extract the answers he wanted. After only 8 strikes, the guard carrying out the punishment reported to Li Ji that Han Jinner had fainted. Upon hearing this, Li Ji showed no mercy and simply ordered them to wake her up. A basin of ice-cold water was poured over her, and Han Jinner woke up instantly. Her body and spirit were on the verge of collapse. Li Ji seized the opportunity and spoke coldly. "This prince can give you a chance to redeem yourself. From now on, no matter what this prince asks you, you must answer truthfully. As long as your answers satisfy this prince will consider sparing you." "How about that?" Han Jinner, hearing the chance to avoid further beating, hurriedly gathered her spirits. "Your Highness, please ask. This concubine is willing to tell you anything." Li Ji was satisfied with her current state. He turned to look at Hua Man and told her and the guards to wait outside. Hua Man, who had been observing the whole scene, was sensible enough not to ask questions and obediently went out. Only after Li Ji and Han Jinner were left alone in the room did Li Ji speak. "Tell me, what does future regent mean?" Han Jinner was shocked. "How did you know?" Then she seemed to guess the truth, and despair filled her. Hua Man, squatting on the steps outside, was actually a little curious about what Li Ji wanted to ask Han Jinner that required everyone else to leave. After a long while, Li Ji wheeled himself out. Hua Man immediately went up to him. Li Ji promptly ordered the steward to seal off the Emerald Pavilion. From now on, without his orders, no one was allowed to enter. Hua Man understood instantly. This meant Han Jinner was to be placed under house arrest. Li Ji looked back at Hua Man, and his icy face softened slightly. "Let's go back." Hua Man responded with a hum and pushed Li Ji back to the Shanghai courtyard. Looking at the heavily guarded Emerald Pavilion, she thought, placed under house arrest on her wedding night, it seemed Han Jinner had committed a serious offense. After dealing with Han Jinner, Li Ji returned to the Shanghai courtyard with Hua Man. Hua Man was skilled in the art of survival. Although curious about Han Jinner's situation, she wouldn't probe since Prince Zhao hadn't spoken about it. Back in their room, she continued to massage and apply medicine to Li Ji's legs. Li Ji watched her silently. His heart warmed. After all that had happened, this woman still cared about his legs as always. A moment later, after the massage, Hua Man helped Li Ji into bed and told him to sleep first. She then went to freshen up. Just as she turned to leave, Li Ji suddenly asked, "Do you believe that there are people in this world who can predict the future?" Hua Man froze, her heart filled with shock and panic. He knew about this, but the existence of the system couldn't be exposed. Hua Man turned back and cautiously probed. "Your Highness, why do you ask?" What he'd heard from Han Jinner tonight had startled Li Ji, and it connected in his mind with Hua Man's occasional mentions of a mission system. Seeing Hua Man's nervousness, Li Ji didn't answer directly, instead smiling and changing the subject, saying he was tired. Hua Man, left hanging, maintained a calm expression while internally cursing. "Don't leave me hanging. Finish what you were saying." Li Ji heard her inner thoughts and chuckled, both exasperated and fond. "Come closer." Hua Man didn't know what he wanted, but obediently went over. "What is it?" she asked, looking innocent. Li Ji reached out and pinched her cheek. "What's going on in that little head of yours all day long?" Though Li Ji clearly heard her inner cries of "that hurts." "Let go of me," he smiled and released her cheek. "This prince likes to see you talking nonsense." Hua Man blinked. "Thank you for your fondness, Your Highness. If Your Highness has nothing else, this concubine will go wash up." She turned to leave again. Li Ji marveled at her ability to smoothly change the subject. He suddenly noticed the bruise on Hua Man's arm. She'd been injured at the Zhong'an Marquis residence, and after returning, she massaged him and then been delayed by Han Jinner's matter, so she hadn't yet applied medicine to it. A wave of Shin Kong washed over him. He reached out and pulled Hua Man back. Hua Man stumbled into Li Ji's arms, bewildered. Seeing her confusion, Li Ji felt even more tenderness towards her. Without a word, he reached out and started to undo her sash. Hua Manman's face flushed crimson, and her mind filled with colorful thoughts. Your Highness, what are you doing? Li Ji simply said, don't move. Hua Manman obediently stayed still, allowing him to undo her sash. But inside, her thoughts were racing. Holy crap, he's undressing me. Are we going to, tonight? I'm not prepared, but if he wants to, it's not like I'm against it. After all, Prince Zhao is handsome and has 8-pack abs. Suddenly, she remembered something and glanced at Li Ji's abdomen. He should still be functional, right? Although I'm not prepared. If he wants to, it's not impossible. After all, Prince Zhao is handsome and has an 8-pack. At this moment, he only has a belly button left. Suddenly thinking of something, her eyes drifted towards Li Ji's abdomen. He should still be able to, right? Then, embarrassed by her own thoughts, Hua Manman felt mortified. Li Ji overheard her inner voice and chuckled. His days had been dull and gloomy, but with Hua Manman's gradual appearance, they finally had some spark. This woman always managed to lift his spirits. Hua Manman, too shy to scratch the itch, fidgeted uncomfortably. Teasingly, Li Ji took her hand, leaned down close to her lips, and in a suggestive tone, asked about Hua Zifei. Hua Manman's heart pounded with excitement. He was coming. He's coming. He's finally coming with the choo-choo. She closed her eyes, anticipating a kiss. Li Ji, with a rare, genuine smile, thought how wonderful this woman was. Feeling her chin being lifted, Hua Manman opened her eyes. Was it about to begin? However, Li Ji's hand slid down from her face to her neck, then gently pushed her shoulder, slightly increasing the distance between them. Confused, Hua Manman asked, Your Highness, what are you doing? Holding her arm, Li Ji smiled, applying medicine. Otherwise, Hua Zifei might misunderstand what I'm doing. Hua Manman felt incredibly awkward, mentally ranting. He went through all that just to apply medicine. Feigning ignorance, Li Ji asked, What's wrong? Feeling a pang of disappointment, Hua Manman quickly shook her head. Nothing. Li Ji suddenly became serious. Next time this happens, don't just stand there foolishly. Remember to dodge. Nothing is more important than protecting yourself. Understand. Absent-mindedly, Hua Manman nodded, understood. Seeing her dazed expression, Li Ji deliberately asked, Why were you so excited just now? Did you think I was going to do something? The thought of their supposed conjugal duties flooded Hua Manman's mind. The shyness she had suppressed with great effort came rushing back. Refusing to admit she had been fantasizing, she quickly said, Nothing, then changed the subject. By the way, Your Highness, you just brought Han Zhin'er into the residence today. Why did you lock her up again? Did she do something wrong? She just stood up when Li Ji pulled her back in his arms. His warm breath tickled her face. This close proximity was unsettling. Flustered, Hua Manman stammered, Your Highness, I'm sorry. I'll get up right away. Li Ji held her tightly, nuzzling her cheek. Hua Zifei, are you trying to throw yourself into my arms? If you wanna, I'm not opposed. Hua Manman looked at him ruefully, thinking, here he goes again. He's just teasing me like before. He definitely can't. Prince Zhao, he probably can't. Down there. Li Ji heard her inner voice and scoffed. So Hua Zifei thinks I'm impotent. Hua Manman froze. She hadn't spoken aloud. How'd he know she was thinking that? Before she could process it, Li Ji stood up abruptly, startling her. Her eyes widened. His legs, he could actually stand. As he undressed, Li Ji gazed intently at Hua Manman. In that case, I'll let you see whether I'm potent or not. This time, he wasn't teasing. He was serious. Cupping her face, he kissed her, and things escalated quickly. By now it was midnight. Exhausted, Hua Manman pleaded, Your Highness, I can't anymore. Li Ji, newly initiated into the pleasures of the flesh, wasn't about to let her off so easily. Moreover, his masculine pride was at stake. I can't let my wife think I'm impotent. He changed positions, and they continued until dawn. Waves of passionate intensity filled the room. Li Ji showed no signs of stopping, continuing from day into night. The battlefield shifted from the bed to the bathtub. Prince Zhao's stamina was extraordinary. Hua Manman pleaded repeatedly, I really can't anymore. Your Highness, we can't continue. I think I'm going to break him. She tried to stop their lovemaking. But Li Ji refused. If we stop now, what if my wife says I'm impotent again? So my wife, let's continue. Hua Manman wanted to cry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. You're incredibly potent. She apologized internally. Hua Manman had initially thought Li Ji was impotent, but he spent an entire day and night proving her wrong. Finally, exhausted and sleepy, she begged him to stop. So, never question a man's potency. The consequences can be severe. Li Ji lifted Hua Manman's chin and asked, "Beloved consort, does this expression mean I haven't satisfied you?" Hua Manman quickly denied. "I teed in, oh no. I'm very satisfied. I can't take any more. I'll really die if we continue." She quickly changed the subject. "That be by the way, Your Highness, when did your legs recover?" Because Hua Manman's actions had earned Li Ji's complete trust, leading to their consummation, he didn't hesitate to tell her his secret. "I was able to stand yesterday when I visited the Zhongin Marquis residence." Hua Manman was overjoyed for him. "Was it really because of that ointment?" Li Ji chuckled and agreed. "Indeed, your ointment acted as a catalyst. However, the news of my recovery can't be revealed yet. Can you keep this secret from me?" Hua Manman agreed without hesitation. "I won't tell anyone Your Highness's secret. You can trust me." Touched by her sincerity, Li Ji happily promised, "From now on, I will only have you by my side. There will be no other women. Only you for all eternity." In the ancient times of Huang Quan, he was also a respected prince. He could promise a lifetime of devotion. Hua Manman's heart warmed immensely, but the next second, he drove her crazy. Li Ji felt that Hua Manman's health was too poor and she had no self-preservation skills. So he planned to personally teach her martial arts starting today. Hua Manman's previous condone vanished like smoke. Looking at the smiling Prince Zhao, she secretly cursed him as a scumbag. "I'm already in this state because of you, and you still want me to practice martial arts?" So from that day on, in addition to practicing calligraphy and her lessons, Hua Manman added another activity, practicing martial arts. She practiced swordsmanship for a full half hour. Her legs were unsteady, but the training hadn't ended yet. Li Ji was a strict teacher, but also Xin Keng, his wife. So he had Hua Manman sit on his lap and taught her swordsmanship hand in hand. A moment later, Hua Manman said she understood. Li Ji then let her down to practice on her own. Hua Manman lived up to expectations. Her sword dance was quite impressive. As the wind blew, white and pink petals fell like rain. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Li Ji's eyes were filled with indulgence and satisfaction. After completing a set of sword techniques, the sweaty Hua Manman ran over seeking praise. "Your Highness, how was it?" Li Ji knew she was tired, so he said, "You danced very well. That's enough for today. Let's go back and rest." Hua Manman happily pushed the wheelchair back. At this time, the trusted guard who had gone out to investigate the news returned. Seeing Hua Manman, he hesitated to speak. Li Ji turned his head and looked at Hua Manman tenderly, indicating that he still had something to do and that she should go back first. Hua Manman, being naturally carefree and covered in sweat, happily returned to Shanhai Ju. After she left, Li Ji's expression returned to its usual coldness. "Tell me, how did the investigation go?" The trusted guard replied, "Han Sifei does indeed have a cousin named Lin Qingji. However, she was picked up by people from the Crown Prince's residence early this morning." Li Ji casually picked up a sword. The gleaming blade reflected his dark eyes. How did she get involved with the Crown Prince's residence? The trusted guard had anticipated this question and had prepared an answer in advance. "I heard that His Highness the Crown Prince happened to meet Lin Qingji at a poetry gathering. He fell in love with her at first sight and brought her back to his residence. She is now a favored consort in the Crown Prince's residence." Li Ji narrowed his eyes, recalling what Han Sifei had said. Originally, because of Prince Zhao's reputation as a ruthless god of death, Han Jin'er was unwilling to marry him. But her cousin, Lin Qingji, said that after a serious illness, she had gained a special ability to dream of future events. One of her dreams foretold that Prince Zhao would become the regent of the entire Qing dynasty in the future. In order to convince Han Jin'er, Lin Qingji even used another dream to prove that what she said was true. That's why all this happened. But as soon as he investigated Lin Qingji, she entered the Crown Prince's residence. How could there be such a coincidence? The trusted guard thought for a moment and then reported another piece of news. While investigating Lin Qingji, this subordinate also discovered that His Highness the Crown Prince not only proposed to the Han family, but also sent people to the Zhongin Marquis residence to propose marriage. It is said that His Highness the Crown Prince wants to marry Hua Qingqing as his imperial noble consort. Li Ji raised an eyebrow. This Crown Prince is young, but quite energetic. He's already thinking about another one before the first one has even entered the door. Isn't he afraid of kidney deficiency? It seems that this prince can have Hua Sifei owe me a favor. He didn't care about Hua Qingqing's life or death, but he knew that Hua Manman cared deeply for her sister. So he reluctantly felt affection for her because of his love for Hua Manman. Elsewhere, the exhausted Hua Manman was enjoying a comfortable bath. The smile on his face made Hua Manman's hair stand on end. She didn't expect Hua Sifei to be there at that moment. Hua Manman felt a little apprehensive, thinking that he probably wanted to do it again. She laughed dryly and said, "Your Highness, are you here to bathe as well?" Li Ji, having heard her inner thoughts, abruptly stood up and pulled down a nearby garment. Hua Manman was speechless. He stood up. He really did want to do it again. Li Ji wrapped the garment around Hua Manman. "This prince has a favor regarding your sister that I'd like to exchange with the bathing Hua Sifei." Hua Manman was stunned. What happened to my sister? The next second, she was lifted into the air and carried towards the bed. Her face flushed red. "Your Highness." Li Ji kissed her forehead. "Allow this prince to tell you slowly tonight." And then there were several more hours of passionate lovemaking, constantly reminding Hua Manman how incredibly virile her man was. Before falling asleep, Li Ji told Hua Manman about the crown prince's proposal to her sister. Hua Manman felt something was amiss. According to the original plot, Hua Qingqing was supposed to enter the palace as a concubine. How did she get involved with the crown prince? Although she was very tired and wanted to sleep, she forced herself to stay awake and talk to the system in her mind. What happened to the female lead, Hua Qingqing? Do you need my help this time? The system quickly responded. The main storyline is proceeding normally. No intervention is required from the host. Learning that Hua Qingqing was currently safe and sound, Hua Manman felt relieved that that's good. "All right, you haven't exchanged my task reward yet, have you?" The system replied in its icy voice. "The host has completed the random task and can receive a special lucky bag. The items in the special lucky bag require the host to choose personally. You can currently choose between Duan Yugao, which can restore severed meridians, and Shui Yugao, which can erase scars." Although Duan Yugao was more practical, Hua Manman slowly thought of the real name of the medicine for Li Ji's leg scar. She chose Shui Yugao. His leg had already healed, and by removing the scar, the emotional scars buried in his heart would also slowly disappear. She looked at Li Ji compassionately, believing that everything would get better. Since then, Hua Manman practiced dancing and calligraphy with Li Ji during the day. At night, Hua Manman would massage Li Ji's leg, apply medicine, and perform their conjugal duties. This was their routine every single night. 1 month later, as the weather grew hotter, the emperor planned to go to Jade Green Mountain for the summer. Prince Zhao, the emperor's most favored son, naturally had a place reserved. The steward quickly packed all the necessities and then appeared before Li Ji. "Your Highness, we are ready to depart." Li Ji hadn't told Hua Manman beforehand, wanting to surprise her. He took her hand and said, "Come with me to Jade Green Mountain for the summer." Every summer, the emperor brings his favored princes, consorts, and ministers, and military officials, Li Ji added. He had accompanied the emperor to Jade Green Mountain too many times and had long since lost his sense of wonder for the place. Hua Manman, as a transmigrator, was full of curiosity and kept looking around. Thanks to the surrounding sea, Jade Green Mountain remained around 20 degrees Celsius even in the scorching summer, making it quite refreshing. As Prince Zhao was the emperor's favorite, his allocated palace was elegant, secluded, and closest to the emperor's. The rooms had already been tidied up and everything was fully prepared. Having finished his official duties, Li Ji glanced at the excited Hua Manman. "Stop looking around. There's a banquet tonight. Hurry up and change your clothes." Hua Manman agreed, but noticed Li Ji hadn't moved. Her cheeks flushed as she said coyly, "Your Highness, I need to change my clothes." Li Ji, seeing her standing there motionless, replied with a teasing smile, "Change then. Didn't you say you wanted to change? Why aren't you moving?" Hua Manman blushed, looking at him with embarrassment. "With your Highness here, this concubine is shy." Hearing this, Li Ji slowly stood up. "You are already mine. Even if you undress completely in front of me, it doesn't matter. Or do you want me to help you change?" Hua Manman's face grew even redder. She couldn't help but think of their nightly conjugal duties. Seeing her extreme shyness, Li Ji laughed pleasantly. Finally, he relented. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'll go out now. You can change." When Li Ji left the room, Hua Man let out a soft sigh of relief. That scared me. I thought he was really going to watch me change. But if he were to change my clothes for me, wouldn't that lead to more? She was startled by her own reaction and quickly shook her head to dispel the image. Don't go there. I should hurry up and change. Thanks to Li Ji's favor, her wardrobe was filled with the finest silks and satins. After some time, looking at her radiant reflection in the mirror, she turned with satisfaction to find Li Ji. Suddenly, a maid announced, the eldest daughter of the Zhongmen Marquis Manor requests an audience. Hua Man was surprised that Hua Qingqing would appear here. Could the crown prince have brought her? In the meeting hall, Hua Qingqing's face lit up with a smile as soon as she saw her. Hua Man, always mindful of her persona, deliberately put on an arrogant air. Why are you here? Hua Qingqing, understanding her sister's prickly nature, sighed that I came with the Empress Dowager. Hua Man was secretly relieved that she hadn't come with the crown prince, but she still felt something was off with the female lead. Why did she look unhappy about coming with the Empress Dowager? So, she deliberately probed, why are you acting like this? Are you upset about accompanying the Empress Dowager for the summer retreat? Hua Qingqing gave a wry smile. Things aren't as simple as you think. You live in Prince Zhao's manor and don't know what's happening at home. A few days ago, the crown prince sent someone to our house to propose marriage. Father wanted to agree, but I feel the relationships within the crown prince's manor are too complex. Marrying into it might not lead to a happy ending. So, grandmother had a huge argument with father and fell ill from anger. Only then did he give up. But grandmother is worried that father will send me to the crown prince's manor without her knowing. So she begged the Empress Dowager to bring me here to avoid it. Hua Man understood. She remembered the original story where old madam had indeed argued fiercely with Hua Dingzong about Hua Qingqing's marriage and subsequently fallen ill. Old madam would then be bedridden for a while before eventually passing away. That was the biggest blow the female lead experienced, a truly heartbreaking event. Old madam truly loved Hua Qingqing and went to great lengths to protect her. When Hua Man had read this part of the story, she was devastated. Even now, recalling the description, she still felt quite upset. She wanted to warn Hua Qingqing to pay attention to old madam's health. However, just as the thought arose, the system's voice rang out, detected that the host has the intention of altering the main storyline, issuing a warning. 3 warnings will result in a heart-wrenching punishment. Please act with caution. Hua Man swallowed her warning. She cursed the stupid system in her mind. Just thinking about it, without even taking action, earned her a warning. It seemed she had to tread carefully. After seeing Hua Qingqing off, she went to find Li Ji, ready to serve him tea, massage his shoulders, and rub his legs. Wanted Li Ji to help prevent the crown prince from marrying Hua Qingqing. Li Ji knew that this woman being so attentive must mean she had a favor to ask. The current attendants were far from enough to satisfy him. So he pinched Hua Man's chin. Helping is fine, but what will Miss Hua give me in return? Hua Man thought for a moment. The only thing she could offer was her beauty. She leaned in and kissed Li Ji on the face. Is this okay? Li Ji's passion was instantly ignited. He didn't care whether it was daytime or not. He directly deepened the kiss. This is how it should be. Then the two of them had another round of passionate lovemaking. An hour later, the storm subsided. Li Ji finally told Hua Man, who was nestled in his arms, regarding your sister and the crown prince, you needn't worry. Their marriage won't happen. Hua Man humbly asked why. Li Ji smiled meaningfully. You and Hua Qingqing are sisters. You are married to this prince. If the crown prince marries Hua Qingqing, then this prince and the crown prince, in the eyes of outsiders, would be of the same faction. Therefore, their marriage won't happen. Hua Man immediately understood. The emperor was in his prime. It would be a long time before the crown prince ascended the throne. Regardless of which faction they belonged to, no one wanted the crown prince's faction to become too powerful. So, many people would come forward to prevent Hua Qingqing from marrying into the crown prince's residence. Now she was completely relieved. As long as things didn't deviate from the main storyline, there would be no problem. However, she suddenly realized that if the marriage wouldn't happen, then last night and just now, her efforts were all for nothing. Li Ji heard her inner thoughts and realized that this little fool was starting to catch on. He quickly interrupted Hua Man's train of thought. The banquet is about to begin. We should leave. Hua Man, being simple-minded, couldn't withstand Li Ji's coaxing. The truth was right in front of her, but she overlooked it. She pushed Li Ji towards the banquet hall. At this time, delicious dishes were being served one after another. Elegant music started playing. Dancers moved rhythmically. As soon as Hua Manman entered, she was infected by the lively atmosphere. This is the Emperor's banquet. It's really fascinating. I wonder what the legendary emperor looks like. As a transmigrator, being able to see the legendary emperor in person, Hua Manman was thrilled just thinking about it. However, when she saw the emperor's face clearly, she was stunned. The emperor, dressed in a golden dragon robe, gave off an aura of dominating the world. Most importantly, Hua Manman felt that the emperor and Prince Zhao looked somewhat alike. She subconsciously looked at Li Ji. The more she looked, the more they resembled each other. She felt it was strange. Although the emperor and Prince Zhao were related by blood, they were several generations apart and not direct descendants. Yet, they really looked alike. Li Ji noticed her gaze and heard her inner thoughts. He reached out and pinched Hua Manman's cheek. What are you thinking about? Hua Manman quickly shook her head. Nothing. Let go. It hurts. Li Ji immediately released her. His gaze was deep. Don't think about things you shouldn't. The more you know, the faster you die. Although Hua Manman was surprised that Li Ji knew she was thinking about such random things, she immediately dismissed her inquisitive thoughts upon hearing his words. She obediently agreed. I understand. She collected her thoughts and began to concentrate on enjoying the food. Although the dishes were rather bland, Hua Manman wasn't picky and still ate with relish. On the other hand, Li Ji appeared listless and unwilling to eat. With so many people at the banquet, the emperor was most concerned about Li Ji. He noticed this and asked, Jier, why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking? Li Ji instantly became the center of attention. He arched his hands expressionlessly. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. This minister is not very hungry yet, so I don't want to eat. But the emperor was afraid he would go hungry. He continued to persuade, even if you're not very hungry, you should eat a little so you won't be hungry in the middle of the night. No matter how the emperor urged him, Li Ji maintained a detached, respectful distance. He cupped his hands slightly. This minister understands. He picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of meat, put it in his mouth, and chewed slowly. Eating should be a joyful thing, but seeing Li Ji like this, completely lacking the satisfaction one should have when tasting delicious food, filled with only displeasure and discomfort, made Hua Manman feel bad. She couldn't help but whisper to Li Ji, if you don't want to eat, then don't. Don't force yourself. Li Ji's action of picking up food paused. He looked down at the woman beside him. His mood slightly improved. Why should one always make things difficult for themselves in this life? He leaned down and whispered in her ear, all right, I'll listen to my wife. After seeing Hua Manman finish eating, Li Ji lazily said, let's go back. Hua Manman looked at the emperor and the others still at the banquet, hesitating. This isn't very appropriate, is it? The emperor and the others are still here, and we're leaving first. Wouldn't that be too conspicuous? However, Li Ji didn't care about these things at all. He directly addressed the emperor, Your Majesty, this minister feels a bit dizzy and would like to go back and rest. Hearing this, the emperor asked with concern, should I have the imperial physician see you? Li Ji said no, that it's just a slight dizziness. I'll be fine after resting for a while. If it were anyone else leaving the banquet midway, they would surely be punished. But this person was Prince Zhao, Li Ji. The emperor immediately nodded in agreement that I'll have someone escort you back. If you feel any discomfort, be sure to inform me. Li Ji gave a faint acknowledgement. Under everyone's gaze, he calmly sat in his wheelchair and was pushed away from the main hall by Hua Manman. Some ministers and princes were all indignant, but dared not speak out. The imperial palace, unlike Prince Zhao's residence, had high thresholds without any modifications. Hua Manman couldn't lift the wheelchair by herself. She was about to call for help when the second prince, Li Hao, rushed over to offer assistance. Fifth Prince Li Yin also stood up, offering to help. Hua Manman, assuming their sincerity, thanked them earnestly. However, just as the second prince and fifth prince lifted the wheelchair to cross the threshold, their hands slipped midair and Li Ji began to fall forward. The fifth prince was terrified. He and the second prince had the same intention, to gain favor with the emperor and bring Prince Zhao into their camp. But now things had backfired. Everyone present was startled. Hua Manman reacted first, rushing forward and placing herself beneath Li Ji as a human shield. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Li Ji remained silent, but his heart was deeply shaken. This delicate woman, unable to even protect herself, was risking her life for him. The fifth prince stood nearby, apologizing profusely. The guards quickly rushed over and helped Li Ji up. The first thing Hua Man did after getting up was to ask if Li Ji was injured. Li Ji gave a gentle smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine." It was actually Hua Man who was injured, having been underneath him. But she didn't care. Hearing that Li Ji was unharmed was all that mattered. However, Li Ji noticed the scrape on Hua Man's hand, and his expression turned dangerous. At that moment, the emperor hurried over to Jur. "Are you hurt?" Seeing that Li Ji's clothes were only disheveled and he had no obvious injuries, the emperor breathed a sigh of relief. Li Ji replied calmly, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I'm Yufina." The emperor turned to the fifth prince, his face darkening. "Useless thing. You can't even handle such a small matter. What use do I have for you? Go back and confine yourself to reflect. Tomorrow morning, you will return to the capital. I don't want to see you again until I'm reassured." The fifth prince quickly defended himself. "Your Majesty, it was an accident. I didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive me." However, the emperor was unmoved and ordered the guards to take him away. Before leaving, the fifth prince glared resentfully at Li Ji. He had tried to help, but gained nothing and was instead publicly punished. This incident, once spread, would further diminish his chances of competing for the throne. And Prince Zhao didn't even say a word to help him. The fifth prince's glare was like he wanted to tear Li Ji apart. Suddenly, Hua Man stepped in front of Li Ji, blocking the hostile gaze. Li Ji's icy heart began to thaw. This foolish woman, always like this. It made it hard to look away. Being protected felt good. Li Ji was escorted back, and the emperor's physician examined him thoroughly. Aside from a few scrapes, there were no major issues. After leaving the ointment, the physician excused himself. Hua Man saw the physician out and returned to the room. Li Ji took her hand and applied the ointment. His gaze was serious as he instructed, "Don't get hurt protecting others again." Hua Man smiled faintly at him. "But Your Highness, you're not just anyone." Hua Man's unhesitating reply made Li Ji feel a warmth spread through him. Even his heart felt a pleasant heat. He wanted to spoil this girl rotten. Pulling Hua Man into his arms, he earnestly said, "Not even for me. You must protect yourself first before you can protect others." And about our previous wager. As agreed, the loser must grant the winner one request. "What do you want?" Hua Man had forgotten about this bonus. After remembering, she smiled brightly. "That's right. Your Highness's leg is healed." "I won. But what do I want?" "Li chekeld indulgently norash." "Take your time to think. It's getting late. Let's rest." Suddenly, a hurried knock came at the door. "Consort Hua, it's not good. Something happened to your sister." Hua Man quickly went to open the door, feeling uneasy. What was it with the female lead this time? She anxiously asked, "What happened to my sister?" Li Ji's guard respectfully reported. The emperor sent someone over. He said that after getting drunk, he accidentally had relations with Miss Hua Qingqing of the Zhong'an Marquis residence. Miss Hua Qingqing is currently very distraught, so the emperor wishes for you to go and comfort her. Hua Man was truly impressed by the plot's resilience. Even though Hua Qingqing had already been chosen by the crown prince, the plot managed to twist itself back, forcibly connecting Hua Qingqing and the emperor. Just as Hua Man was about to consummate her marriage with Prince Zhao, she received the news that Hua Qingqing had been with the emperor and was requested to immediately go to the palace to comfort her sister. Li Ji, worried that Hua Man's movements would be hampered, got up to accompany her. When they arrived at the Autumn Wind Pavilion, the emperor was pacing back and forth, clearly agitated. After all, the woman he had slept with was the one the crown prince was insistent on marrying. His expression was unreadable. Hua Man and Li Ji paid their respects, and the emperor instructed the eunuch standing beside him, "Wang, take Consort Hua to see Hua Qingqing." Hearing the name Wang, Hua Man couldn't help but take a closer look at the eunuch. She recalled the original story, mentioning him as a gentle and humble person, yet inwardly ruthless. She hadn't expected him to be so handsome. Right now, he was just an ordinary eunuch serving the emperor. Who would have thought he would eventually become the fearsome Wang, the 9,000-year-old eunuch who controlled the inner workings of the imperial harem? At this moment, there was no trace of the future 9,000-year-old eunuch on Wang. He wore a perpetually humble smile, and maintained a courteous and respectful demeanor. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the inner chambers. They saw Hua Qingqing sitting on the bed, wearing only her undergarments, hugging her knees and trembling. A servant didn't forget to speak softly. Miss Hua's been crying since just now. No matter what anyone says to her, she doesn't react. Please try to persuade her. I'll wait outside. The door closed. Hua Man slowly walked to the bedside. Looking at Hua Qingqing curled up in a ball, she sighed silently. Although she knew Hua Qingqing would be upset, she really didn't expect such a distressing scene. Just as she was about to say something, the system notification suddenly rang in her head. Asterisk host has successfully triggered an important plot mission. Please persuade the female lead, Hua Qingqing, to give up suicidal thoughts. Mission time limit, 1 hour. Mission completion reward, 1 lucky bag. Mission failure penalty, new colic pain. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Asterisk Hua Man, hearing that Hua Qingqing was having suicidal thoughts, quickly changed her tone. Sister. Hearing her younger sister's voice, Hua Qingqing finally reacted. Looking at the female lead with her red, swollen eyes, Hua Man felt heartbroken. This was clearly the Emperor's fault. Why should the victim suffer such humiliation and grief? Although she really didn't want to speak up for a rapist and didn't want to persuade the female lead to accept her fate, in this situation, saving her life was the priority. The system in her head was also urging her like a death knell. Asterisk mission time remaining, 50 minutes. Please remember to maintain your character setting. Asterisk. Hua Man gritted her teeth and feigned anger as she questioned Hua Qingqing. Stop crying. What on earth happened? Why did you come here in the middle of the night? Hua Qingqing tearfully replied, someone told me you were in trouble and needed help, so I followed him here. As soon as I came in, I was drugged. I don't know when the Emperor came, but when I woke up, it was like this. She thought of everything that happened after she was drugged and couldn't help but burst into tears. Younger sister, what should I do? My innocence is gone. How can I face anyone? Hua Man didn't expect that someone had used her to frame Hua Qingqing. She felt very sorry for her, but pretended to be disgusted. While wiping her tears, she scolded, why are you crying? It's already happened. Even if you cry your eyes out, it won't change anything. It's better to find out the truth and drag out the bastard who harmed you and get revenge. Hua Qingqing shook her head. Even if I get revenge, what then? My innocence is gone. I have no face to live anymore. Hua Man yelled, you have to live even if you don't want to. What good is crying? The harsh voice even startled Hua Qingqing into stopping her tears. Hua Man stood up and continued sternly. What's there to cry about? Is sleeping with a man worth dying over? Just think of it as having slept with a powerful and good-looking man. He had his fun. If you die now, he won't even bat an eye. You might as well use that energy to find out who harmed you. Don't be a useless crybaby. Hua Qingqing had never heard such rebellious words and was completely stunned. Hua Man knew she needed time to digest this, so she didn't say anything more. She pulled down a robe from the screen and threw it at Hua Qingqing. Hua Qingqing, worthy of being the female lead, had already calmed down considerably, but she didn't want to touch the clothes here, feeling that both she and the clothes were dirty. Hua Man scoffed. Are you stupid? The ones who are dirty are the person who framed you and those people outside. But her hands were already undressing, taking off her own clothes and throwing them to Hua Qingqing. Hurry up and get dressed. So slow, even to put on clothes. Do you need me to wait on you? Looking at her younger sister's matter-of-fact manner, Hua Qingqing suddenly understood. Younger sister, I won't try to kill myself. Seeing that she had persuaded her, Hua Man breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the system notification sounded in her head. Mission completed. Then she deliberately curled her lip, feigning disdain that I don't care whether you live or die. I'm just worried you'll implicate me. Hua Qingqing, who already knew her younger sister's temperament well, stood up and hugged Hua Man. A little warmth returned to her previously despairing heart. Okay, I know, but thank you anyway. In this isolated and helpless environment, Hua Qingqing couldn't tell who was friend or foe. Only her younger sister was trustworthy and dependable. Don't worry, I will investigate tonight's matter thoroughly. Hua Man didn't hold much hope for her investigation into the mastermind. Seeing that she was dressed, she quickly pulled her out. The Emperor had been waiting outside the door. Seeing the two sisters come out, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and could return to report. After seeing Hua Qingqing's composure restored, the Emperor immediately conferred upon her the title of Jiu. Hua Qingqing, whose innocence had been stolen through a scheme, felt hatred in her heart. But she didn't have the power to defy the Emperor and could only lower her head and kowtow in gratitude. By the time Hua Man pushed Li Ji back to their residence. It was already the third watch of the night. She pleaded with Li Ji, "Your Highness, I want to use the condition I won in our bet. Please help me investigate tonight's incident." Li Ji naturally agreed, though it might be a bit strenuous for his back. Unusually, Hua Man didn't fall asleep immediately tonight. She pondered that although Prince Zhao would help her investigate, she couldn't just do nothing. Mainly, such a good female lead had been wronged so badly. She wouldn't feel right without doing something. Remembering that the rewards given by the system were all related to recent events, perhaps this lucky bag would contain items that could help Hua Qingqing. She opened the system lucky bag and saw 3 white pills inside. She asked the system in her mind what they were. The system told her they were truth-telling pills. As long as someone took one, that person would be forced to speak their truest thoughts for the next minute. Hua Man exclaimed, "What a good thing. With this, I can help." Also, the culprit who has been poisoning Li Ji still hasn't been caught. Perhaps one day, I can use this truth-telling pill to help catch the culprit. He carefully put the pill away. This way, you wouldn't be harmed again. The news that Hua Qingqing had been conferred the title of Jiyu by the emperor spread throughout the entire Yuqing Palace. Many in the harem regarded her as a thorn in their side. Some dirty tricks were already beginning. The next day, after breakfast, Hua Man sat on Li Ji's lap, practicing reading and calligraphy. She asked Prince Zhao how the investigation into her sister's incident was going. Li Ji told her they had some leads. Hua Man was thrilled, and just as she was about to inquire further, a maid suddenly interrupted. "Consort Hua, concubine Li just sent someone over, saying she requests your presence immediately. The Empress and Hua Qingqing are also there." Hua Man was stunned. She'd never interacted with them. Why would they suddenly look for her? But Hua Qingqing was also there, so she couldn't refuse. Li Ji suddenly spoke. "Do you need me to accompany you?" Hua Man thought for a moment. The harem was a place teeming with women. A prince like him going there would only invite gossip. She shook her head. "No need. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. I'll go myself." Although she knew Li Ji didn't care about these rumors, she didn't want him to be the subject of gossip and have to suffer in silence. Li Ji clearly heard her thoughts, his gaze gradually deepening. Everyone else tried their best to use and scheme against him. They all wanted to exploit him for their own benefit. Only this woman would consider his feelings and willingly give up a golden opportunity to use him. Unable to resist, he hugged Hua Man and kissed her. "Then I'll wait for you at home." Hua Man kept pondering concubine Li's intentions in summoning her. Were they planning something? She remembered that in the original story, concubine Li and the original Hua Man were both considered airheads, specifically designed to attract hatred and be slapped in the face by the female lead. Hua Man sighed, feeling a bit of sympathy. Isn't it good to just live peacefully? Why must they court disaster? Soon, she met the Empress and those troublemaking concubines. Respectfully, she bowed. "Your servant greets your majesty." The Empress had delicate features, but her long-held position of power exuded an aura of authority that made it difficult to disregard her. Just as she allowed Hua Man to rise, concubine Li couldn't wait to speak, truly worthy of being Hua Qingqing's sister. That face, that figure, truly enviable. No wonder the emperor, upon seeing Hua Qingqing, couldn't control himself. The Empress and the other concubines chuckled, but didn't respond. Having this foolish concubine Li as a pawn was quite convenient. Hua Qingqing could endure insults directed at herself, but she couldn't bear to see her younger sister bullied. She immediately stepped forward and softly replied, "Thank you for your praise, concubine Li. But in terms of appearance, your beauty in your younger years, Man is simply no match for you." Consort Shu and the others chuckled, their eyes filled with disdain. Hua Man was witnessing firsthand what legendary palace scheming looked like. These sisters are impressive. Concubine Li had originally intended to provoke Hua Man to vent her pent-up frustrations. However, not only did she fail to provoke Hua Man, but she was also countered by Hua Qingqing. She was so furious, she gritted her teeth, about to explode, when the Empress spoke first. "All right, I see the flowers in the garden are in full bloom. I've specifically invited you all to enjoy the flowers and stroll through the garden. We should depart." With that, she led the way. Concubine Li, walking behind, glared fiercely at Hua Qingqing. You little wretch, just you wait. After all, she had witnessed today that Hua Qingqing was not only beautiful, but also eloquent, and even the Empress Dowager favored her. This would be her biggest rival. She had to eliminate her before she regretted it. Hua Qingqing ignored her and instead softly comforted Hua Manman. Younger sister, don't be afraid. With your elder sister here, you won't suffer any harm. Hua Manman was inwardly touched. This female lead was too kind. Her own situation was so precarious, yet she still stood up for her. However, she deliberately put on a sarcastic and mean expression. Worrying about me? You should worry about yourself. Anauli favorat concubina provoking concubinali. She'll definitely retaliate. I advise you to honestly tuck your tail between your legs. In the harem, the higher you jump, the harder you fall. Hua Qingqing listened attentively and smiled. Younger sister, are you worried about me? Hua Manman, remembering her character, immediately retorted, Nonsense. I'm not worried about you. Don't flatter yourself. I'm going to enjoy the flowers. Too lazy to deal with you. Hua Qingqing wasn't fooled by her younger sister's feigned animosity. She knew her younger sister cared deeply for her. The smile on her face grew even gentler. Younger sister is so cute. So, no matter how much Hua Manman pretended to dislike her, she would stick to her. To outsiders, their sisterly affection couldn't be better. Concubina listeltilia pruaka wa kinking. Hua Manman immediately sensed concubine Li's malicious intent. The little cannon fodder was about to cause trouble again. However, before concubine Li could make her move, she heard the familiar system notification. Host has successfully triggered a random task. Please cooperate with concubine Li within 10 minutes to make Hua Qingqing fall and injure herself in public. Upon completion, you'll be rewarded with a special lucky bag. Failure to complete the task will result in angina pain as punishment. Hua Manman wanted nothing more than to dig the system out of her brain and give it a good thrashing. Other people's systems diligently searched for opportunities and provided benefits for their hosts. But hers? This dog's system only dug pits for her. She really wanted to just throw in the towel. The system, however, remained indifferent, coldly reminding her, 8 minutes remaining. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Remembering the agony of angina, she caved. The Empress and the other concubines were on the left side of the courtyard. Thankfully, no one noticed them. Only Li Ji, Hua Qingqing, and concubine Li were here. But how could he complete the task without harming Hua Qingqing? While he was racking his brains, concubine Li flew into a rage. Hua Qingqing, don't think that just because you've entered the palace, you can become a phoenix. A shameless woman like you who sleeps her way to the top won't have a good ending. Hua Qingqing noticed her second sister's pale face and didn't bother responding to concubine Li. Concerned, she asked Hua Manman what's wrong. Are you feeling unwell? Hua Manman, suffering from a headache induced by the system, forced a smile that I'm fine. But concubine Li couldn't stand Hua Qingqing's silence. You wretch, you dare ignore me? Fine, I'll teach you a lesson. As the sisters talked, concubine Li suddenly reached out to push Hua Qingqing. Seeing this, Hua Manman instinctively grabbed concubine Li's wrist. Concubine Li, what are you doing? Caught red-handed, concubine Li panicked slightly. She made an excuse, saying she saw something dirty on Hua Qingqing's clothes and wanted to brush it off. With that, she jerked her hand, trying to shake off Hua Manman's grip. Hua Manman stumbled backward, suddenly inspired with an idea to complete her task. Now was the perfect opportunity. She allowed herself to fall backward with Hua Qingqing. It was just a flower bed. They shouldn't get hurt. But Hua Manman suddenly noticed the flowers were all thorny. If they fell on them, they would be scratched and bloodied. She realized concubine Li's push wasn't casual. Steeling herself, she embraced Hua Qingqing and twisted her body, putting Hua Qingqing on top as she fell heavily into the thorny bushes. Her back was instantly pierced by thorns, the pain making her face pale. At the same time, she heard the system notification. Congratulations, host. You have completed an important plot task. Hearing her sister cry out in pain, Hua Qingqing scrambled off Hua Manman and asked anxiously, Second sister, are you all right? Are you hurt? The commotion attracted the attention of others, who quickly gathered around. The Empress approached, asking what happened. Concubine Li quickly spoke up to clear herself. Your Majesty, they lost their footing and fell. It has nothing to do with me. Her words only made the others look at her with suspicion. It was a blatant lie. The empress ignored the foolish concubine Li and went straight to Hua, Qingqing, and Hua Manman. She asked if they were injured. Her expression changed drastically the next moment, and she immediately ordered someone to fetch Prince Zhao and the imperial physician. This could be serious. Hua Qingqing helped Hua Manman up and accidentally touched her back, finding it covered in blood. She was instantly terrified. Li Ji and the imperial physician arrived faster than anyone expected. The clueless concubine Li was still inwardly sneering. Asterisk, these two sisters are such drama queens, making such a fuss over a small injury. Asterisk, Hua Qingqing anxiously comforted Hua Manman. Second sister, don't be afraid. Prince Zhao and the imperial physician are here. They'll treat you right away. Seeing Prince Zhao arrive, the empress stepped forward ingratiatingly, but was silenced by Li Ji's sharp gaze. Seeing Hua Manman's blood-soaked back, he was filled with fury. He declared that Hua Manman's injuries were too severe to be treated here, and she needed to return to her chambers immediately. Hua Manman looked weakly at Li Ji. Your Highness, you're here. Li Ji, with his network of informants, knew exactly what had happened. He was exasperated. This woman was always getting hurt protecting others. So kind, so heartbreaking. He couldn't bring himself to be angry with her. Don't worry, I'll take you back. He lifted her into his arms. Hua Manman simply hummed in response and leaned against him. Li Ji then glanced at the empress. Your Majesty, we will take our leave. The empress didn't dare object. Go quickly. The witless concubine Li, still oblivious, went to Li Ji to curtsy. Farewell, Your Highness. Li Ji looked up at her, his gaze as sharp as a blade. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Hua Manman had once again been injured protecting someone else. Li Ji's anger transformed in a heartache. Hua Manman lay in his arms, her bloodied back exposed. The imperial physician tried to remove the thorns embedded in her skin with tweezers, but the pain caused Hua Manman's muscles to tense, making it difficult to extract them. Hua Qingqing stood beside them, tears welling in her eyes. Li Ji stroked Hua Manman's hair, comforting her. My love, don't be afraid. He then kissed her, gently distracting her. Hua Manman relaxed, her body softening. Li Ji signaled to the physician to seize the opportunity and remove the thorns. The physician understood and carefully began to work. The pain made Hua Manman tremble. Li's eyes darkened. He had decided to make concubine Li suffer 1,000-fold. 10 minutes later, the imperial physician had removed all the thorns from Hua Manman's back, cleaned the wounds, applied medicine, and bandaged them. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness, it's done. She just needs to rest for a while, and she'll be fine. The imperial physician didn't answer, but instead asked if Hua Manman was still in pain. After Hua Manman shook her head, he dismissed the physician. Hua Qingqing hurried over, her voice trembling slightly. Second sister, I'm so sorry. If it weren't for saving me, you wouldn't have been hurt like this. Hua Manman's eyes were red and swollen from crying. But even so, she still didn't forget to maintain her persona. She looked at Hua Qingqing disdainfully. I told you not to be so presumptuous. I fell accidentally. I wasn't injured saving you. Hua Qingqing wanted to say something more, but Li Ji interrupted her coldly. Hua Ju, if there's nothing else, please go back. Don't disturb Manman's rest. Li Ji's aura was too strong. Hua Qingqing didn't dare to argue with him. She could only reluctantly turn around. Then, second sister, you rest well. I'll come see you tomorrow. Hua Manman, not wanting Hua Qingqing to continue blaming herself, deliberately snorted, just take care of yourself. Don't come see me. Hua Qingqing walked out, looking lost and distraught, appearing both pathetic and helpless. Li Ji maneuvered his wheelchair towards the door. At the doorway, he suddenly called out to Hua Qingqing. Hua Qingqing thought that her second sister wanted her to stay and accompany her, so she quickly stopped. Li Ji looked at her coldly. This prince hopes you will stay away from Manman in the future. Hua Qingqing was stunned. Your Highness, are you blaming me for not protecting Manman well? It was indeed my fault this time. I will correct it in the future. Li Ji said, this is not the first time. Last time, when Zhou Enbui used family discipline on you, it was Manman who saved you. And last night, it was also because of Manman's persuasion that you calmed down. Time and time again, it's always Manman helping you. And what do you give her in return? Injury after injury. If you truly care about Manman, stay away from her. Hua Qingqing unwillingly guaranteed, I will change in the future. I will protect her well and not let her get hurt again. Li Ji remained expressionless, coldly interrupting. With your current abilities, You can't even protect yourself, let alone protect others. You're too weak. The weak are not qualified to protect others. After saying this, Li Ji turned his wheelchair and returned to the room, leaving the speechless Hua Qingqing standing alone, the expression on her face becoming increasingly unsightly. Hua Qingqing, the female lead, had always been a damsel in distress. But this time, after Li Ji's guidance, she was finally going to turn dark. She would become cunning and scheming because she wanted to protect her second sister. Inside the room, Hua Man was lying on the bed. Seeing Li Ji return, she asked, "Has Sister Qingqing left?" Li Ji hummed in agreement. "She's gone." Hua Man sighed inwardly. Asterisk, it's good that she's gone. Otherwise, she would feel even more guilty staying here. Asterisk, Li Ji heard her inner thoughts, and his heart softened again. How could there be such a kind girl in this world? He went over and kissed Hua Man. Silly girl. Rest well for the next few days. You don't need to practice calligraphy or swordsmanship. Although Hua Man was a little confused. What did Li Ji mean by suddenly calling her silly? She was overjoyed when she heard the latter part of his words. Asterisk, it feels so good not to have lessons. Has my life of leisure finally arrived? Asterisk. Because she had taken medicine, Li Ji told Hua Man to rest first, saying he had something to do outside. Li Ji left the bedroom in his wheelchair and instructed the maids to take good care of concubine Hua. If anything happens, come find this prince. The trusted guard pushing the wheelchair was a little bewildered. Your Highness, where are we going now? Li Ji's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He gave a cold laugh. "O concubine Li's place. Touch my people, and I will make them wish they were dead." Because of Hua Man's injury, concubine Li had been severely reprimanded by the Empress and was finally able to fall asleep after fuming for a while. Suddenly, the sound of her door collapsing startled her awake. When she heard the little palace maid report that Prince Zhao had arrived, concubine Li's face changed drastically. Although she resided in the inner palace, she had still heard of Prince Zhao's deeds. She knew his personality was decisive and ruthless, a deadly force not to be provoked. Li Ji, this madman, coming to find me in the middle of the night, must be here to settle the score. She was afraid. She hurriedly ordered, "Stop him. Don't let him in. Say that this concubine is unwell and doesn't want to see any guests. Tell him to come back another day." However, just as she finished speaking, Li Ji appeared in the room in his wheelchair. He was followed by several Prince Zhao's guards. His gloomy gaze fell on concubine Li's face. "Concubine, you're in good spirits, awake so early." Concubine Li felt her heart flutter under his gaze. She forced herself to appear calm. "Your Highness, Prince Zhao, you entered without this concubine's permission. How can you simply barge in? Does Prince Zhao not understand what rules are?" Li Ji countered concubine Li's question with his own. "Concubine, you caused this prince's concubine to suffer serious injuries. May I ask what rules are those?" Concubine Li desperately defended herself. Concubine Hua fell on her own. "It has nothing to do with this concubine. Don't blame everything on this concubine. I'm not some scapegoat." However, Li Ji clearly heard her inner thoughts. Asterisk, I just wanted to push Hua Jiu. Who told Hua Man to interfere? She can only blame herself for being nosy. Even if she gets hurt and suffers, it's her own fault. Asterisk, hearing these thoughts, Li Ji didn't bother arguing with her. He directly ordered his guards, bring the things in. His trusted guard threw the gold bars he was holding onto the ground. Seeing this, concubine Li immediately guessed his intention, an eye for an eye. But this was even more outrageous than the thorns in the bushes. She screamed in terror, "What are you doing?" "I am the Emperor's beloved concubine Li." Li Ji coldly ordered, "Make her kneel." Two guards grabbed concubine Li and dragged her off the bed. Concubine Li tried to resist, threatening them bonelessly. "How dare you be so impudent? Have you forgotten who I am? Zhao, have you considered the consequences of your actions?" The trusted guard hesitated, looking worriedly at his master. Li Ji sneered, afraid of what? The trusted guard no longer hesitated. He pressed concubine Li down on her knees. The sharp thorns on the surface of the gold bars pierced through her dress, stabbing into her calves and knees. The pain made concubine Li scream repeatedly. The palace maids and eunuchs present were so frightened they didn't dare to breathe. What happened to concubine Li quickly reached the ears of the emperor and empress. When they hurried to the scene, they were shocked by what they saw. "What are you doing?" By this time, concubine Li's legs were so painful that she was almost numb. The blood staining her skirt was a gruesome sight. She cried herself hoarse. Seeing the emperor arrive, she acted even more pitiful towards her savior. "Your Majesty, save me." Li Ji remained seated in his wheelchair, not showing a trace of panic. "Your servant greets your Majesty and your Highness." The emperor stared at Li Ji, his deep voice filled with disapproval. "She is my concubine. Even if you're dissatisfied with her, you shouldn't publicly punish her like this. Doing so damages the imperial face." "Why? There were clearly better ways to resolve this matter. Why did you have to choose the worst one?" Meanwhile, Hua Man was sound asleep, but was woken up by her dowry maid. Opening her eyes and seeing the maid's anxious expression, she couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Why are you shouting so urgently?" The dowry maid quickly told her, "News just came from the inner palace. Prince Zhao ordered someone to beat concubine Li. The emperor and empress are already there." Hua Man understood instantly. Li Ji was doing this to vent his anger for her. Hua Man said it was all right. She knew what she was doing. Prince Zhao had committed a grave offense for her sake. How could she rest easy? She grabbed the truth pill, a reward from the system, and pondered what might happen when she went over there. It would be wise to take one, just in case. She resolutely instructed her personal maid to dress her. "We're going to save Prince Zhao." Prince Zhao, Li Ji, in order to avenge Hua Man, had tormented the emperor's concubine terribly. When Hua Man arrived, she heard the emperor's angry voice and had a bad feeling. "Is the emperor going to punish Prince Zhao?" She quickly asked the eunuch standing outside to announce her arrival. "Consort Hua requests an audience." Inside, the emperor had already had the imperial physician treat concubine Li's injuries. He glared at Li Ji, who showed no intention of defending himself. He cupped his hands that it was this servant's impulsiveness. "This servant deserves death. Please, your Majesty, punish me." Seeing his attitude, the emperor's anger dissipated considerably, replaced by a deep helplessness. "Assaulting a palace concubine. If this gets out, the censors won't let you off the hook. Why go to such lengths?" Li Ji gave a self-deprecating laugh. "The censors criticizing this servant is nothing new. Besides, this servant is already a cripple. The worst that can happen is death." The emperor hated seeing him so self-destructive. No matter how serious the situation, he always tried to encourage him. "Jeer, don't keep talking about death. You're still young. You have a long road ahead of you. Even if you truly can't walk again, you're still the Prince Zhao of the Great Zhou. No one dares to look down on you." Regarding today's matter, in order to appease concubine Li and silence the gossiping court, the emperor punished Li Ji with 1 month of confinement and a year's worth of salary reduction. The matter was considered settled. Concubine Li was furious. She had been tortured half to death, and her legs might be permanently damaged. Yet Prince Zhao, the perpetrator, received such a light punishment. The emperor was clearly too biased towards Prince Zhao. She was deeply dissatisfied. Squeezing out a few tears, she started to act up again. "Your Majesty, this time Prince Zhao truly wronged your concubine. I did not push Consort Hua. She fell on her own. I know your Majesty has always treated Prince Zhao like your own son, doting on him. No matter what he does, you will forgive him. But if you continue to indulge him, he will only get worse. Today he dared to assault me. Who knows what he'll dare to do in the imperial palace in the future? If you truly care for him, you should teach him what he should and shouldn't do." Hearing the words, "own son," the emperor's expression flickered, but quickly returned to normal. He asked concubine Li how she thought the matter should be handled. Concubine Li, thinking she had persuaded the emperor, was secretly delighted, but pretended to be troubled. "I know your Majesty cares for Prince Zhao. Too harsh a punishment would grieve your Majesty. I don't want your Majesty to be sad. I only want Prince Zhao to apologize, and I will be satisfied." The emperor felt a headache coming on. The request was reasonable, but the problem was Li Ji's temperament. He would rather be punished than apologize. Just as the emperor was hesitating, Wu Wang walked in. "Your Majesty, Consort Hua has arrived." Concubine Li glared towards the door, practically wanting to bite that meddlesome Hua Man. Li Ji was also surprised and worried that she's injured. Why isn't she resting? What's she doing here? Wu Wang truthfully replied, "Consort Hua says this matter arose because of her, and she wants to give Concubine Li an explanation. She also asks Concubine Li to give her a chance to apologize." The emperor's heart stirred. He knew it was impossible to persuade Prince Zhao to apologize. Hua Man's arrival was timely. He ordered Wu Wang to bring her in. Hua Man, enduring her pain and pale as a sheet, greeted the emperor. Seeing this, the emperor, in his fondness for Li Ji, waved his hand. With such a serious injury, there's no need for formalities. Hua Man quickly put on a dramatic act, feigning a frail and pitiful appearance. The events of today are all my fault. I was careless. Not only did I cause Hua Jiyu to be injured, but I also caused Prince Zhao to disturb the tomb and implicate concubine Li. It's all my fault. I am deeply culpable. I apologize to your ladyship. Concubine Li, however, was not satisfied. A mere concubine, what right do you have to apologize on behalf of Prince Zhao? Li Ji comforted Hua Man, saying, Madam, there's no need to humble yourself. The implication was that he would support her. Hua Man obediently replied, This is what I should do. Then, as he prepared to pour tea, she whispered in Li Ji's ear, Wait, I will protect you. All the gloom in Li Ji's heart instantly vanished. Hua Man walked over and poured a cup of tea with difficulty. Using her sleeve as cover, she secretly dropped a truth pill into the tea. The truth pill dissolved instantly in the water, leaving no trace. Then, she held the teacup with both hands. With an ingratiating smile, she offered the tea to concubine Li. Your ladyship, the events of today are all my fault. I hope you will be magnanimous and not hold it against me. Please have this tea to calm your anger. She then respectfully presented the teacup. Concubine Li really didn't want to drink the tea, nor did she want to accept Hua Man's apology. However, the emperor and empress were watching and urged her to drink. Having no choice, she reached out, took the teacup, and reluctantly took a small sip. Hua Man rejoiced inwardly. The plan had succeeded. She then deliberately tried to draw concubine Li out, asking, Your ladyship, does this mean you forgive me? Concubine Li thought, Forgive you my foot, in your dreams. But with the emperor and empress present, she prepared to say a few polite words to appear virtuous and magnanimous. However, the words that came out of her mouth were, of course not. You little slut, how dare you apologize to me on behalf of Prince Zhao? Who do you think you are? The emperor and empress were both shocked. Hua Man secretly rejoiced. The truth pill was taking effect. The show was about to begin. Let's see if you dare bully my sister and Prince Zhao again. Concubine Li abruptly covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. What was going on? She had actually spoken her true feelings. Li Ji heard everyone's inner thoughts. The feeling of being protected by his wife was wonderful. He was also very curious about the truth pill. His wife was truly capable. The emperor never expected the usually dignified and graceful concubine Li to say such things. He couldn't help but ask, Concubine Li, what did you just say? Concubine Li met the emperor's astonished gaze. She was about to explain, but Hua Man quickly spoke up, her voice full of etik. Your Majesty, it's not your ladyship's fault. It's my fault. I am of low status and unworthy to speak to a noble person like Concubine Li. The empress gently comforted her. Concubine Li just misspoke. Don't take it to heart. Hua Man, with an innocent expression, asked Concubine Li, Is that right? Concubine Li wanted to say yes, but instead, she blurted out, Of course not. I meant every word. I've long disliked all of you. After speaking, Concubine Li realized what she had said and panicked. What was going on? Why wouldn't her mouth obey her? She was spilling all her secrets. She couldn't say anything more. If she continued, she would be committing a capital offense. The emperor and empress were shocked a second time. Concubine Li was very bold today. Hua Man saw Concubine Li's resistance, but she wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip away. So, she pressed further. Concubine Li, you even dislike the emperor? Concubine Li wanted to deny it, but her mouth said, The emperor deliberately favors Prince Zhao. No matter how big a mistake Prince Zhao makes, he can't bear to punish him. I heard before that Prince Zhao might be the emperor's illegitimate son. Now it seems the rumors might be true. A muddle-headed emperor like him, I naturally dislike him as well. After saying this, she was terrified. She was done for. This time, she was really going to die. The emperor's shock turned to fury. Prince Zhao's parentage was his biggest taboo. Hua Man was also shocked. She had originally only intended to use the truth pill to make Concubine Li admit to pushing Hua Jiyu, with no intention of making things difficult for Li Ji. She hadn't expected to uncover such a shocking secret. It seemed the relationships within the royal family were far more complicated than she had imagined. Seeing that the truth pill would wear off in a minute, she quickly steered the conversation away from this unspeakable secret. She asked Concubine Li, Then what about my and sister Hua's fall today? What do you have to say about that? Concubine Li, unable to resist the power of the truth pill, confessed, I did it on purpose, of course. That shameless slut Hua Jiyu deliberately seduced the emperor and set me up, causing me to be publicly reprimanded by the empress. Naturally, I wanted to push her down and teach her a lesson. The emperor couldn't take it anymore. He stood up with a dark expression, glared at Concubine Li, and declared, "Concubine Li is narrow-minded and malicious, attempting to harm Hua Jiyu. Her conduct is unbecoming of a concubine. From this day forward, she is demoted to Zhao Yuan." At the same time, the truth pill wore off. Concubine Li came to her senses and began to wail and plead, trying to get the emperor to listen to her explanation. However, having heard so many truths, the emperor was in no mood to listen to her excuses. He left with the empress, bringing Concubine Li's life in the palace to an end. Under the influence of the truth pill, Concubine Li had revealed her true, vicious nature. This directly led to the emperor demoting her, leaving her with no possibility of regaining his favor. Hua Manman hummed to herself, "Serves you right. Now, no one can blame Prince Zhao for this anymore." Li Ji heard her inner thoughts. His heart softened completely that you're still running around with your injuries. "Do you not want to get better?" Hua Manman gave him a sweet smile that I was worried. "Your Highness, I wanted to come and see you. As long as I see you safe and sound, I won't feel so much pain. Let's go back." Li Ji chuckled and pulled Hua Manman onto his lap that I'll take you home. Back at their residence, when they were alone in the room, Li Ji dropped his pretense. He stood up and said, "Take off your clothes." Hua Manman immediately conjured up some indescribable images, almost blurting out, "Your Highness, I'm already like this. Do you still want to do that?" Li Ji didn't answer her unspoken question, but instead leaned in close, his narrow eyes filled with desire. He reached out to undo Hua Manman's sash. Hua Manman's face flushed crimson. She wanted to refuse, but in the next second, Li Ji's fingers sealed her lips. She watched as her sash was cut off. Li Ji's gaze held an undeniable intensity, making Hua Manman's heart pound. Although he hadn't initially intended to do anything, the atmosphere had already been set. She braced herself, but Li Ji only unwrapped the bandages around her chest and applied ointment. A cool sensation spread across her back. Hua Manman was stunned. This scene felt familiar. I took off my clothes, and he's just doing this. Li Ji, hearing her thoughts, teased her deliberately, "My wife? What's with that expression? Don't tell me you thought I was going to do something to you." Hua Manman pouted shyly, "Of course not." By then, the ointment had been applied. Li Ji's warm breath tickled Hua Manman's neck. "My wife, you've taken off your clothes, and it wouldn't be right to just do this." Hua Manman was shocked. "How does it feel like Li Ji can hear what I'm thinking?" Li Ji, hearing her inner doubts, didn't explain, but pulled her on his L. In that case, let's do something else." He kissed her deeply while she was still dazed. Mindful of Hua Manman's back injury, he remained beneath her. Their passion surged, lingering for a long time. Afterward, they embraced and fell asleep. That night, Li Ji had another dream. He dreamt he was back on the battlefield 5 years ago, littered with corpses. Duke Zheng, covered in blood, gasped, urging him to survive and return. 12-year-old Li Ji clung tightly to Duke Zheng. "Father, I won't leave." Duke Zheng pried his fingers loose one by one. "Remember, when you go back, don't trust anyone. You can only trust yourself." Then, spurred by Duke Zheng, the horse galloped forward. Li Ji watched as his father was pierced by countless arrows. He was the only one who escaped the battlefield alive. This scene became a recurring nightmare he couldn't shake off. Li Ji woke up with a start. Duke Zheng's last words echoed in his mind. His thoughts still lingered in the dream, unable to return to reality. It wasn't until a soft, feminine voice called out beside him, "Your Highness, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" that Li Ji fully regained his senses. He turned to look at the woman beside him. His expression softened instantly. He murmured, "It's nothing. Let's go back to sleep." He told himself silently that although his father had told him not to trust anyone, Hua Manman was different from those who wanted his life. He decided to trust again. After last night, Hua Manman had completely captured Li Ji's heart, and he doted on her endlessly. The usually aloof and cold prince, Zhao personally attended to Hua Manman during breakfast. Just then, a guard entered and respectfully reported, "Your Highness, last night the Emperor summoned Hua Jiyu." Hua Manman was puzzled. Didn't Hua Qingqing refuse to serve the Emperor? Why did she suddenly agree? The Emperor, despite his lack of scruples, still has the pride of an emperor. He would never force anyone. Did something happen that I don't know about? Asterisk. Li Ji, hearing her thoughts, said softly, people change. Water flows downhill, people climb upwards. It's human nature. The guard continued his report. Regarding Hua Jiu being attacked, based on the current clues, my subordinates have identified Prince Zhao Yuan and Wang Yaning as the most likely suspects. Hua Man felt the situation growing more complicated. She was certain that Prince Zhao wouldn't do such a thing. There must be someone behind the scenes framing him. She was worried. Although the emperor favored Prince Zhao, he wouldn't tolerate him setting a trap for himself. If the emperor became suspicious of Prince Zhao, his life would become very difficult. Li Ji looked at the woman who so steadfastly believed in him, and his smile deepened. Don't worry. The emperor won't believe it. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll send someone to question me this afternoon. As expected, at that moment, the emperor and Hua Qingqing received the same investigation results. The emperor listened to his subordinate's report without much reaction. But Hua Qingqing's heart tightened. She had offered herself to the emperor to gain favor and protect her sister. Her mind raced. The emperor looked at Hua Qingqing. Tentatively, he asked Hua Jiu, "Who do you think set you up, Zhao Yuan or Prince Zhao?" Hua Qingqing smiled charmingly. "Your Majesty, I don't think either of them is the one who harmed me." In other words, the person who harmed me wasn't targeting me. Hearing this, the emperor became intrigued. He smiled and asked her how she came to this conclusion. Hua Qingqing then explained her analysis in detail. The clues are too obvious. It seems deliberate. Originally, I also thought that person was targeting me. But today, the clues pointed to Prince Zhao so quickly. I now think that person is targeting Prince Zhao. He wants to frame Prince Zhao, to sow discord, and create a rift between your Majesty and Prince Zhao. The emperor liked smart and beautiful women. Hua Qingqing happened to be both. His admiration grew, tinged with a touch of pity. Hua Jiu is indeed intelligent. Don't worry. No matter the truth, I won't let you suffer any injustice. If you're free today, go visit your sister. And by the way, tell Prince Zhao about this matter. Hua Qingqing nodded knowingly. That afternoon, Hua Qingqing went to see Hua Man and told her everything, reminding her to warn Prince Zhao to be careful. Hearing this, Hua Man felt that her prince was brilliant, having already guessed everything. Excited, she didn't forget her persona and deliberately put on a stern face as she looked at Hua Qingqing. That I know how you are in the palace. Haven't you caused any trouble? The palace has many rules. Be careful. Don't make any mistakes that will implicate me. Hua Qingqing knew at a glance that her sister was secretly concerned about her. She smiled and pointed to Hua Man, introducing the aunt beside her. Second sister, don't worry. I'm doing well in the palace. Although I didn't know anything about the palace rules when I first became Jiu, thankfully, I have Aunt Jinji to guide me. So now, I understand everything. When Hua Man heard the name Aunt Jinji, her heart skipped a beat. She remembered that in the original story, Hua Qingqing did have a senior maid named Jinji who appeared gentle, considerate, and efficient, earning Hua Qingqing's trust. But later, she colluded with outsiders to frame Hua Qingqing, causing her to be demoted to the cold palace and nearly losing her life. This was the most infuriating and heartbreaking part of the story. When Hua Man read that part, she wanted to strangle Jinji, the traitor. And now, Jinji was standing right in front of her. She really wanted to strangle her. But she didn't move, pondering whether to tell Hua Qingqing that this person was a traitor and to be wary of her. However, before she could speak, the system's cold voice rang in her mind, detected that the host has the intention to change the plot, issuing a warning. The host has accumulated 2 warnings. If the warnings exceed 3, the host will be punished with angina. Please be cautious. Hua Man silently gave the system the middle finger. When reading the novel, Hua Man was angered by this Aunt Jinji. The female lead treated her so well and trusted her so much, yet she later colluded with outsiders to harm her. Now, seeing her in person and wanting to warn Hua Qingqing, she was stopped by the system's warning. Seeing her staring at Jinji in a daze, Hua Qingqing couldn't help but ask, "Second sister, what are you looking at Aunt Jinji for?" Hua Man snapped back to reality and nonchalantly hummed, "Nothing. I just wanted to see how capable the people around you are. Seems like nothing special." Hua Qingqing smiled helplessly, seeing how her sister never admitted to caring about her. She softly coaxed, yes, you're right." Hua Man felt frustrated, knowing what would happen, but unable to tell the female Li the truth was suffocating. Just then, Li Ji, having finished his official duties, returned and overheard her thoughts. He pondered, what is this truth? Hua Man sulked and went to bed that I don't want to talk to you. I'm tired and want to rest. Hua Qingqing stood up, tucked her in gently, and said softly, all right, I'll go back now. Rest well. I'll come see you again when I'm free. As she walked out of the bedroom with Aunt Jinji, she saw Li Ji in the corridor. Hua Qingqing slightly curtsied. Your Highness. Li Ji sat in his wheelchair and looked at her coldly, reminding her again, don't come here if you have nothing to do. Hua Qingqing smiled. Please take good care of her, Your Highness. She turned and left. She remembered their last conversation clearly, but now she was no longer weak. Li Ji hurriedly wheeled himself back to the room, but his wife, who usually beamed at the sight of him, was now unresponsive, lost in thought and sulking. He clearly heard Hua Man's inner thoughts. So annoying. Sister is so good to me. I really want to tell Sister that Jinji is a traitor. Li Ji didn't care about Hua Qingqing's life or death, but Hua Qingqing was Hua Man's sister. If something happened to her, it would likely affect his wife. So, he privately ordered someone to warn Jinji to inform him immediately if she made any suspicious moves. A few days later, Hua Man's injuries healed. She continued to practice martial arts and calligraphy. The person Li Ji sent to watch Jinji also discovered something. Li Ji didn't act rashly, but had them continue to follow her. At the same time, he was puzzled by his wife. Hua Man and Jinji had never met, yet she knew Jinji was problematic. It seemed that Man also had many secrets. Perhaps he should find a time to have an open conversation with her. The next day, Li Ji was drawing Hua Man's eyebrows in the bedroom, preparing to open his heart, when he was suddenly interrupted by the housekeeper's voice outside the door. Your Highness. The emperor is preparing to have portraits painted of himself, the empress, and all the princes and princesses. He wants you to go too. Upon hearing this, Li Ji's mood immediately soured. Hua Man, noticing this, asked with concern, what's wrong, Your Highness? Li Ji sneered. They're enjoying family time together. I'm just an outsider, so naturally, I don't want to go. Hua Man recalled what Li Zhaoyuan had said before. He said that Prince Zhao was the emperor's illegitimate son. She didn't know if Li Ji was aware of this. She didn't dare to ask and could only pretend to know nothing. Just as she was about to speak, Li Ji kissed her forehead that I'll go ahead. You can practice your calligraphy here. Hua Man watched Li Ji's retreating figure, feeling a sense of loneliness for him. His father was dead, his mother didn't care for him, and he might even be the product of incest within the royal family. Her heart ached for him. Your Highness, she called out, and no matter what you are to others in my heart, you are my family. Li Ji abruptly turned around, embraced Hua Man, and kissed her deeply. All these years, he had endured nothing but cold words and harsh treatment. He had always thought that no one would care about him, that he would be alone for life. He never expected Hua Man to appear. Her warmth dispelled the darkness in his heart. My wife, he murmured, wait for me to come home. Hua Man responded with a gentle and understanding smile. Li Ji then had his trusted guard push him towards Mingxiu Pavilion. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of prying eyes watched him leave. Seeing Prince Zhao depart, the observer hurried off to inform someone, seizing this golden opportunity. Hua Man was busy with her writing, completely unaware of the plot against her that was quietly unfolding. Before long, Li Zhaoyuan, ignoring the guard's attempts to stop him, barged in. Hua Man looked at the large group of people and the venomous look in Li Zhaoyuan's eyes. He was clearly taking advantage of Prince Zhao's absence to flaunt his power again. Seeing Hua Man, Li Zhaoyuan immediately erupted in fury. You vixen, you're here as I expected. That day, you used your witchcraft to harm me like this. Fortunately, someone warned me, and I now know you cursed me. Hua Man's heart skipped a beat. Had the Zhang Yinan incident been exposed, she maintained a calm facade, feigning ignorance. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean. Li Zhaoyuan gritted his teeth. Stop playing dumb. This time, I will find evidence of your curse, tear off your mask, and leave you with no place to bury yourself. Someone, search this place. Whoever finds the cursed object will be handsomely rewarded. Even if Prince Zhao comes after me, I'll take responsibility. As soon as he finished speaking, the palace maid scattered, searching everywhere, determined to find evidence of Hua Man's curse. The room was turned upside down. Hua Man couldn't stand it, and quickly called for someone to stop them. The next moment, someone cried out, found it. A young palace maid, holding a wooden box, addressed Li Zhaoyuan. Your Highness, I found something. Li Zhaoyuan, urged her to open it. When everyone saw what was inside, they all gasped. It was the imperial seal. The imperial seal was an object exclusive to the emperor. For anyone else to possess, it was tantamount to treason. Li Xiaoyuan hadn't found any evidence of a curse, but instead he had unearthed the imperial seal, which frightened him greatly. He recalled that for the past 5 years, Prince Zhao had remained at the border. Even when the emperor summoned him, he refused to return. It wasn't until recently, when he was severely injured and crippled, that he was forced to return to the capital. Upon his return, he was forced to relinquish his military power. He must be harboring resentment. Prince Zhao is planning a rebellion. Hua Manman quickly realized what was happening and shouted, "This is a setup." However, Li Xiaoyuan completely ignored her explanation and took the seal to the emperor to lodge a complaint. "Your Majesty, I found this in Prince Zhao's residence. Please take a look. Prince Zhao is attempting to rebel." The emperor found Li Xiaoyuan tiresome. He instructed eunuch Wu to bring the seal to him. Hua Manman was afraid that the emperor would believe Li Xiaoyuan and convict Prince Zhao. Just as she was about to speak, Li Ji stopped her. "Don't worry, my wife. It's all right." The emperor used the imperial seal daily. No one was more familiar with it than he was. He only needed a single glance to discern that this seal was a fake. Li Xiaoyuan clearly hadn't expected this turn of events, but he quickly recovered. "Your Majesty, even if this seal is fake, it was still found in Prince Zhao's residence. He privately forged the imperial seal. You can't just let this go." The emperor looked at Prince Zhao, who remained silent, like a spectator calmly watching the farce unfold before him. "Li Ji, do you have anything to say?" the emperor asked. Li Ji replied calmly, "The fake imperial seal, although found in my residence, doesn't mean it belongs to me. It's possible that someone deliberately planted it to frame me. As it happens, I know who that person is. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I'll have the person who framed me brought here." The shadow guard standing nearby understood and immediately excused himself. Hua Man suddenly spoke up, saying that she wanted to go too. For Li Ji's sake, the emperor allowed it. Hua Man happily ran off, thinking, although I don't know who framed His Highness, this is a serious matter. I have to go and see for myself to be at ease. Li Ji, overhearing her thoughts, softened his expression. Silly girl. Everything is under my control. When Hua Man arrived, she found Jinji unconscious on the ground. After confirming with the trusted guard, it was revealed that Jinji was the one who framed Prince Zhao. Hua Man thought to herself, Jinji is very cunning. If we just bring her in like this, she'll definitely try to weasel her way out of it. So she took out a truth pill and make Jinji swallow it. The personal guard didn't understand the use of this pill. Hua Man didn't explain, smiling mysteriously, "You'll know when the time comes. I won't harm His Highness. Now you can take him in." Prince Zhao, Li Ji, was framed for privately possessing the imperial seal and intending to rebel. The key executor was Jinji, a maid serving by Hua Qingqing's side. However, because of Hua Man's conflicted inner thoughts, Li Ji learned of this threat in advance and made arrangements. Hua Man took advantage of Jinji's unconscious state to stuff the truth pill into his mouth. Otherwise, these veteran actors are quite convincing. Afterwards, the personal guard threw Jinji into the main hall. Li Xiaoyuan panicked at the sight. He understood that the situation had spiraled out of his control. Seeing this, the emperor asked with an inscrutable expression, "Is this the person you said framed you? Then wake him up." After receiving the order, the personal guard went up and roused Jinji. Jinji opened his eyes to see the emperor and empress. He hurriedly knelt down. The emperor looked down at him. "Just now, someone found a fake imperial seal in Prince Zhao's residence. Tell me, does this have anything to do with you?" Jinji's heart skipped a beat. I was so careful hiding the seal, clean and without a trace. How did the emperor suspect me? This is a serious matter. I can only deny it to the death. They can't do anything to me then. So he opened his mouth to deny it. However, the truth pill took effect. The words that tumbled out were, "Yes, it was this servant who hid the fake imperial seal in Prince Zhao's residence. Someone bribed this servant, wanting this servant to frame Prince Zhao." The emperor didn't expect Jinji to be so straightforward. He quickly pressed, "Who bribed you to frame Prince Zhao?" Jinji, already stunned by his own confession, thought, asterisk, what's going on? Why can't I control my mouth? Why am I speaking my true thoughts? Asterisk. But I absolutely cannot reveal the mastermind, or my family will also die. He knew he was doomed. So he fiercely bit off his own tongue. This way, at least I can protect my family. Hua Manman hadn't expected Jinji to be so resolute. The enraged emperor immediately ordered someone to summon the imperial physician that he cannot die. We must know who instructed him to frame Prince Zhao. Who is it? The imperial physician quickly arrived and treated Jinji, managing to barely save his life. The truth pill's effects had worn off. No matter how the emperor interrogated him, Jinji wouldn't reveal a single word. In the end, the emperor had him thrown into prison. After all this commotion, everyone in Mingxiu Pavilion returned to their respective homes. With Jinji's confession, Prince Zhao instantly went from suspect to victim. At this moment, Hua Qingqing realized that Jinji's true master wasn't her. From now on, she would be more careful in choosing those around her. That night, Hua Manman sighed in Li Ji's arms that we've been busy for half a day, and still no one knows who the mastermind is. What a pity. Jinji was about to reveal the person behind it all, but he committed suicide. He's alive, but he'll never be able to speak again. Li Ji comforted her. It's all right. As long as he's alive, we will eventually find out who's behind this. Compared to that, I'm more curious. About the pill you gave Jinji. What was it? Hua Manman's eyes darted around. If I said. It was just a candy. Would you believe me? Li Ji chuckled. I look like a fool. Hua Manman thought, yes, but she said, Your Highness is wise and valiant, handsome and extraordinary. You're nothing like a fool. Li Ji stroked her head. In that case, don't try to fool me with such silly words. Hua Manman didn't want to lie, but her transmigration and the system were too bizarre to explain. Most importantly, she couldn't reveal them. She sighed helplessly and continued to fabricate a story. Since Your Highness insists on knowing, I can't hide it any longer. Actually, I'm a fairy who mistakenly entered the mortal realm. And fairies, naturally, have some special abilities. That pill is one of my special abilities. Noticing her increasingly exaggerated and frivolous story, Li Ji's eyes narrowed. Speak plainly. His stern demeanor was quite intimidating. So Hua Manman, under his gaze, confessed. It's called a truth pill. Anyone who takes it will be forced to speak their truest thoughts and innermost secrets for a short period. Li Ji recalled how Li Zhaoyuan had spoken the truth earlier and realized he had also taken this pill. He had never seen such a miraculous drug. In some ways, the truth pill was similar to his mind-reading ability. He asked Hua Manman where she got the truth pill. Hua Manman thought, I absolutely cannot reveal that it's from the system. After a moment, she replied, I obtained it from a reclusive expert. I can't reveal who it is. Hearing her inner thoughts, Li Ji assumed the expert's name was System. He considered investigating and finding this person. Hua Manman, fearing further questioning, quickly changed the subject. By the way, Your Highness, Li Zhiyuan's sudden intrusion into our home. I think he might be acting under someone's orders. Li Ji responded with a hum that I've already sent people to investigate. It's getting late. Let's rest. However, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for many. For example, Li Zhaoyuan. He knew full well Prince Zhao's vengeful nature and that he absolutely wouldn't be spared. His fears were realized when Prince Zhao's guards stormed into the room, smashing everything to pieces. Li Zhaoyuan and the palace maids attending him were tied to a tree and severely whipped. Screams echoed through the courtyard. A guard, wiping his sharp sword, asked Li Zhaoyuan, when you led people to barge into the prince's residence and frighten consort Hua, did you ever imagine you'd end up like this? Li Zhaoyuan was terrified out of his wits. He desperately pleaded, don't kill me. I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. He knew perfectly well that with such a commotion, no one was coming to save him, which clearly indicated their stance. He regretted offending Prince Zhao. The guard pointed his sword at Li Zhaoyuan and coldly pressed, tell me, who told you to go rummaging through the prince's residence? The next day, the guard returned to Prince Zhao's residence and respectfully recounted the events. Li Ji listened thoughtfully. So, Li Zhaoyuan came because when Zhaorong and Yi Chongyuan tipped him off, saying someone was slowly poisoning him. So, is when Zhaorong behind all this? Or is it Yi Chongyuan? Or is it someone else entirely? While Li Ji was pondering countermeasures, he received news of Jinji's suicide in prison. Hua Manman stopped practicing calligraphy. The only lead is gone. Doesn't that mean we can't find the mastermind? Doesn't that mean Prince Zhao is still in danger? She hurried over and cautiously asked Li Ji, "Your Highness." Jinji was definitely silenced. "What should we do now? If the person behind this isn't eliminated, I'm worried they'll keep plotting against you." Li Ji softly reassured her, "Don't worry. I have a plan. How many truth pills do you have left?" "Let me see." Hua Man obediently replied, "Just one left." She took it out and handed it over. Li Ji, using his mind-reading ability, knew she wasn't lying. He rubbed the truth pill in his hand, considering the various suspects and their motives against him. Then he instructed his trusted guard, "Tomorrow morning, send some wine to the emperor. Have the eunuch hint that tomorrow evening is suitable for a banquet." Hua Man immediately understood. "Your Highness, are you planning to put the truth pill in the wine at the banquet tomorrow night?" Li Ji pinched her cheek, a cryptic look on his face that you'll find out tomorrow night. Now that official business is concluded, it's time for our marital affairs. Since their wedding, without fail, the two performed their conjugal duties every night, and their relationship was excellent. The next day, the emperor received the fine wine from Li Ji and held a banquet in the Yuqing Palace, inviting everyone to enjoy it together. Hua Man watched as everyone arrived. She quietly asked Li Ji, "Who did you give the truth pill to?" Li Ji glanced towards Yi Chongyuan. Yi Chongyuan, guilty, didn't want to come, but feared that his absence would arouse suspicion. Through countless experiences, he knew Prince Zhao wouldn't act without reason. So he was very cautious and didn't intend to drink the wine Prince Zhao sent. He planned not to eat or drink anything tonight. Hua Man anxiously observed, "Your Highness, he doesn't seem to be planning on drinking." Li Ji, with an air of confidence, reassured her, "Don't worry, he'll eat something soon." Just then, the Empress had someone bring Yi Chongyuan a cup of warm jujube tea. "I heard you're not drinking alcohol today, so I prepared this jujube tea for you. Drink it quickly before it gets cold." Yi Chongyuan's heart sank. He was extremely reluctant to drink it, but the Emperor, seeing him hesitate, spoke up, "This is a gesture from the Empress. Yi Chongyuan, don't waste it. Drink it." Yi Chongyuan was now in a difficult position. He had to drink it. He silently consoled himself, thinking the wine was prepared by Prince Zhao and the jujube tea is from the Empress. The Empress and Prince Zhao have always been at odds. There shouldn't be a problem. He lifted the cup and drank it all in one gulp. Li Ji, having heard his inner thoughts, sneered. Suddenly, he spoke, "Why haven't I seen the sixth prince tonight?" Yi Chongyuan had intended to say that the sixth prince had a slight stomach upset and couldn't attend the banquet. However, what came out was, "I didn't let him come. I was afraid you'd poison the wine." As soon as he finished speaking, he realized he'd fallen into a trap. Yi Chongyuan, guilty and paranoid, had planned not to consume anything at the banquet. However, Li Ji had already blocked his escape routes. In the end, he was forced to drink the jujube tea. The truth pill took effect. His first words revealed the truth. Everyone present was stunned. Li Ji pressed his advantage, asking, "We have no grievances. Why would you think I would poison and harm the sixth prince?" Yi Chongyuan wanted to explain, to say he was just joking. However, his mouth wouldn't obey him. "Who says we have no grievances? I bribed Jinji to hide a fake imperial seal in your residence to frame you. Isn't that a big enough grievance?" As soon as he finished speaking, he knew the persona he had cultivated for so many years was completely ruined tonight. He instinctively looked at the Emperor. As expected, the Emperor glared at him, his eyes filled with fury. "You scoundrel. So you were the one who did it. You also killed Jinji. You even planted a spy within the Phylong Guard. You should know that the Phylong Guard is directly under the Emperor's jurisdiction. They are specifically responsible for protecting the Emperor's safety. The Emperor would never allow a traitor among them." Yi Chongyuan, who was about to be appointed, suddenly started struggling. Li Ji clearly heard the voice in his heart. "I can't say it. If I expose him, it will only be worse. The crime has already been committed. It's definitely a death sentence. It's better to die here and now to apologize. I can still protect the sixth prince." Li Ji was wondering who he was referring to. Yi Chongyuan pulled out a golden hairpin and pointed it directly at his throat, his eyes filled with determination. "Your Majesty, I did everything by myself. I deserve to die, but the sixth prince is innocent. He's young and doesn't understand anything. Please spare him." The Emperor hurriedly ordered someone to pull his hand away. However, it was too late. Blood splattered everywhere in an instant. The scene was too gruesome. Hua Man was traumatized. She stood there in shock. Because of this incident, tonight's banquet ended abruptly. Everyone went home. Hua Man, who usually slept well, suffered from insomnia tonight. Whenever she closed her eyes, the gruesome scene of Yi Chongyuan's suicide would appear before her. It was both lamentable and pitiable. Li Ji's deep voice suddenly rang in her ears. Are you still thinking about Yi Chongyuan? If you feel guilty about his death, you don't have to. He brought it upon himself. It has nothing to do with you. Hua Man sighed softly. That's what you say, but I still feel a little uncomfortable. Although I've experienced the deaths of my grandparents before, they were due to natural causes. It's normal. It's not like Yi Chongyuan's death, which makes me feel uneasy and disturbed. Li Ji was silent for a moment before speaking again. The first time I saw a dead person, I was 7 years old. My father was still alive that year. He took me out for a spring outing. We were ambushed on the way. My father fought off 10 assassins by himself. I was very scared at the time, trembling in the carriage. Afterwards, my father comforted me. He said there was nothing to be afraid of the dead. The truly scary ones are the living. So even if you're scared, it's okay. There's no need to be uneasy. I'll always be with you. Hua Man imagined a young Li Ji trembling with fear and found it a bit amusing. She chuckled, and her mood brightened. Li Ji affectionately pinched Hua Man's cheek. What are you thinking about again? Hua Man thought. I won't tell you. She shook her head with a smile. Nothing. Li Ji heard her inner thoughts, and his expression became somewhat subtle. Since my wife can't sleep, let's do something else tonight. He undid Hua Man's undergarments. Then, he kissed her deeply, and they happily made love. The next day, Hua Man woke up late. Her whole body ached. She warned herself to go to bed earlier in the future. Otherwise, she would not only be eaten, but also miss breakfast and go hungry. Rules are dead. People are alive. She got up and rushed out of the study, heading straight for the small kitchen to get something to eat. On the way, she bumped into a small, thin figure. Hua Man recognized him. It was Yi Chongyuan's child, the sixth prince Li Yi. She wondered, wasn't he supposed to be sent to consort Shu to be raised? Why is the sixth prince running around alone? She asked softly, Your Highness, why did you suddenly run out? Were the people serving you? Didn't they follow you? Because of the heavy rain, the sixth prince was drenched. He looked pitiful and forlorn. He remained silent, refusing to communicate, but he could sense that the person in front of him was kind. So when Hua Man offered to take him to the small kitchen, the sixth prince remained silent, but allowed Hua Man to help him into the small kitchen. Hua Man had him sit near the stove. She lit the firewood. The burning flames radiated heat, making the shivering sixth prince feel a little better. Hua Man was afraid he would catch a cold. She made him ginger soup and coaxed him to drink it. The sixth prince didn't make a sound for a while. Then he whispered, I don't want to drink ginger soup. I want to eat glutinous rice balls. Looking at his red, tearful eyes, Hua Man felt a pang of sympathy. She thought, he's so pitiful. He woke up and his mother was gone. She softly coaxed the sixth prince, drink the ginger soup first, and I'll make you glutinous rice balls. The sixth prince stared at Hua Man as if he saw his mother through her. So he obediently took the bowl and drank the ginger soup. Hua Man had learned from her grandmother before, so she quickly got started. Noticing the sixth prince's gaze, she coaxed him patiently and gently. It'll be ready soon. Not long after, Hua Man drizzled sugar syrup over the rice balls and brought the plate to the sixth prince. Here, eat. The sixth prince stared at the glutinous rice balls for a long time. It was the first time he had seen rice balls made this way. He reached out, picked one up, and put it in his mouth, looking cute and obedient. Hua Man couldn't help but pat his head and ask softly, How is it? Is it delicious? The sixth prince started crying as he ate. It's not the same as the glutinous rice balls my mother made. I miss my mother so much. Hua Man knew in her heart that what the sixth prince really wanted wasn't glutinous rice balls, but the mother who had made them for him. She hugged the sobbing sixth prince. Having experienced loss herself, she understood the pain of losing a loved one. It was a pain that couldn't be soothed with mere words. So I could only distract him. I'll go grab his glutinous rice balls. Don't cry. If you cry again, I'll eat all the glutinous rice balls. When Li Ji comes, he'll see us, big and small, having competition, eating glutinous rice balls. Seeing Li Ji arrive, Hua Man happily greeted him. Your Highness, why don't you join us? The sixth prince suddenly stood up, looking at Li Ji with hatred in his eyes. He had learned from his servants that his mother's death was because of Prince Zhao, that you're the murderer. Who killed my mother? I'll kill you. He fiercely threw a glutinous rice ball at Li Ji. Hua Man instinctively lunged forward to shield Li Ji. The glutinous rice ball hit him squarely in the chest. The sixth prince was startled. He had a good impression of Hua Man and didn't want to hurt her. But seeing her protecting his mother's murderer, he threatened her fiercely. Why did you block it? Get out of the way. Hua Man, like a hen protecting her chicks, confronted the sixth prince that I won't. I absolutely won't allow you to hurt his highness. The prince had initially been appeased by Hua Man's tempting food, but the next second, seeing Prince Zhao, Li Ji, he erupted again. In his mind, Prince Zhao was the enemy who killed his mother. Li Ji pushed Hua Man, who was shielding him, aside and directly confronted the sixth prince with the cruelest reality. Your Highness, the sixth prince, are you making such a fuss to avenge your mother? You keep saying that I forced her to her death, but the truth is, your mother, for the sake of your future, risked framing me. She chose to end her own life when the matter was exposed. It was also for you. Everything she did was for you, her son. You're the one who truly pushed her step by step into a desperate situation. The sixth prince was stunned, thinking Prince Zhao was talking nonsense. Do you think I'll give up revenge just because you say this? You're dreaming. Li Ji continued calmly. If your power wasn't so weak, you wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. If you want to avenge your mother, you should think about how to gain power in the palace. The sixth prince stood there, sobbing. Hua Man, seeing this, couldn't bear it and softly comforted him. Your Highness, the past is irreversible. Your mother sacrificed everything for you. She only wanted you to live well. You should pull yourself together. The sixth prince pushed Hua Man away and yelled, You're lying? I don't believe you. You're all liars. Then he ran off. At his age, he needed time to process this information. Li Ji looked away and asked Hua Man, Do you think I'm heartless? Hua Man shook her head. No. I understand your highness's intentions. The sixth prince is still young and has lost his mother's protection. If he remains so naive, he'll inevitably be used by those with ulterior motives, like Yi Yuan. It's better to tell him the truth than to let him remain ignorant and be manipulated. This way, he might be able to grow up healthy. You said this for his own good. Li Ji hadn't expected Hua Man to understand the darkness in his heart so well. The warmth dispelled his gloom once again. He smiled slightly, perhaps. The sixth prince has gone back. Now we should deal with other matters. Hua Man hurriedly asked, What other matters are there? Li Ji stood up, closed the kitchen door, and lifted Hua Man onto the counter, looking contentedly at the syrup on her chest. Let me clean this up for you. Hua Man felt that Li Ji's flirting skills had improved. Blushing, she said, Your Highness, someone can wash that little bit of syrup off. Li Ji insisted, I can clean it better. He licked from Hua Man's chest up to her neck, instantly creating an intimate atmosphere. Hua Man was dazed by the kisses. Suddenly, she heard a voice outside. That wasn't His Highness here? Where did he go? She woke up with a start. Your Highness, there's someone outside. Li Ji remained calm, his movements continuing without pause. You need to concentrate when we're talking. Hua Man's apprehension and timidity were swallowed by Li Ji's passionate kisses. Finally, exhausted, she returned to her room early to sleep. Elsewhere, the emperor, distressed by Jinji's death in prison, knew there was a traitor within the Flying Dragon Guard. This matter was a thorn in his heart, preventing him from eating or sleeping peacefully. He entrusted the investigation to Li Ji. Li Ji, with his special channels, quickly received a reply from the new vice commander of the guard. Your Highness, after General Wang's investigation, we've confirmed that Yi Yuan spy within the Flying Dragon Guard is Lu Shizhong. He has deserted and is in the vicinity. I suspect he might attempt to assassinate you tonight. Li Ji, a veteran of the battlefield, now with his leg healed, wasn't worried about an assassination attempt. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically to, Man is in danger. Meanwhile, in the bedchamber, Hua Man, sound asleep, suddenly felt a chill on her neck. She woke up abruptly and looked up to see the face of a strange man. This man was Lu Shizhong of the Flying Dragon Guard. He knew that directly attacking Prince Zhao had a low chance of success, so he took Hua Man hostage. Seeing her awake, he lowered his voice menacingly. Don't move. Don't scream, or I'll kill you. Hua Man immediately stopped struggling, her mind racing. Who is this guy? How'd he get in? in. What did he want? The next second, she heard the man ask, when will Prince Zhao come see you? Hua Man understood. This man was after His Highness. So, she decided to stall for time. Hua Man responded with an innocent look, I don't know. Lu Shizhong sneered. How could you not know? You're Prince Zhao's most favored woman. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought you to Yuqing Mountain for the summer. You'd better answer me honestly. Don't play tricks with me. Or don't blame me for being impolite. Hua Man quickly retorted, I'm really not Prince Zhao's most favored woman. He brought me here because everyone else is afraid of him and unwilling to come with him. Only I'm brave enough to bite the bullet and follow him. I can swear Prince Zhao won't come to me. May I be struck by lightning if I'm lying. As soon as she finished speaking, a rumbling thunderclap sounded outside. Hua Man was instantly speechless. Heavens, do you have to expose me like this? Lu Shizhong looked at her sinisterly, clearly having lost his patience. Liar. Since he refused to tell the truth, don't blame me. He was just about to exert force when he suddenly heard footsteps outside. With his keen hearing, he could tell there were quite a few people. Hua Man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The prince is here. I should be saved, right? Lu Shizhong became anxious. He knew that he alone couldn't possibly snatch Prince Zhao's phone from under the noses of so many skilled guards. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well take someone down with me. Hua Man saw that this guy was about to go berserk and quickly thought of a way to save herself. Grabbing Lu Shizhong, she urgently pleaded, you can't kill me. I have a way for you to leave here alive. The prince has brought so many people here now. You definitely won't succeed if you attack him. But if you take me hostage and threaten him, you might have a chance. Lu Shizhong was skeptical of her words. Didn't you just say Prince Zhao doesn't like you? Even if I use you as a hostage, he probably won't care about your life or death. Hua Man choked. Her plan wasn't keeping up with the changes. She'd forgotten that point. But as a drama queen, this was child's play. She pinched her thigh, tears welling up. Of course, he wouldn't care about my life or death, but he can't possibly not care about his child's life or death. I'm pregnant. Lu Shizhong looked uncertainly at Hua Man's stomach. If that were true, this hostage would be useful. Hua Man, seeing his hesitation, quickly added fuel to the fire. You should know that Prince Zhao still has no children. As long as this child is born, whether boy or girl, it will be of great significance to him. Using me to threaten him is more useful than killing me. They're almost here. Make your decision. Who would choose death if they could live? Lu Shizhong was ultimately unwilling to just die. His mind was already muddled by Hua Man. He dragged her off the bed. I hope you're not lying to me. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The voice of her maid came from outside. Miss, are you awake? Lu Shizhong held Hua Man hostage with one hand. The blade of his knife pressed tightly against her throat. He warned in a low voice, if you try any tricks, I'll kill you immediately. Hua Man knew he was capable of it. She replied earnestly, don't worry. I won't joke about my own life. Holding her throat, she called out to the maid outside. I just woke up. What is it? Outside, the guards skilled in Qinggong flew onto the roof, their bows and arrows at the ready. The maid replied cautiously, you haven't eaten anything tonight. The prince is afraid you're hungry, so he sent someone to bring you some food. Can you open the door? At this point, Li Ji was on the verge of exploding. If anything happened to Hua Man, he would undoubtedly revert to the ruthless, terrifying prince he once was. Inside the room, Hua Man glanced at the man behind her. Lu Shizhong whispered, tell them to leave. Hua Man deliberately said, I'm not eating. Tell them all to leave. Don't disturb my sleep. The maid was still trying to persuade her. This is the prince's kindness. It doesn't seem right to just send them away like this. Hua Man deliberately put on an angry tone. I said tell them to leave. Can't you understand? Do you want to make me have a miscarriage? Hua Man, being held hostage, lied about being pregnant to save herself. Everyone outside was shocked by her words. They had always thought that Prince Zhao, with his disabled legs, was impotent. Now it seemed the prince was quite capable. The maid, believing her, hurriedly tried to soothe her. Please don't get upset. Pregnant women need to stay calm. I'll tell them to leave right away. Li understood Hua Man's hidden message. He raised his hand, signaling the hidden men to retreat. Inside the room, Lu Shizhong, hearing the footsteps outside gradually fade away, regained some confidence. He told Hua Man to call Prince Zhao in. Hua Man cooperated, calling out, I think I hear the prince's voice. Your Highness, are you there? Can you come in for a moment? Outside, Li Ji's trusted guards were instantly alert. Your Highness, it's dangerous. Don't go. But Li Ji believed Hua Man wouldn't put him in danger. He assumed she was trying a diversion tactic. So he went to the door and replied, I'm here. I'm coming in now. Inside, Lu Shizhong, confident in having Hua Manman as a life-saving shield, believed he could ambush and kill Li Ji as he entered. Meanwhile, a smug smirk played on Hua Manman's lips. The next moment, a crossbow bolt suddenly burst through the window. Hearing the whooshing sound, Lu Shizhong reacted quickly and dodged back. Hua Manman took advantage of this opening and quickly ran away, grabbing the sword she used for martial arts practice. Her demeanor suddenly became sharp and fierce. You actually tried to use me and attack my people. I'll make you pay. Lu Shizhong initially thought she was a little white rabbit. Turns out she's a big bad wolf. This woman is really good at pretending. And what surprised him even more was how fast her sword was, like lightning. He couldn't defend himself at all. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. At the same time, the door was kicked open. Li Ji, who was ready to play the hero, found himself with nothing to do. My wife is so strong. Hua Man, who was a deadly assassin just a second ago, turned into a delicate, helpless little woman the moment she saw Li Ji. She cried and threw herself into Li Ji's arms, seeking comfort. Your Highness, I was so scared. What could Li Ji do? He comforted her. It's all right. It's all right. I'm here. After his trusted guards carried Lu Shizhong out and cleaned up the scene, leaving only the two of them in the room again, Li Ji spoke with a hint of an ambiguous smile. So, I'm going to be a father. Hua Man hurriedly explained. No, Your Highness, it was just a ruse. I was just tricking him to find a chance to take him down. Li Ji suddenly stood up and picked Hua Man up, walking towards the bed. It's all right. Since you've already said it, it means you still really want to get pregnant. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. Lying on the bed, Hua Man blushed crimson. Good heavens, this man is too much. Your Highness, I didn't. Before she could finish, Li Ji sealed her lips with his own, diligently working on making a baby. After that day, the news of Hua Man's supposed pregnancy spread throughout the entire Jade Green Mountain. The emperor was overjoyed when he heard the news and sent many rewards. Seeing this, many concubines also sent a lot of tonics. Hua Man ate her bird's nest with a worried look. It was just a desperate measure I came up with in a moment of panic. Now everyone thinks I'm pregnant. If the emperor finds out I'm not, wouldn't that be deceiving the emperor? Do I really have to get pregnant to resolve this? While she was eating, someone reported that Hua Qingqing had arrived. Hua Man pondered. The female lead wouldn't also be here to see me about my pregnancy, would she? As expected, Hua Qingqing said as soon as she entered, Second sister, I heard you're pregnant. Hua Man screamed internally. As expected, she's here to ask about this. Is it so hard to tell a lie to save myself? She quickly waved her hands and explained, it's fake. I'm not pregnant. Hua Qingqing looked surprised. Hua Man then told her the whole story. It was just a strategy. I'm really not pregnant. Hua Qingqing understood. She softly comforted her. I see. Second sister, you've been wronged. You don't have to worry too much about this. Prince Zhao was just summoned by the emperor. He'll probably explain it for you. Hua Man hummed in agreement. His Highness did tell me not to worry before he left. Suddenly, she remembered her persona and that she shouldn't let the female lead pat her head. She immediately became haughty again. Who said you could touch me? Don't touch my head. Hua Qingqing, seeing her being awkward again, thought she was adorable. She smoothly changed the subject. I heard that the sixth prince suddenly had a fever last night. Everyone in the palace is saying he's dying. Hua Man thought of the little boy crying while eating glutinous rice balls and felt a little worried. Hua Qingqing, seeing that it was getting late, got up to leave. The emperor will be looking for me soon. Since you're not pregnant, I'll go back now. Hua Man hummed in agreement. Go on. Before leaving, Hua Qingqing sneakily pinched Hua Man's cheek. I'll come see you again when I have time. Then she turned and ran. Even from afar, Hua Man's roar could be heard. You pinched my cheek again. Li Ji happened to return. Who made my wife angry? Why do you look so worried? Hua Man's eyes darted around, and she threw herself into Li Ji's arms. I heard the sixth prince is sick. Li Ji responded, yes, I heard he refuses to eat anything. He just lies there and refuses to take his medicine. Do you want to go see him? Hua Man nodded. I want to see him. He's so pitiful. His mother just died, and now he's seriously ill. Although I've only met him once, I think I might be able to persuade him to eat something. Li Ji, unable to bear seeing Hua Man upset, agreed to whatever she wanted. All right, then go. I'll send someone to inform Consort Shu. Hua Man was instantly overjoyed. Thank you, Your Highness. Li Ji seized the opportunity to bargain. Just saying thank you is enough. After so many times, Huang Man was experienced. She pecked Li Ji on the forehead. Thank you, Your Highness. I'll go get ready now. Li Ji, however, didn't let her go so easily. He pressed her against the wall and kissed her deeply. After a while, he released her. This is how you thank me. This is enough. Afterwards, Huang Man arrived at Consort Shu's residence and saw the sixth prince lying sick in bed. He looked even thinner than the last time they met, listless and lacking energy. Consort Shu also looked quite exhausted. Prince Zhao said you have a way to console the sixth prince. I'm entrusting him to you this time. Huang Man thought to herself, isn't it just feeding someone chicken soup for the soul? I'm good at that. She didn't hesitate to take on the task. Consort Shu, knowing that the sixth prince didn't like her, considerately went out to let Huang Man handle it. Huang Man noticed the sixth prince's eyelashes fluttering and knew the little guy was pretending to sleep. She sat down by the bed and deliberately provoked him that I thought yesterday's incident would have taught you something. I didn't expect you to still be a child. As soon as she finished speaking, the sixth prince opened his eyes and retorted indignantly, I'm not a child. Huang Man slowly picked up a nearby grape. While peeling it, she continued, but only children use refusing to eat or take medicine to threaten others. If it were an adult, they would definitely prioritize getting better first, and then think of ways to fight for their rights. The sixth prince remained silent. At this moment, his whole body was filled with resistance. Seeing this, Huang Man picked up a piece of red bean cake and deliberately took a loud bite. The sixth prince, who hadn't eaten anything, couldn't resist the temptation. It made him very irritable. He couldn't help but yell, if you want to eat, go out and eat. Don't stay here and annoy me. Huang Man didn't budge. I won't go out. I'm going to eat here. The sixth prince was so angry, he almost cried. Huang Man suddenly leaned closer, striking while the iron was hot. And you say you're not a child. Only children cry at the drop of a hat. She offered a piece of red bean cake to the sixth prince. Eat it quietly. I won't tell anyone. The sixth prince didn't want to give in so easily. He stubbornly refused. Huang Man continued to tempt him. Are you really not going to eat it? It's fragrant, sweet, and melts in your mouth. It's delicious. The sixth prince still wanted to refuse, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Huang Man seized the opportunity to stuff the red bean cake into his mouth. The sixth prince tasted the sweet flavor and subconsciously chewed. Huang Man looked at him seriously. Your Highness, I'm not your family, so some things are hard to say, but Yichuan Garden risked their lives to save yours. If you really ruin your health, the first person to be heartbroken will be Yichuan Garden. Do you really want your mother to be uneasy in the afterlife? Huang Man's sudden mention of Yichuan Garden touched the softest spot in the sixth prince's heart. He stopped resisting and started eating in big bites. Huang Man handed him a cup of cool tea. The sixth prince accepted it haughtily. What's with that look? Don't tell me you're treating me like your son. Huang Man laughed. You misunderstand. The way you were eating just now reminded me of Xiao Bai. I miss him a little. The sixth prince subconsciously asked, who's Xiao Bai? Huang Man thought, he was a pig I raised before. Afraid of upsetting the little guy again, she stood up and said goodbye, that it's nothing. You've eaten and drunk, so I should go back. Take care and get well soon. You can come find me when you're better. I'll treat you to barbecue. The sixth prince could feel Huang Man's kindness. Both the glutinous rice balls last time and the red bean cake this time had given him a little comfort during his most difficult moments. He obediently nodded. Okay. Having successfully coaxed the sixth prince to eat, Huang Man stepped outside only to realize how late it had gotten. It was also raining. Thinking that Li Ji must be waiting for her, she quickened her pace. Then she looked up and saw Li Ji waiting for her in the rain with an umbrella. Huang Man ran all the way to Li Ji, her eyes full of surprise. Your Highness, why are you here? Li Ji tilted the umbrella towards her. I came to take you home. These words caused ripples in Huang Man's heart. Since her grandparents passed away, no one had waited for her to come home. She hadn't expected to feel this long-lost warmth again after coming here. Okay, let's go home. Back at their residence, Huang Man regretted that Li Ji had come to pick her up. Although he had an umbrella, he still got wet. Your Highness, please don't come to pick me up in the future. You just recovered. It wouldn't be good if you caught a chill. Li Ji looked at her seriously. This prince is not that fragile. If Man doesn't believe me, you can personally test how fragile this prince is. Hua Man hadn't yet realized the hidden meaning in his words and asked with confusion, "Can that even be tested?" How to test? The next second, she was pushed onto the bed by Li Ji. Of course, like this. A night of strenuous exercise let Hua Man clearly understand that Prince Zhao was very strong, not fragile at all. The next day, Hua Man woke up early and made candied hawthorns to take to Li Ji. She said coquettishly, "Your Highness, try my candied hawthorns." Li Ji now indulged all of Hua Man's requests. He, who didn't like sweets, took a bite politely. He even praised it, saying it was sweet and delicious. Hua Man was instantly elated. "I'll make more for you next time." The steward suddenly entered and announced, "Your Highness, the imperial edict has arrived." Li Ji's expression immediately turned serious. Hua Man looked at him with concern. "Your Highness, I'll accompany you to receive the edict." Afterwards, Li Ji took Hua Man to receive the imperial edict. The south was experiencing floods, and Prince Zhao was ordered to go and manage the situation. That night, after receiving the news, the crown prince smashed things in his room. "What did you say?" "Father not only wants that cripple to go south with me for disaster relief, but he also gave him the Tiger Roar Battalion and the Red Army Fleet. Father trusts him so much. Even though he's crippled, he's still willing to lend him the Red Army, which can execute officials, but not to me. Am I his son, or is Prince Zhao his son? Am I really less important to father than a cripple?" He was already furious that Hua Qingqing had been promoted to Jieyu, and now the emperor's arrangement made him even more resentful. Lin Xian was a reborn person and was currently the crown prince's trusted advisor. Previously, Lin Xian had encouraged his cousin, Han Zhen'er, to marry Prince Zhao, hoping to use her to monitor the prince's movements and find an opportunity to bring him into the crown prince's faction. However, Han Zhen'er proved completely ineffective. Fearing exposure, Lin Xian managed to infiltrate the crown prince's residence, evading Li Ji's investigation, and began advising the crown prince. "Your Highness, why be angry? What's done is done. Your complaints are useless now. The most important thing is to handle the disaster relief properly. This concerns your image in the eyes of the officials and the people. There must be a perfect outcome. Haven't you always wanted to get rid of Prince Zhao? You can't touch him in the capital, but outside, far from the emperor's watchful eye." The crown prince suddenly understood. "You're right. This is indeed my opportunity. On this trip south, I will ensure his demise." That night, Li Ji, leading 2,000 Tiger Roar Guard soldiers, escorted the crown prince out of the capital. They traveled south through the heavy rain. Inside the carriage, Li Ji continued to disapprove of Hua Man accompanying him, knowing the journey would be perilous and many would seize the opportunity to assassinate him. Hua Man, however, wore an expression of unwavering devotion. "If I didn't come, your Highness would be so lonely on the road. Besides, I heard that His Majesty ordered you to escort the crown prince because the previous officials sent south were all killed by bandits along the way. I am wearied." These few words filled Li Ji's heart with warmth. This woman, so fragile, yet so determined to protect him despite his repeated warnings. How could he not be moved? The convoy stopped at a fork in the road. They debated whether to take the left or right path. Ultimately, the crown prince chose the right. Li Sneret. The crown prince is quite naive. The previous convoy transporting disaster relief supplies was ambushed by bandits on the left path and completely annihilated. The crown prince thinks the other route is safe, but the other road crosses a river, making it even more dangerous. The convoy arrived at the rope bridge. Due to its severe deterioration, it couldn't bear too many people at once. The crown prince ordered the convoy to be divided into 3 groups. The Tiger Roar Guard would lead the way, escorting him and the supplies across first, leaving Prince Zhao to bring up the rear. The Tiger Roar Guard captain felt uneasy and was about to speak, but the crown prince cut him off. "No buts. What are you still doing here? Do you expect me to personally inform Prince Zhao?" The captain had no choice but to approach Li Ji's carriage. "Your Highness, the crown prince has ordered your carriage to be last." Li Ji nodded in agreement. Hua Man, worried, embraced Li Ji fearfully. Understanding her concern, Li Ji softly reassured her. "I'll be fine." The carriages crossed the swaying rope bridge one after another, looking as if it might snap at any moment. When it was finally Li Ji's turn, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Li Ji's expression changed. He glanced out the window and saw bandits attacking from behind. His trusted guard fought back while shouting, "Your Highness, go. We will hold them off. Brothers, protect His Highness with your lives. Charge!" Having weathered many storms, Li Ji remained calm, holding Hua Man tightly. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Their carriage was crossing the rope bridge. On the other side, the crown prince smirked. If the rope bridge were to snap now, Prince Zhao would surely die. Even if the emperor questioned him later, he could claim it was an accident. A cripple trying to cross the river? Just die already. He signaled his guards to carry out his plan. Everyone was focused on the fight on the other side, no one noticing a figure stealthily approaching the bridge's edge. With an arrow, the figure slashed the ropes twice. Li Ji's guard, desperately fighting off the bandits, saw this, and his eyes widened in horror. "Your Highness!" His cry couldn't prevent the tragedy. The carriage plunged into the river. The current was swift, and within moments, the carriage was swept far downstream. After defeating the bandits, the guard plunged into the river, nearly frantic. He ordered everyone to search along the riverbank, determined to find Prince Zhao. On the opposite bank, the crown prince wore a satisfied smile. He had finally eliminated the troublesome Prince Zhao. Lin Xin feigned concern. "The current is so strong, and His Highness's leg. He can't swim. I fear the worst." The crown prince shrugged nonchalantly. "There's nothing to be done. We can only wish him luck. The disaster relief is urgent. We cannot delay. Take the money and supplies and continue south with me. As for Prince Zhao, leave him to Chunshe Wei." With Prince Zhao in the river, likely dead, no one in the relief effort dared to defy the crown prince. Meanwhile, downstream, the carriage shattered upon impact with the water. Hua Man was nearly impaled by the debris, but Li Ji shielded her at the last moment, suffering a deep gash on his arm. Clinging to a piece of wreckage, he managed to pull Hua Man ashore. After some time, Hua Man regained consciousness. His first reaction was to check on Li Ji. Li Ji gave him a weak smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Hua Man's tears flowed uncontrollably. "Your hand is injured. We need to treat it quickly. Otherwise, it'll get infected and become troublesome. Let's find a clinic first." He helped Li Ji up. The villages near the woods were almost entirely submerged. He suddenly felt discouraged. This place has been hit by a flood. The people here have either been swept away or become refugees. Where are we going to find a clinic? During the flood disaster, the carriage carrying Prince Zhao, Li Ji, and Hua Man had been sabotaged by the crown prince and plunged into the river. The crown prince was overjoyed when he saw this. He thought he had finally gotten rid of the troublesome Prince Zhao. He didn't bother to arrange a search and rescue, turning around to continue south to manage the disaster relief efforts. However, Li Ji was a seasoned warrior, and his leg had already been healed, so he only injured his arm while saving Hua Man. He was otherwise unharmed. After waking up on the shore, they were preparing to look for a nearby clinic when they suddenly heard crying. Following the sound, they found a middle-aged man lying under a crooked tree, raggedly dressed and lifeless. A young boy and girl were kneeling beside him. They were crying inconsolably, repeatedly calling out, "Father." When they noticed strangers approaching, the little girl immediately became alert and looked at them with wary eyes. "Who are you?" Hua Man felt sorry for the two children left alone after the natural disaster. "Greetings. We've just arrived and wanted to ask if there's a clinic nearby." Sensing Hua Man's kindness, the little girl relaxed slightly. "The nearby villages are all flooded. If you're looking for a clinic, you'll have to go to the county town." She turned to look at her deceased father. "I can't just leave my father here. But my brother and I are too weak to dig grave." So she asked Hua Man, "The road to the county town is a bit difficult. I can take you there, but I want you to help me bury my father." Hua Man had no objections, but mindful of Li Ji's identity, she turned to him for his opinion. Li Ji nodded in agreement. The four of them worked together, and soon the man was buried. After bidding farewell to their father, the siblings kept their promise and led Hua Man and Li Ji toward the county town. They made brief introductions along the way. The little girl's name was Jean Linger, and her brother was Jean Sinian. Hua Man felt it necessary to conceal their identities to avoid unnecessary trouble, so she adopted a common name. My name is Hua Xiaoyu. This is my husband, Li Ergu. Li Ji was speechless. He decided that when they returned to the capital, he would make Hua Man write Ergu countless times until she was sick of it. Unaware of the situation, Jean Linger nodded. "Okay, sister-in-law go, I understand." Hua Man froze. She had wanted to tease Li Ji, but it backfired. "Actually, you can call me Li Zong." Li Ji said with a smile. No, I think sister-in-law Go is a good name. Back home, the villagers call you that too. Isn't that right, sister-in-law Go? Hua Man, now defeated in her own game, played along that you're right, brother Go. Li Ji was at a loss for words. He truly couldn't match his wife's shamelessness. Jean Linger clearly sensed the strange atmosphere between Li Ergu and his wife, but she knew that this couple was definitely not ordinary. After walking for a while, Hua Man asked curiously, by the way, wasn't the county town flooded? Jean Linger explained as they walked. I heard they dug drainage ditches near the county town. The water all flowed away along the ditches. It won't accumulate in the city. Hua Man was impressed. If that's the case, why didn't they build ditches elsewhere? Jean Linger answered sheepishly, I don't know about that. We came here from another place to look for relatives. We're not locals. A lot of things I've only heard rumors about. Hua Man waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. After traveling for a long time, they finally reached the gates of the county town. As far as the eye could see, there were refugees everywhere. However, the city gates were closed. Many soldiers stood on the city walls, looking down at the refugees with indifferent expressions. Hua Man found a wealthy woman holding a child and inquired about the situation. Excuse me, why are the city gates closed? The woman said she didn't know the specifics, that I heard that some refugees caused trouble in the city before, which upset the city residents. So the magistrate ordered the city gates closed, forbidding refugees from entering. Hua Man asked again, if you can't enter the city, why are you still staying here? The wealthy woman told her it was because the Gao, Deng, and Chow families in the city were providing porridge outside the city. Although it's just thin gruel, in this situation, it's already considered a rare treat. Hearing this, Li Ji suddenly spoke up. Excuse me, who are those three families? The wealthy woman pointed to a nearby porridge stall and explained, they're the three big clans of Fuan County. Even a magistrate has to show them respect. They're all good people. Knowing that we've suffered from the floods and have nowhere to go, they provide porridge outside the city every other day. Li Ji, with a sharp gaze, understood that things were not always as they appeared. He continued to ask, what about the imperial court? Hasn't the court provided any relief? Hearing this, the woman said resentfully, those officials are the most vicious. They don't treat us like humans, so how could they bear to share their grain with us? Jean Linger, who had been silent, suddenly asked the woman, is the Gao family very powerful in this area? Is their eldest son called Gao Changming? The woman nodded without hesitation. The Gao family is the most powerful clan in Fuan County. It said that the clan leader's youngest son even passed the imperial examination and became a Jiren. His eldest son is indeed called Gao Changming. Do you know someone from the Gao family, little girl? Hua Man and Li Ji both looked at Jean Linger. Before Jean Linger could speak, Jean Sinian blurted out, Gao Changming is my future brother-in-law. Everyone was startled. Jean Linger blushed crimson and hurriedly covered her brother's mouth. At the same time, she said, he's young and likes to talk nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Hua Man and Li Ji exchanged glances. Is there a way to get into the city? Having learned enough about the situation, they quickly pulled Jean Linger and Jean Sinian aside to discuss how to enter the city. Around the corner, Hua Man softly asked Jean Linger, there's no one here. Tell us, how do you plan to get into the city? Jean Linger hesitated for a moment. She could sense that Hua Man and Li Ji weren't bad people. She took out a token and truthfully explained, this is from the Gao family's patriarch. We should be able to enter the city with this. Hua Man was overjoyed. That's wonderful. We'll just wait until the city gates open tomorrow. Could you please bring us in with you? We will definitely repay you if we have the chance. Seeing that Hua Man didn't ask about the origin of the token, Jean Linger breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied, you're welcome. That night, they stayed outside with all the other registered refugees. Hua Man truly felt sorry for them. Li Ji, hearing her thoughts, softly comforted her, don't worry, my dear. I'm here. I will make sure they are taken care of. The next day, Hua Man and Li Ji entered the city thanks to Jean Linger's token. To repay Jean Linger's kindness, they accompanied her to the Gao residence. Years ago, when Master Gao was young and studying abroad, he had made a marriage agreement with a classmate's daughter after they got drunk. The Gao family was aware of this. Soon, Madame Gao, the first wife, came out after receiving the news. Her beautiful face held a look of disdain. S.O. This is Jean Linger. Children from poor families mature early. Jean Linger wasn't a naive, innocent girl. The Gao family's attitude made her very uneasy. Madame Gao haughtily sized up Jean Linger. She looked even more shabby than she had imagined. She felt that with the Gao family's current status, it was simply impossible for them to fulfill a marriage agreement with such a poor family. Her expression grew colder. I heard you have a token. Show it to me. Jean Linger took out the token and marriage certificate and walked over, briefly explaining the circumstances of the engagement. At this moment, Li Ji happened to hear Madame Gao's inner thoughts. Just a little girl. As long as I destroy the token and marriage certificate, the Gao family can justifiably refuse to acknowledge this marriage. It won't matter what this girl does then. Jean Linger, unsuspecting, was about to hand over the token and marriage certificate. At the crucial moment, Huang Man called out, stopping her. Jean Linger paused and subconsciously looked at her. Sister-in-law Go, what's wrong? Huang Man said, such important things as the token and marriage certificate, how can you casually show them to others? What if they are accidentally destroyed? Madame Gao glared fiercely at Huang Man. Jean Linger wasn't stupid. Seeing this, she immediately became wary and withdrew the token. Sister-in-law Go is right. Madam, it's best to have Master Gao come out. I can only show the marriage certificate and token to Master Gao. Madame Gao dropped the pretense. Ungrateful wretch. You dare refuse me? You're asking for trouble. Someone seize this little girl and search her for the marriage certificate and token. Two servants immediately rushed in to carry out the order, trying to grab Jean Linger. Huang Man quickly stepped forward to protect the two children. Jean Linger pulled her brother back repeatedly. You're actually going back on the marriage agreement. Jean Linger's parents are gone. We siblings have no one to rely on. The Gao family saw her as easy to bully and refused to acknowledge the marriage. Madame Gao directly ordered them to use force and seize the token and marriage certificate. Just as the two servants were about to grab Jean Linger, Li Ji threw a teacup at them. With agile movements and impressive martial arts skills, he flew forward, sending the two large men flying and shielding Huang Man and the Jean siblings behind him. Madame Gao, frightened, called for another wave of men. However, they were all easily defeated by Li Ji. The room was filled with the cries and groans of the guards. Madame Gao's scalp tingled with fear. She had originally thought these were just ordinary refugees who would be powerless to resist, even if bullied. Who knew they were hiding a martial arts expert? Just who was this man? As she tried to slip away unnoticed, Huang Man blocked her path. Where's Madame going? Madame Gao pointed at Li Ji, stammering to stay and handle the marriage agreement. Jean Linger also had a strong spirit. She understood that in her current situation, she was indeed not worthy of the Gao family's young master. Even if she forced herself to marry into the Gao family, she wouldn't have a good ending. It would be better to take her brother and find a place to start a new life. So she looked at the evasive Madame Gao and said resolutely, you want to break off the engagement? I can agree, but you have to give me some money as compensation for our losses. She knew she was inexperienced and didn't understand many things. So she turned to Huang Man and Li Ji to sister-in-law Go. How much do you think is appropriate? Huang Man, used to the address by now, didn't bother correcting her and gestured with her hand. Jean Linger interpreted a listening ear as 100 taels of silver. She hesitated, wondering if it was too much. Madame Gao sneered inwardly. Asterisk, as expected of an ignorant little girl. 100 taels is more than enough to get rid of her. Asterisk, she was just about to agree when Huang Man suddenly interrupted. Wrong. It's 1,000 taels. Jean Linger was stunned. 1,000 taels. That was an astronomical figure she couldn't even dream of. Madame Gao was also taken aback. 1,000 taels was no small sum, even for the Gao family. Why does this woman always interfere? Just as she was about to haggle, Huang Man spoke first. Madame Gao, this concerns your brother-in-law's lifelong happiness. 1,000 taels is already a very generous offer. If you're not satisfied, we can increase the price. How about 1,200 taels? Li Ji stared coldly at her, the warning in his eyes clear. Madame Gao, fuming, could only endure it. She couldn't trick them, and she couldn't beat them. In the end, when Jean Linger left the Gao residence, clutching the 1,000 tael silver note, she was still in a daze. Brother and sister-in-law Go, thank you so much. Without you, my brother and I might have been thrown out with nothing. Let's split this money. Huang Man took only one silver note. If she hadn't been completely penniless and unable to go to the clinic, she wouldn't have taken even that. She smiled at Jean Linger. This is enough for us. keep the rest, and take good care of yourself and your brother. I don't think the Gao family is as kind as they say. They might try to get revenge. Why don't you travel with us for a while? We can separate after we leave Fuan County. Jean Linger felt incredibly lucky to have met such good people as Li Ergu and his wife. Overjoyed, she agreed, "Thank you, sister-in-law Go." They then went to a clinic to have Li Ji's wounds bandaged. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Numerous fierce-looking officers arrived, driving back the people on the street and knocking on doors, warning everyone, His Highness the Crown Prince is about to enter the city. Watch your words. No one is allowed to go out or speak carelessly for the next few days. Serve His Highness attentively. Hua Man hadn't expected the Crown Prince to come this way. I'll have to give him a fright when we meet. Li Ji wasn't surprised. According to the original plan, the Crown Prince's southern tour for disaster relief would indeed include a stop here. After all, Fuan County was the most severely affected. He was more interested in the officer's warning about careless talk. Asterisk, what exactly are they not supposed to talk about? Was it that the Crown Prince can't know? Asterisk. He pretended to make casual conversation with the doctor, fishing for information. Fuan County has suffered greatly. The Crown Prince's arrival is a good thing. Why do those officers look so fierce? Hua Man played along perfectly to, I heard His Highness brought a lot of money and grain for disaster relief. But I don't feel like the people outside are very happy to hear he's coming. The doctor looked at them, seemingly understanding something. He lowered his voice. Aren't you locals? Hua Man readily admitted, yes, we're refugees from another area. The doctor sighed that if the money and grain His Highness brought could actually reach the disaster victims, everyone would be happy. But things aren't that simple. Li Ji seized the key point, asking, you mean someone is embezzling the funds? The doctor was startled by his words and hurriedly denied it. I didn't say that. Don't put words in my mouth. Li pressed on. I've heard the county granary is full of grain. Why haven't we seen Magistrate Luo distribute any to the victims? The doctor, fearing trouble, didn't dare say more. He grabbed his medicine box and left. The bandaging is done. I have other matters to attend to. The doctor handed them the necessary medicine and asked mysteriously, you two are actually important officials in disguise, aren't you? Hua Man was startled. Have we been exposed so quickly? Seeing their silence, the doctor took it as confirmation. His face lit up with excitement. I knew I was right. This happens all the time in plays. High-ranking officials disguise themselves as commoners to investigate the situation among the people. You want to know about Magistrate Luo, right? I can tell you, but walls have ears. Let's talk somewhere else. Hua Man was speechless. It wasn't that they'd been exposed, but that the doctor had an overactive imagination. As long as we can get information, it's fine. Later, in a restaurant, after eating and drinking his fill, the doctor spilled everything. Actually, before Magistrate Luo arrived, Magistrate Gao was in charge here. The county government was full of his relatives, so he had the final say in everything in Fuan County. Magistrate Luo has the title, but not the power. He's actually a good man. He's always trying to help us poor folk. Last year, he proposed building irrigation ditches and raising the river embankments. But Magistrate Gao rejected the proposal, and nothing came of it. If the embankments and ditches had been built, there wouldn't be so many homeless refugees now. Hua Man understood. Magistrate Luo was a good official, but the Gao family had usurped his authority. Finally, after asking a few more questions about the Gao, Ding, and Chow families, Hua Man saw the doctor off. Closing the door, she turned to Li Ji and asked, Your Highness, what do you think? After hearing this, Li Ji had a good idea of the situation. Every year during the rainy season, the South experiences flooding. Therefore, the imperial court allocates funds annually to each county government for reinforcing the dikes. But Fuan County hadn't reinforced theirs. So guess where the money meant for dike repairs went. Hua Man thought it must have been embezzled by Magistrate Gao. But then she reconsidered and dismissed this conclusion. He couldn't have pocketed so much money by himself. The Gao, Ding, and Chow families must be involved as well. Li Ji smiled and praised her intelligence. Then, looking into the distance, he said, What I'm more interested in now is the Crown Prince's thoughts and actions after arriving in Fuan County and seeing the refugees. At midnight, the Crown Prince's carriage arrived in Fuan County. Magistrate Luo Yin led a group of officials out of the city to greet him. The scene was very grand. The refugees who had originally gathered outside the city were were driven away by the officers and had long since scattered. But a few fearless ones insisted on coming to watch the commotion. As the crown prince descended from his carriage with an air of importance, he noticed the refugees looking on from a distance. Frowning, he asked Magistrate Luo Aiching, "What is the meaning of this?" Magistrate Luo sighed and replied, "Your Highness, these are the people affected by the disaster. They have nowhere to go and can only gather outside the city, waiting for relief." Hearing this, the crown prince felt disgusted by the dirty refugees. But on the surface, he put on a compassionate facade. He loudly reprimanded Magistrate Luo. "Since they're disaster victims, why aren't they properly settled? How can you leave them outside the city? You are truly an incompetent magistrate." Magistrate Luo was unable to defend himself and could only lower his head and admit his fault. "Your Highness is right to reprimand me. I heard that Your Highness has come here for disaster relief. I dare to request that Your Highness distribute the grain as soon as possible." Seeing this, the crown prince was very displeased. "Such a clueless thing. How dare you urge me to do things late at night, embarrassing me in public?" So he coldly attacked. "It seems Magistrate Luo has many thoughts. Since you mentioned what I should do, I just happen to have a question. The court allocates funds to Fuan County every year to reinforce the riverbanks. Why is the disaster in Fuan County still so severe? Could it be that someone is lining their own pockets? Someone remove Luo Yun's official hat and throw him in jail." Meanwhile, at the inn, Hua Manman thought that with the crown prince's arrival, he would take decisive action and Magistrate Luo would be able to voice his grievances. But Li Ji shook his head and sneered, "You're wrong. Magistrate Luo will only be used as a scapegoat to bolster the crown prince's achievements." Hua Man became anxious. Magistrate Luo is a rare good official. Such a good official shouldn't suffer such an undeserved fate. Shouldn't we try to help him? Li Ji simply said, "No, I won't help." This was the first time Hua Man had sensed such utter indifference from him. She murmured, "Why? Magistrate Luo is a good official." Li Ji's eyes were filled with coldness. "The lives of others have nothing to do with me. I only need to take care of my own affairs." Hua Man pursued him, "But Your Highness, if you don't save him, there will be one less good official in this world. When there are fewer and fewer good officials and more corrupt officials, the entire court will be ruined." Li Ji scoffed, "So what? Whether they are corrupt or good officials, they have nothing to do with me. Why should I stick my neck out?" The disaster was severe, and the honest Magistrate Luo was made a scapegoat and thrown into jail. Li Ji still intended to stand idly by and not help. This indifference made Hua Man very uncomfortable. "Since Your Highness doesn't care about these things, why did you actively inquire about the matters in Fuan County?" She thought about how he was trying to heal his leg, help himself forget his nightmares, and how he had faced life and death with her. Li Ji finally revealed the reason for his indifference. "Back then, my father was betrayed and trapped in Guifeng Fort. He risked his life to send me out and told me to return to the capital for help. I carried his imperial seal and barely made it back, kneeling at the palace gates, begging the emperor to send troops to rescue my father. But all I received was the officials' gossip and their accusations that my father had committed treason, colluding with the enemy and deliberately leading 100,000 troops into a trap, causing the entire army to be annihilated. None of the officials spoke up for us. We had risked our lives to defend our country, but when we needed help the most, no one was willing to protect us. Instead, they stabbed us in the back. Why should I protect such a country? Corrupt officials in power, honest officials dying tragically. What does it have to do with me? They treated me with indifference, so I will return their indifference. I'm going to rest. You should rest early too." Only then did Hua Man understand the reason for Li Ji's indifference. Because Li Ji and Duke Zheng weren't the protagonists of the novel. Their past was only summarized in a few sentences by the author. But their lives were real, and everything they had experienced was deeply etched in their memories. Hua Man felt heartbroken for Li Ji. She hugged him tightly, wanting to share her warmth with him, thinking, "It's okay. Even if Your Highness no longer believes in this world, I will stay with you. I'll make you believe slowly. There's still warmth in this world." As Hua Man drifted off to sleep, Li Ji suddenly opened his eyes. Savoring Hua Man's inner thoughts, A warm, soft light seemed to bathe his handsome face. The next morning, the two of them, along with Jean Linger and her younger brother, sat down for breakfast in the main hall. Just as they finished eating, a large group of officers stormed into the inn, looking menacing at your Jean Linger, Jean Sinian, and the couple, Li Ergu and his wife. Li Ji's face turned cold as he looked at these people who came looking for trouble so early in the morning. Who is Li Ergu? I don't know him. You got the wrong person. The lead officer cursed and barked orders. Stop lying. I know you're Li Ergu. Your parents gave you such a good name, and you dare not acknowledge it. What a coward. His inner thoughts were transmitted word for word to Li Ji's ears. These are the four who offended Master Gao. Later, just like before, find any excuse to throw these four wretches in jail, torture them, and then find an excuse to kill them. Just when everyone thought Li Ji would explode, he suddenly chuckled that I've remembered you. Hua Man understood. This man had just been added to Li Ji's death list. She quickly shielded the two children and moved to the side. However, the officer didn't notice a thing. Death was approaching, but he arrogantly pointed at Li Ji and cursed. Who the hell do you think you are? You dare to talk big? I'll beat you to death. The last word had barely left his mouth when Li Ji, with lightning speed, appeared before him. Before the officer could react, Li Ji had grabbed his neck and lifted him into the air. You said you were whose father? The other officers were dumbfounded. The officer finally realized he'd messed with the wrong person. He struggled desperately. In his panic, he drew his saber and swung wildly at Li Ji. Li Ji effortlessly dodged the attack and snatched the saber from the officer's hand, then plunged it into his waist. The officer screamed in pain. The other officers snapped to attention and charged at Li Ji with their swords drawn. You bastard. You dare attack our captain. You're too arrogant. We'll kill you. Jean Linger covered her brother's eyes, shielding him from the bloody scene. Worried, she asked Hua Man, sister-in-law Go, should we help? Hua Man shook her head calmly and confidently, no need. We'll just watch. Going over there will only make things more chaotic. He's more than enough. Back in the day, Li Ji was a god of death who could single-handedly charge into enemy camps and retreat unscathed. Dealing with these few small fries is too easy. He quickly beat all the officers, sending them scrambling in retreat. Filled with regret, we should have brought more men. The officer was still lying on the ground. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave, but he was seriously injured and couldn't. Li Ji tapped the officer's face with the tip of his saber. Is he unconscious? Hua Man immediately brought over a pot of hot tea. I'm an expert at this. Li Ji nodded, agreeing with her actions. A pot of hot tea was poured over the officer's head. The officer, pretending to be unconscious, couldn't keep up the act any longer and sat up. This couple is the devil. Li Ji pulled the saber from the officer's leg and stared at him intently. Tell me, who's your father? After a brutal beating, the officer stammered, You are my father. I'm your son. Please let me go. I was wrong. Meanwhile, the officers who had fled back to the county yamen in disarray were unwilling to accept their defeat. They immediately reported the incident to Magistrate Gao. Magistrate Gao inquired about the details and learned that Li Ergu's martial arts skills were exceptionally high. He also knew that the constables in the county yamen were useless. He needed to find outside help. He also couldn't let the crown prince know that he was acting out of personal motives and had failed miserably. So he lied to the crown prince, claiming that bandits had appeared in the city and he had sent men to suppress them. But the bandits' martial arts were too strong, leading to their failure. The crown prince was shocked. There are bandits in the city? How do you usually patrol? Magistrate Gao immediately shifted the blame. Recently, I've been busy dealing with the disaster relief and haven't been able to oversee city patrols. I thought Magistrate Luo could handle it. I didn't expect such a blunder. After hearing his explanation, the crown prince felt even more disgusted with Magistrate Luo, that useless man. What can he handle? He's not worthy of being a magistrate. Magistrate Gao was overjoyed. With the crown prince's disapproval, Luo Yun would never recover. Fuan County would remain under his control. However, he feigned concern. These bandits are vicious. Ordinary constables are no match for them. The crown prince took out a token and handed it over. Take this token to the crown prince. Go to the Tiger Roar Guard and select a small squad to apprehend the bandits. If he can't handle it, I will. Subsequently, Magistrate Gao, leading a small squad of Tiger Roar Guards, rode on horseback towards the inn, looking aggressive. impulsive. Meanwhile, back at the inn, Hua Manman saw that Li Ji had no intention of leaving. Knowing he was prepared to maintain his disguise, she wasn't worried about their return for revenge. However, Jean Linger felt uneasy. She softly reminded Hua Manman, "Those officers are not to be trifled with. They definitely won't let us go. We should leave here before they come back." Hua Manman reassured her with a smile, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Jean Linger didn't understand where her sister-in-law's confidence came from, but he knew the other party wouldn't be swayed by his few words. So, having lost, he shut his mouth and retreated to the side. Just as Jean Linger was filled with anxiety, Magistrate Gao strode in with a swagger. Seeing a higher-ranking official arrive, Jean Linger subconsciously hid behind Hua Manman with her younger brother. Magistrate Gao kicked the dying man lying on the ground. His prepared entrance line instantly turned into a gasp of surprise. "Heavens! Constable Wang, you've been injured so badly." He glared at Li Ji, "You're Li Ergu, the one who openly attacked official soldiers." Li Ji responded with a question, "And your Magistrate Gao, the one who rules this place with an iron fist?" Magistrate Gao retorted, "Such impudence. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some martial arts skills. Today, I will bring you to justice and hang your corpse in the marketplace as a warning to others." Li Ji chuckled softly, "Then you should try. Let's see who ends up hanging in the marketplace." Seeing that Li Ji completely disregarded him, Magistrate Gao's killing intent intensified. "You truly are unrepentant even when death is upon you. In that case, I won't waste any more words. General Bien, I'll leave the rest to you." He turned to look at General Bien, who was standing silently at the door. However, General Bien didn't even glance at him. He had been stunned since entering and seeing Li Ji's true face. Not receiving a response, Magistrate Gao pressed, "General Bien, why aren't you doing anything?" The next moment left him dumbfounded. General Bien rushed forward, fell to his knees before Li Ji, grabbed his arm, and started wailing, "Your Highness Prince Zhao, you're here. I've been searching for you so desperately." Li Ji, already aware of General Bien's character and his exaggerated acting, kicked him away without hesitation. "Don't touch me." General Bien quickly scrambled back to his knees. "Your Highness, please forgive my rudeness. I didn't expect to see you here. I was simply overwhelmed with joy." As he spoke, he suddenly realized that Prince Zhao had kicked him with his leg. An incredulous expression spread across his face. "Your Highness, your leg can move?" Li Ji retorted, "Why? Shouldn't it be able to?" Driven by his survival instinct, General Bien hastily explained, "No, Your Highness. I just didn't expect your leg injury to have healed. I am overjoyed. This is truly wonderful news. If His Highness the Crown Prince hears about this, he will be ecstatic." Li Ji looked at him with a meaningful smile. Yes, His Highness the Crown Prince will certainly be overjoyed. Magistrate Gao, who ruled Fuan County with an iron fist, had brought the Tiger Roar Guard to apprehend Li Ergu and the others, only to discover that the person he was supposed to arrest wasn't some easily bullied commoner, but the long-missing Prince Zhao. His soul nearly left his body. This was the infamous Prince Zhao, the Emperor's most beloved son. He had actually brought troops to surround and arrest him. It was blatant suicide. Magistrate Gao slowly backed away, hoping to slip away unnoticed. However, Li Ji heard his every thought. Just as he was rejoicing that no one had noticed him lifting his foot to leave, a cold voice sounded from behind him. "Magistrate Gao, where are you going?" Magistrate Gao quickly retracted his foot and put on a brave face. "I'm not going anywhere, Your Highness. I was just finding a suitable place to kowtow to you." Li Ji looked at him with a mocking smile that sent shivers down his spine. "Have you found it yet?" Magistrate Gao's composure crumbled. He immediately knelt down and performed a respectful kowtow. General Bien glared at Magistrate Gao, cursing him under his breath for his blindness in mistaking Prince Zhao for a bandit, nearly getting them all killed. Li Ji pretended not to hear. He looked at the constable playing dead on the ground and asked coldly, "Was this man sent by you to arrest me?" Magistrate Gao quickly denied. "No, Your Highness, you misunderstand. I heard there were bandits hiding in the city, so I sent men to arrest them. It wasn't to arrest you. If I had known your identity, I wouldn't have dared to offend you, even if I had the guts of a leopard. Li Ji kicked the constable pretending to be dead. So, Constable Wong, you took it upon yourself to arrest people without authorization? Constable Wong struggled to his feet and instinctively denied it. But upon meeting Magistrate Gao's warning gaze, he immediately changed his tune and admitted to acting on his own accord. Li Ji looked at him coldly, his voice laced with a dangerous undertone. Constable Wong, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't tell the truth, I'll blame everything on you. Then, not only will you die, but your family will also be exiled to the border. You'd better think carefully before you answer. Hearing this, Constable Wong didn't dare to hide anything anymore. He immediately confessed. Magistrate Gao ordered me to arrest you. You offended Master Gao, who is Magistrate Gao's older brother. So, Magistrate Gao wanted to avenge him. I was just following orders. Please spare my life, Your Highness. Magistrate Gao panicked and warned, Constable Wong, shut your mouth. If you say another word, I'll show you what I'll do to you. Li Ji laughed derisively. Magistrate Gao, such impressive authority. How exactly do you plan to deal with him? Tell me in detail. Magistrate Gao trembled, his arrogance instantly deflating. He cupped his hands and argued, Your Highness, don't listen to his nonsense. He's deliberately saying this to clear his own name. Constable Wong quickly retorted, I'm not lying. Your Highness, if you don't believe me, you can summon all the constables from the county yamen. They can testify for me. Li Ji didn't speak, but just looked coldly at Magistrate Gao, making his scalp tingle. Magistrate Gao thought to himself, with the crown prince here, even Prince Zhao couldn't overstep his authority. The truth would come out as soon as he investigated. It would be better to confess proactively and seek leniency. He stopped resisting, dropped to his knees with a thud, and kowtowed while pleading, it was this subordinate's fault. This subordinate shouldn't have sought personal revenge. Your Highness Prince Zhao, please, considering this as my first offense, spare my life. Li Ji heard his calculations clearly and ignored his pleas. He casually ordered General Bien to thoroughly investigate and deal with Magistrate Gao. The captain and the constables he brought were all imprisoned, awaiting further disposition. Magistrate Gao hadn't expected that, even after confessing, Prince Zhao still wouldn't let him off. If he were investigated and dismissed, wouldn't all his years of effort be wasted? He cried out unwillingly, Your Highness Prince Zhao, you can't do this. You don't have the authority to directly punish court-appointed officials. I refuse to accept this. I'm going to ask His Highness the Crown Prince to make a judgment. General Bien had never seen someone so shameless. He directly ordered his men to gag Magistrate Gao and drag him away. Seeing that Jean Linger and her younger brother were helpless and young, Li Ji decided to let them follow him. Since Li Ji's identity had been exposed, it wasn't suitable for him to stay at the inn any longer. They prepared to go to the county government office to meet with the Crown Prince. At that moment, in the county government office, the Crown Prince was interrogating Magistrate Luo. Are you still refusing to admit to embezzling public funds? After a whole night of interrogation and torture, Magistrate Luo was covered in wounds, but he still refused to yield. Your subordinate is innocent. Your subordinate has committed no crime. The Crown Prince was enraged, still making excuses. Someone, continue the beating. I want to see how strong his bones really are. The guards whipped Magistrate Luo repeatedly. Looking at the murderous Crown Prince, Magistrate Luo felt deep despair. He had a heart full of patriotic fervor, but was powerless to change the country's future. Officials protecting each other, disregarding right and wrong, forcing confessions. With a crown prince like this inheriting the throne, the great Zhou dynasty is doomed. The people are doomed. Hearing this, the crown prince flew into a rage and took out the emperor's sword, which granted the right to execute first and report later. Insolent. Gag him. Who allowed you to speak such treasonous words before me? Seeing the emperor's sword, Magistrate Luo was utterly disappointed. He laughed and cried at the same time, wailing, the great Zhou is doomed. The enraged crown prince drew his sword, about to end Magistrate Luo's life. Just then, someone outside shouted, His Highness Prince Zhao has arrived. The crown prince froze, thinking he had misheard. The next second, Li Ji strode in, followed by Huang Manman and General Bien. The crown prince blurted out in disbelief, Prince Zhao, you're not dead. Li Ji smiled and retorted, "Does your highness wish me dead?" In his heart, the crown prince desperately wanted Li Ji dead, but he couldn't admit it. He forced a smile, "Of course not. I naturally hope you are well. I'm very happy you're alive." Hua Man suddenly shouted, "Isn't that the emperor's sword bestowed upon his highness Prince Zhao? How did it end up in your highness's hands? Could it be that your highness coveted this sword and wanted to keep it for yourself? That won't do. This is an imperial gift. Even if you are the crown prince, you can't just take it." Her words made everyone present look at the crown prince with subtle expressions. The emperor's sword granted the power to execute officials and act first, report later. The crown prince treasured it and had kept it for himself after Li Ji fell into the water. Now being exposed, he was extremely embarrassed. The crown prince could only force himself to put down the sword. "I apologize. I thought something had happened to you. Seeing this sword reminds me of you, so I kept it by my side to remember you." Li Ji smiled faintly. "Your highness, what is there to apologize for?" The crown prince thought Li Ji would follow up with some polite words, giving him a way out. However, he heard Li Ji say, "I wasn't planning on forgiving you anyway." The crown prince seethed with anger. "Not even putting up a pretense, making me lose face. Li Ji, this isn't over." He desperately suppressed the curses that were about to escape his lips, forcing a smile. "Prince Zhao, you're such a joker." Li Ji extended his hand. "Now, your highness, shouldn't you return the emperor's sword to its rightful owner?" In front of so many people, the crown prince had to maintain his princely demeanor. He could only suppress his fury and hand the emperor's sword to Li Ji. However, Hua Man snatched it first. She took out a handkerchief and meticulously wiped the emperor's sword from top to bottom, as if it were stained with something dirty. The crown prince's eye twitched, barely restraining himself from cursing. "This is definitely deliberate. They're deliberately humiliating me." Li Ji was very satisfied with Hua Man's actions. He took the sword from her and looked at the man lying on the ground. Man, you finally met the legendary magistrate Luo. A good official being treated like this is truly infuriating." The crown prince was also furious at the two of them and wanted to curse, but the situation forced him to maintain a smile. He explained, "He's a criminal. Luo, you committed the crime of embezzlement. I'm interrogating him. This has nothing to do with Prince Zhao. I hope Prince Zhao won't interfere." Li Ji led Hua Man to the side and sat down. "That I've never seen your highness interrogate a suspect before. I'm quite curious. I have nothing else to do anyway. Your highness, please continue." The crown prince was about to explode with anger, but he couldn't throw Prince Zhao out in front of so many people. He could only sit on the main seat with a sullen face. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped, staring intently at Prince Zhao's legs. It dawned on him then that Prince Zhao had walked in on his own, without his wheelchair. Li Ji, having heard his thoughts, laughed and feigned ignorance, asking, "Your highness, why are you looking at me like that?" A strong sense of unease welled up in the crown prince's heart. "Your legs are healed?" Li Ji swung his legs and chuckled. "Indeed, thanks to your highness's blessing. Not only did I not drown after falling into the river, but at the critical moment of life and death, my survival instincts were triggered and my legs regained feeling. If your highness hadn't chosen the rope bridge route, I wouldn't have recovered. I am truly grateful to your highness from the bottom of my heart." The crown prince nearly vomited blood. He had deliberately had the ropes cut so that Prince Zhao would fall into the river and drown. Not only was he not dead, but his legs were healed. He forcefully suppressed the resentment in his stomach and forced a smile. "It seems Prince Zhao is simply fortunate." He didn't want to talk to Li Ji anymore, lest he be angered to death. He sat down with a sullen face. His icy gaze fell upon Magistrate Luo. "This is your last chance. If you still refuse to confess honestly, I will have no choice but to order you imprisoned and continue the interrogation." Even after suffering greatly, Magistrate Luo remained unyielding. "I repeat, I am innocent." The crown prince directed all his fury at Magistrate Luo. "Since you're so stubborn." He immediately ordered the guards to take Magistrate Luo away for further interrogation. At that moment, Li Ji called out, "Hold on. Since your highness can't seem to get anywhere with this interrogation, why not leave this matter to me?" The crown prince's anger was barely contained. "Prince Zhao, this has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere." Li Ji raised the emperor's sword, his gaze cold as he looked at the crown prince. truly nothing to do with me? If it has nothing to do with me, then your highness, why were you just using my emperor's sword to threaten someone's life? The crown prince wanted to force a confession from Magistrate Luo and keep Li Ji out of it. Li Ji didn't accept the crown prince's lie about merely borrowing the emperor's sword. The emperor's sword was bestowed upon me by his majesty. It represents his majesty's trust in me. Your highness took it without asking and used it to threaten the life of a court official. If his majesty were to investigate this later, whose responsibility would it be? The crown prince, already at fault and further challenged by Prince Zhao's defiance, grew increasingly displeased. He retorted through gritted teeth, "We are both serving the court, so why must we be so particular?" Li Ji chuckled. "Your highness, one moment you say it has nothing to do with me, and the next you say we needn't be so particular. You are truly fickle." Hua Man, arriving on the scene, added fuel to the fire, echoing her husband that I've heard that people with large faces have good tempers because it's too much effort for them to get angry. But now it seems the rumors aren't entirely reliable. Look at his highness. His face is quite large, but he seems to get angry quite easily. Li Ji then carefully studied the crown prince's face and offered an objective assessment. Indeed, quite large. The husband and wife's combined efforts irritated the crown prince to no end. He glared fiercely at Hua Man. "Consort Hua, who gave you the audacity to speak such nonsense?" Hua Man quickly apologized that, "Oh, I'm sorry. I was just speaking casually. Surely your highness wouldn't hold it against a lowly woman like myself, would you?" The crown prince had to maintain his princely composure. With an effort, he declared, "This is a court of law. All irrelevant persons are to leave." Immediately, officers stepped forward to escort Hua Man away. Li Ji stepped between them, his gaze sharp as he looked at the crown prince. "She is my lawfully wedded consort, not an irrelevant person." The crown prince finally lost his patience. His face darkened as he coldly asked Li Ji, "Are you openly defying me?" Li Ji met his gaze without flinching. "Oh, what if I am?" Just as it seemed the two were about to clash, Hua Man suddenly stepped forward, feigning innocence. "Oh dear, it's all my fault. I'm so sorry. Please don't argue on my account." The crown prince was disgusted by Hua Man's two-faced act. Yet, he couldn't very well argue with a woman like her in public. Ignoring Hua Man, he addressed Prince Zhao directly. "Are you determined to interfere in this matter?" Li Ji responded slowly. "How can this be considered interference? I'm simply helping your highness share the burden. After all, your highness has many other important matters to attend to. You hardly have time for such a small case." The crown prince nodded with a cold smile. "Very well. Since you insist, I'll give you 2 days. If you cannot locate the missing funds within 2 days, you will immediately pack your bags and return to the capital." He thought to himself, since this useless Li Ji insisted on meddling, he might as well let him handle this hot potato. If he failed to uncover the truth, he would have no face left to remain in Jiangzhou. Li Ji overheard the crown prince's thoughts. Instead of being worried, he laughed. "All right, but if I can solve this case within 2 days, I ask that your highness grant me a small request." The crown prince felt a flicker of unease. However, having already said so much, he couldn't back down. He could only agree through gritted teeth. Li Ji didn't continue interrogating Magistrate Luo. Instead, he ordered him returned to his cell and sent for a physician to treat his injuries. To prevent any accidents befalling Magistrate Luo in prison, Li Ji also assigned the Tiger Roar camp to guard him. When they were alone, Hua Man voiced her confusion. "My lord, why did you suddenly change your mind and decide to help Magistrate Luo?" Li Ji replied, "Who said I was helping him?" Hua Man was puzzled. "If your highness isn't trying to help him, why take on this case?" Li Ji smiled mysteriously. "Because I want to get something from the crown prince." Hua Man grew more curious. What could be so valuable that it's worth all this trouble? Li Ji deliberately kept her in suspense that you'll find out eventually. Hua Man had to suppress her curiosity and asked, "What's the plan now?" Li planned a surprise raid. Soon, the Tiger Roar camp turned the Gao residence upside down. The silver found was all marked with official seals, proving it was public funds. A rough estimate put it at over 200,000 taels. The Gao family had framed Magistrate Luo for embezzlement, but Prince Zhao's unexpected intervention ruined their plan completely. Immediately afterward, General Bian led men to raid the Deng and Chao residences, uncovering another 100,000 taels of official funds. The 3 dominant families of Fuan County were thus brought down. Seeing the official markings, the crown prince was practically livid. The dignified crown prince, played for a fool by a small county, Li Ji had solved the case in a single day, a resounding slap in the crown prince's face, sending his mood plummeting. Making matters worse, Li Ji came to collect on his promise. Lin Qingji simply smiled and poured Li Ji a cup of tea. Li Ji looked intently at him. S.O. This is the Lin Qingji who can predict the future. Lin Qingji, unnerved by Li Ji's gaze, quickly sat back down to busy himself with the tea. The crown prince's expression darkened. What exactly are you scheming to get from me? He asked sharply. Li Ji smiled faintly and looked at Lin Qingji, who was quietly preparing tea. The crown prince followed his gaze, his face turning thunderous. Don't tell me you've taken a liking to my Lin Qingji, he added, his voice laced with disbelief. What if I say yes? The crown prince's fury intensified, but he couldn't lash out at Prince Zhao. He turned to Lin Qingji, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It's your good fortune that Prince Zhao favors you. Are you willing to go with him? Lin Qingji, sensing the crown prince's suspicion, shook her head. I am unwilling. After marrying your highness, I belong to you. In this life, I only wish to follow your highness. She then bowed deeply to Li Ji, pleading, I implore your highness, Prince Zhao, to show mercy and spare me. The crown prince's expression softened slightly. At least this woman has some sense, he thought. Turning back to Li Ji, he said, I trust you heard that clearly, Prince Zhao. It's not that I'm unwilling to grant your request, but Lin Qingji herself is unwilling to go with you. As they say, you can't force a melon to be sweet. Please, don't force the issue. Li Ji took a sip of tea. I don't care if the melon is sweet or not, he said calmly. I enjoy the act of twisting it off the vine. As long as it's off, I'm satisfied. The crown prince, unwilling to allow his woman to be taken, which would damage his princely authority, glowered. Are you determined to steal her from me, Prince Zhao? Having sown enough seeds of doubt, Li Ji finally got to the point that I was merely joking with your highness. Why so serious? I simply want a servant from you, someone to help me with some tasks. The crown prince eyed him suspiciously, still unsure of his sincerity. Oh, you mean that, Prince Zhao? Li Ji made an affirmation. Of course. The crown prince felt this was not as simple as Li Ji claimed. Wary, he ordered Lin Qingji to summon all the servants. Soon, a large group knelt in the courtyard. The crown prince stood silently, watching Li Ji intently, trying to discern his true intentions. Li Ji stood on the steps, silent, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. He heard a fearful inner voice. The prince, Zhao shouldn't know. I was the one who cut the ropes. No one noticed me. He definitely doesn't know. I don't need to be afraid. I can't lose my composure. I'm so ordinary. He surely wouldn't pick me. He won't choose me. A satisfied smile spread across Li Ji's face. He pointed you. Come with me. Watching them leave, the crown prince felt uneasy. He cursed his carelessness. He should have eliminated Sang Zhong after Prince Zhao's supposed death, eliminating any future trouble. He couldn't let him live. If the emperor learned of that incident, his position as crown prince would be in jeopardy. Lin Qingji frowned, but Sang Zhong has already been taken by Prince Zhao. Those around Prince Zhao are fiercely loyal. It will be difficult to strike at him again, unless we have someone on the inside. I hear Prince Zhao dotes on concubine Manhwa. Perhaps we can use her. The crown prince, seeing his servant taken by Li Ji, suspected that Li Ji knew the truth about the cut ropes. The servant had committed numerous atrocities at his behest. He contemplated murder, but couldn't place a spy near Li Ji. He then set his sights on Hua Manman, planning to trick and seduce her, ruining her reputation and using that to force her cooperation. Meanwhile, Hua Manman had just arrived in the kitchen, intending to make a late-night snack. As it was late, the servants had retired. She decided to prepare the meal herself, wanting to impress Li Ji with her culinary skills. She patted a carp affectionately. Don't blame me for being cruel, little fish. Blame your delicious plumpness. You're just too tempting. He was just about to kill the fish when the kitchen door was pushed open. Hua Man slowly looked up and saw Lin Qingji standing at the doorway. Compared to usual, Lin Qingji seemed much more approachable at this moment. Huatsifei, I didn't expect to find you here. I'm lost. Can you take me back? Hua Man rolled her eyes internally. We're both 1,000-year-old foxes. Do you think you can fool me? This cliffside manor wasn't that big. It was impossible to get lost. Although she didn't know what Lin Qingji was up to, she was certain it wasn't anything good. Seeing that Hua Man didn't speak, Lin Qingji stepped over the threshold. Noticing the carp on the cutting board, she said with a slight grimace, Huatsifei, what are you doing? Hua Man intending to see what Lin Qingji was planning, replied with an innocent look, "I can take you back, but I promised Prince Zhao I'd send him fish soup later. Why don't you help me kill the fish?" Having said that, she placed the cleaver in Lin Qingji's hand. Come on. The sooner we're done, the sooner I can take you back." Although Lin Qingji was very reluctant to do such menial work as killing a fish, she thought that as long as she could trick Hua Manman into returning with her, the Crown Prince's plan could be immediately executed. She could only temporarily endure this indignity. Before she even made a cut, she saw Hua Manman leisurely cracking sunflower seeds behind her. This made Lin Qingji very unhappy. While killing the fish, she cursed inwardly. Asterisk, how dare you order me around? You'll be crying later. Asterisk, she brought the knife down a little too hastily and accidentally cut her finger. She cried out in pain and quickly dropped the cleaver. Hua Man, who was eating sunflower seeds, was startled and hurriedly ran over to ask what was wrong. Lin Qingji deliberately showed her bleeding finger, hoping that Hua Man would quickly go back with her out of concern for her injury. However, Hua Man's gaze was fixed on the fish. "Your blood didn't get on the fish, did it? The prince and I don't want to eat fish contaminated with anyone's blood." Lin Qingji cursed Hua Man vehemently in her heart. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out 2 words, "No, Hua Man." Ignoring Lin Qingji's bad mood, said, "That's good. Continue then." For the sake of her mission, Lin Qingji couldn't just storm off. She looked at Hua Man pitifully. "I'm injured now and can't work for the time being. Why don't we go back first? I'll send a servant girl over to help later." Hua Man deliberately put on a cold face. "It's just a little scratch, not like your hand is broken. Is it really that serious? Forget it. I knew I couldn't count on you. I'll draw you a map. Go back yourself. I'll continue killing the fish." Lin Qingji suspected that Hua Man was deliberately tormenting her. If it were any other time, she would have already torn into Hua Man. But tonight, before completing her mission, no matter how angry she was, she couldn't fall out with Hua Man. Otherwise, her clothes would be dirty and her blood spilled for nothing. She immediately put on a strong, yet slightly fragile smile. "Wait, I'll do it." Hua Man didn't stand on ceremony and immediately gave way. Lin Qingji, filled with resentment, began to kill the fish. Hua Man hadn't expected her to be so tolerant. It seemed that wanting her to go back with her must mean something big was about to happen. After a while, Lin Qingji finally finished preparing the fish. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she heard Hua Man say, "The fish is killed. Now, go start the fire." Lin Qingji wanted nothing more than to stab Hua Man with a knife. But thinking of the task the Crown Prince had given her, she forced herself to endure it and obediently went to start the fire. Once the fire was going, Hua Man, without a hint of politeness, instructed her to fetch a bucket of water. Lin Qingji cursed under her breath as she got up and did as she was told. Finally, under Hua Man's direction, she single-handedly did all the work, producing a fragrant cooked fish. She let out a sigh of relief. Asterisk, now this little wretch will finally come with me, right? I must see her miserable fate with my own eyes. Asterisk, however, Hua Man placed a fish in front of herself and gave her a good person card. "It smells so good. Thank you for helping me cook the fish. You're such a good person." Lin Qingji's heart sank. "Can you come back with me now?" Hua Man shook her head. "Not really. I have to deliver the fish first. Come with me, and I'll have Prince Zhao send someone to take you back." Lin Qingji finally lost her patience and abruptly stood up, ready to resort to force. "Hua Man, you're playing me. His Highness the Crown Prince told me to treat you well, but I didn't expect you to be so unreasonable. Seize her, now." 2 strong eunuchs rushed in, aggressively lunging towards Hua Man. Hua Man calmly grabbed a nearby fire poker. With 2 swift strikes, she knocked the 2 eunuchs to the ground. Lin Qingji was completely stunned. Hua Man knew martial arts. Why hadn't anyone told her such crucial information? Hua Man looked up at Lin Qingji. "Sorry, they didn't manage to seize me. By the way, what did you want them to seize me for?" Lin Qingji, looking at the 2 eunuchs who couldn't even crawl up, was terrified. She made up an excuse. "Didn't I see you sitting here bored? So I wanted them to seize you to give you a shoulder and leg massage." Hua Man played along. Is that so? Then you said the crown prince told you to treat me well, but I didn't expect me to be so unreasonable. Lin Qingji, desperate to survive, plastered a smile on her face. Let me continue, she said, improvising. It's because you're excessively kind, so I have to treat you well. Hua Man gave a grand display with a fire poker. This dangerous signal was clear to Lin Qingji and the two eunuchs, and none of them dared to move Dado, so that's how it is. Why didn't you say so earlier? Seeing how you were acting, I thought you were going to kidnap me. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. Since it was a misunderstanding, you can all get up. The two eunuchs, aching all over, looked at Hua Man with fear and reverence. They were now behaving impeccably. Hua Man gave them a friendly smile. Since you're already here, why don't you cook a few dishes for the crown prince as a late-night snack? If His Highness asks, just say Lin Lianyuan told you to do it. She turned to Lin Qingji. See how good I am to you? Still thinking of ways to help you gain favor with the crown prince. Lin Qingji, furious but afraid to show it, forced a smile. Well, thank you very much. Hua Man waved her hand dismissively. Between us, there's no need for thanks. If you really want to thank me, give me a shoulder and leg massage. I'm exhausted after being busy all night. Lin Qingji, who had truly been busy all night, seethed with anger. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The more she endured, the more she felt wronged. Just as she was about to explode, Hua Man turned around and brandished the fire poker. Why are you just standing there? Do you want me to teach you how to give a massage? I wouldn't mind giving you a demonstration myself, but I'm afraid you won't be able to handle my strength. If I accidentally use too much force and break your little arm, I won't be held responsible. Lin Qingji, realizing she couldn't win in a fight, swallowed her humiliation and "Oh, need to teach me. I know how to do such a small thing." She prepared to resign herself to giving Hua Man a massage. Hua Man reminded her sweetly, your left hand is injured. Be sure not to use it to massage me. Lin Qingji thought she was showing concern, thinking this little beast finally had some humanity. She was about to feign weakness to avoid the massage when she heard Hua Man's cutting words the next second. If you get blood on my clothes, wouldn't this outfit be ruined? Hua Man, enjoying Lin Qingji's massage, noticed the two eunuchs standing there looking lost. She immediately raised the fire poker threateningly. What are you two still standing around for? Get to work. The two eunuchs hurriedly began preparing ingredients and cooking. Hua Man's directing voice filled the air. Don't wash the vegetables. It's a waste of time and water. Just throw them straight into the pot. Add more salt. It's okay if it's salty. His Highness likes strong flavors. More chili peppers too. More. It's too much trouble. Just dump the whole jar of chili peppers in. Is that vinegar or soy sauce? Never mind, just pour it all in. After Hua Man's careful guidance, the final dishes were a true fighter amongst dark cuisine. Hua Man was very satisfied. Smiling, she asked Lin Qingji to try a bite to see if it was tasty. Lin Qingji thought to herself, I'm not blind. Just looking at this disgusting stuff made her stomach churn. How could it possibly be tasty? However, Hua Man brandished the fire poker again, staring at her menacingly. Under Hua Man's intimidation, Lin Qingji could only endure the nausea, extend her chopsticks, and pick up a piece of the black, unidentifiable dish, putting it into her mouth. Lin Qingji had originally planned to trick Hua Man and return with her to the crown prince. Unexpectedly, she was overpowered by Hua Man and became a free laborer. After a night of hard work, she had made several top-tier dark dishes, the mere sight of which could make one's heart tremble with fear. Hua Man asked Lin Qingji to take a bite and see if it was tasty. Under Hua Man's intimidation, Lin Qingji could only pick up a piece of the black, unidentifiable dish and put it in her mouth. The bizarre smell shot straight up to her brain. She chewed for a long time, but couldn't break it down. Opening her mouth to look, the texture and color were exactly like the old rag they had used to wipe the stove earlier. The thought that she had just chewed on it a few times made Lin Qingji bend over and vomit with a retch. The two eunuchs were panicked and at a loss. Hua Man's eyes darted around, and she said to the eunuchs deliberately, why did Lin Lianyuan suddenly throw up? Could this be the legendary morning sickness? Hurry back and report to His Highness, the Crown Prince, that Lin Lianyuan is pregnant. He's going to be a father soon. The two eunuchs thought that Lin Lianyuan had most likely vomited from disgust, not because she was pregnant. Hua Man didn't give them a chance to speak, brandishing the fire poker. Were you still standing around for? Go quickly. The terrified eunuchs immediately turned and ran. Hua Man suddenly called out to them. Take this sour and spicy fish and braised chicken with you, and take these words to the crown prince. Elsewhere, the appointed time with the crown prince had long passed. He was getting restless and about to send someone to check when he saw the two eunuchs who had left with Lin Qingji return. As soon as they saw him, they knelt on the ground, crying their eyes out, "Your Highness, Huatsafei is a veritable devil. He's inhuman. He resorts to violence at the slightest provocation and shows no mercy when he hits people. Not only does he hit people, but he also forced us to cook, saying it was specially prepared for your Highness." The crown prince's face darkened like the bottom of a pot when he saw the top-tier dark cuisine. This disgusting mess is supposed to be sour and spicy fish? Huatsafei said it's sour and extra and unnecessary. He suppressed his anger and asked, "Where's the braised chicken?" The two eunuchs dared not conceal anything and answered truthfully. The braised chicken was indeed bland, boring, and disgusting. The crown prince angrily smashed the two dishes, the dark cuisine that made one's stomach churn. "Good for you, Hua Man. How dare you mock me so? I originally only wanted to ruin your reputation, so you'd be forced to work for me. Now it seems I absolutely must have you." It took a while for the crown prince to calm down. He then asked the two eunuchs, "Where's Lin Lianyuan? Why didn't he come back with you?" One eunuch carefully replied, "Just now, Lin Lianyuan vomited." Hua Man said it was morning sickness. She also said that the roads were slippery because of the rain and the darkness, and she was afraid that Lin Lianyuan might have an accident on the way, so she took him back to her place. Hearing this, the crown prince frowned. "Lin Lianyuan is pregnant? Why didn't I know?" He was extremely annoyed. According to his plan, Lin Qingji should have brought Hua Man to him. Instead, Hua Man took Lin Qingji away. He had lost on both fronts. The most infuriating thing was those two dishes. He really wanted to rush over and kill Hua Man right now. Hua Man brought Lin Qingji back to her residence. After settling Lin Qingji, she happily ran to find Li Ji. She truthfully recounted what had happened in the kitchen with Lin Qingji. Li Ji listened and finally laughed. You, having the crown prince played like this, aren't you worried he'll lose his mind and come and kill you?" Hua Man chuckled. "Isn't there, Your Highness? Your Highness is so capable. You can definitely protect me, right?" Li Ji teased her. "What if I said I couldn't?" Hua Man immediately used her feminine charms. "Then I'll just have to make Your Highness able." Li Ji fell for it, kissed her deeply, picked her up, and walked towards the bedchamber. "Then my wife will have to work hard tonight." Li Ji, who practiced martial arts all year round, had stamina and endurance beyond ordinary people. Hua Man worked hard, but she was still the first to be defeated. A few hours later, the vigorous exercise stopped. Li Ji then told her, "I just took Sang Zhong away," and Lin Lianyuan showed up. The crown prince must be behind it. Hua Man curiously asked, "Did Your Highness get anything out of Sang Zhong?" Li Ji said, "Not yet. That person is tough. He won't say anything, but it doesn't matter. I have plenty of time to play with him slowly." Hua Man finally asked the question she was most curious about. "Your Highness, you clearly didn't have any clues. How could you be so sure that Sang Zhong was the one who cut the rope? I've noticed Your Highness is particularly good at judging people. You can tell good from bad at a glance, and you've never been wrong. It's not very scientific." Actually, Li Ji hadn't deliberately concealed his mind-reading ability from Hua Man, but it's just that the time isn't right. When the time comes, you'll naturally know. Next, we'll play along. We'll just wait for Lin Lianyuan and the crown prince to deliver the evidence to us. Lin Qingji was destined to have a sleepless night. He failed to complete the task assigned by the crown prince and even got himself trapped. He knew the crown prince's temperament. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to survive. He had been reborn with great difficulty, and he absolutely couldn't waste the opportunity given by God. He spent the whole night thinking about countermeasures. As soon as dawn broke, he was dragged out of bed by Hua Man and taken to the kitchen. After last night's exertion and a sleepless night, he was in a terrible state. But in order to complete his mission, he forced himself to deal with Hua Man. "Why are you dragging me to the kitchen? I have no appetite. I don't want to eat breakfast." Hua Man feigned surprise. "How can you not want to eat breakfast?" Lin Qingji looked at him uncomprehendingly. "What's wrong with me not wanting to eat breakfast? It's none of your business." Hua Man said, "Of course it's my business. If you don't want to eat breakfast, who's going to make breakfast for us?" Lin Qingji cursed Hua Man in his mind, but for the sake of his mission, he suppressed his anger and tried to reason with Hua Man. "Hua Man, there are cooks in the kitchen. There's no need for me to do it, right?" Hua Man retorted matter-of-factly, "But you're the only one freeloading here. Don't tell me, you really intend to eat, drink, and live here for free? Lin Qingji had never seen anyone so shameless. He gritted his teeth and reminded Huang Manman, last night, you were the one who insisted I stay and wouldn't let me leave. Huang Manman righteously condemned him. How can you be like this? I brought you here out of concern for you. You can't take my kindness for granted. Lin Qingji was so angry, he almost vomited blood. He screamed in his mind, someone, please take this little beast away. Seeing that he didn't move, Huang Manman deliberately sighed. If you really don't want to, I don't mind. Do you need me to send someone to take you back? These words hit Lin Qingji's weak spot. He knew very well that if he went back like this, the crown prince would definitely punish him. It was better to stay and see if he could get close to Sang Zhong and redeem himself. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll cook. While cursing Huang Manman in his mind, he rolled up his sleeves and started to wash the rice. Huang Manman looked at Lin Qingji's unwilling but compliant appearance and smiled sweetly. You work hard. I'll go see what His Highness is doing and come back in half an hour. As soon as Huang Manman left, Lin Qingji sneered, "No supervisor? Then I can cause some trouble." Half an hour later, Huang Manman left Li Ji and prepared to return to the kitchen to see how Lin Qingji's cooking was coming along. On her way back, she was intercepted by the crown prince, who had orchestrated a chance encounter. Huang Manman looked up to see the crown prince, Kong Jiao Yizihua, winking at her flirtatiously. The crown prince's desire to conquer was ignited by Huang Manman's two dark dishes. Kong Jiao Yizihua, putting on a deliberately charming air, prepared to flirt with Huang Manman. They met in a deserted spot. Huang Manman, wary, took a step back, saying she had a key and was about to leave. However, the crown prince blocked her path again. Hua Zifei, why are you leaving in such a hurry? This prince isn't a tiger. I won't eat you. He added, besides, Hua Zifei is so beautiful. This prince wouldn't bear to eat you. His greasy smile and suggestive tone made Huang Manman's skin crawl. She instantly understood that the crown prince was trying to seduce her. This unscrupulous, shameless crown prince was practically offering himself up to be exploited, so she decided to play along. Affecting a shy and timid demeanor, she said, Your Highness, what are you doing? It's broad daylight. If someone sees us, they'll surely misunderstand. Seeing this, the crown prince thought his charm was truly irresistible and that his seduction was working. But to be cautious, he took a step closer, gazing at Huang Manman with a tender expression. Don't be afraid. There's just something I'm not clear about and wanted to ask you. Huang Manman perfectly maintained her air of shy coquettishness. What does Your Highness want to ask? She replied. Meanwhile, she was calculating the distance between them. She figured with one swift kick, her knee could connect with the crown prince's groin, guaranteeing he'd be unable to produce an heir. On second thought, she decided against it. He was, after all, the crown prince. If he were truly crippled, not only would she lose her head, but it would also negatively impact Prince Zhao and Zhong'anbo Fu. Such a pity, she thought, suppressing her urge to strike. The crown prince, unaware that his manhood had just narrowly escaped disaster, continued to gaze at Huang Manman affectionately. Last night, what did you mean by sending me the pickled fish and braised chicken? Huang Manman calmly lied, those two dishes? Actually, Lin Lianyuan had them prepared for you. What did you think of them? The crown prince smiled slyly, twirling a strand of Huang Manman's hair. But this prince heard it was you who had them prepared for me. Huang Manman was disgusted by the crown prince's oily gesture. She subtly turned her head away. How could those people say such a thing? I clearly told them to say that Lin Lianyuan prepared those dishes for Your Highness. Turning back, her eyes were glistening with tears. Coupled with her anxious expression, she appeared even more delicate and charming. The lecherous crown prince was immediately captivated by Huang Manman's beauty, completely abandoning his caution. He quickly softened his voice and comforted her. Don't worry. This prince is here. This prince won't let Lin Lianyuan hurt you. Huang Manman looked at him with tear-filled eyes and asked, Really? The crown prince promised without hesitation, Of course, it's true. Huang Manman then broke into a smile, deliberately speaking in a flattering tone. Your Highness is so good to me. I really envy Lin Lianyuan for being able to marry such a gentle and considerate man like Your Highness. If I were Lin Lianyuan, I would definitely stay by your side at all times and never go make breakfast for other men. Upon hearing this, the crown prince paused slightly. Lin Lianyuan made breakfast for whom? Seeing that her bait had been taken, Hua Man let out a villainous chuckle in her heart, but her face feigned hesitation. She glanced towards the kitchen, where smoke was rising. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Lin Qingji was stirring the lean meat porridge while cursing under his breath. Hua Man, you little beast, you just love to make trouble for me. Just you wait, I'll make you sick. He looked around, making sure he was alone in the kitchen, then spat several times into the porridge. Just as he finished spitting, the kitchen door was kicked open. Still startled by the sudden appearance of the Crown Prince and Hua Man, he heard Hua Man's voice. Your Highness, Lin Lianyuan really didn't mean to make breakfast for Prince Zhao. Let me explain. No explanation was needed. The Crown Prince was already suspicious because Prince Zhao had shown interest in Lin Qingji the other day, and Lin Qingji hadn't returned all night. Now, seeing him busy in the kitchen, his face darkened considerably. Hua Man continued to fan the flames, pretending she had accidentally revealed the truth. She fearfully leaned closer to the Crown Prince. Lin Qingji knew things were bad. This little beast was deliberately sowing discord. He quickly defended himself. Your Highness, it's not what you think. I was forced. Hearing this, Hua Man immediately looked at the Crown Prince and changed her tune. Yes, I forced Elder Sister Lin to do everything. Elder Sister Lin didn't come here early in the morning on purpose. There's really nothing between her and Prince Zhao. Your Highness, you must believe Elder Sister Lin. She would never do anything to betray you. Lin Qingji was nearly driven mad by Hua Man. It felt like he couldn't win against this little beast, no matter how much he tried to explain. He was terrified that the Crown Prince's misunderstanding would deepen. Hua Man glanced at the steaming porridge. Knowing Lin Qingji, she doubted he would obediently make porridge without adding something to it. So, she picked up a bowl and looked at the Crown Prince with concern. Your Highness, you came so early. Have you had breakfast yet? Why don't you have some of this to tide you over? Without waiting for a response, she enthusiastically filled a bowl with porridge and offered it to him. Your Highness, have some porridge. Lin Qingji's face paled. This little beast wouldn't rest until she saw him dead. He rushed over and knocked the porridge from Hua Man's hands. No, Your Highness, you can't drink this. The sound of the shattering bowl made the atmosphere heavy. Seeing Lin Qingji's reaction, Hua Man's suspicions were confirmed. There was definitely something wrong with the porridge. Then, feigning ignorance, she spoke reproachfully. She looked at Lin Qingji with accusing eyes. Sister Lin, I know you specially made this porridge for Prince Zhao. It contains all your affection for him. But His Highness the Crown Prince is hungry now. He's always been so good to you, and yet you won't even give him a single mouthful of porridge. She turned to the Crown Prince with a look of indignation. Your Highness, Sister Lin is truly too much. I feel wrong for you. The Crown Prince already suspected something was going on between Lin Qingji and Prince Zhao, and this only deepened his suspicions. However, in front of Hua Man, he didn't fully reveal his doubts. He merely said indifferently, it's just a bowl of porridge. If Liang Yuan is unwilling, then forget it. Lin Qingji felt utterly helpless. She urgently said, it's really not what you think, Your Highness. By now, the Crown Prince was in no mood to flirt. He turned to leave, planning to try his luck with Hua Man another day. Just as he took a step, Hua Man called out to him, Your Highness, I quickly made a bowl of porridge. You should eat something before you go back. Liang Yuan may not care about you, but I do. The Crown Prince was pleased with Hua Man's thoughtfulness and concern. He reached out to take the bowl. Hua Man suddenly withdrew her hand. Wait a moment, Your Highness. I've heard that someone always tests your food for poison before you eat. Although Sister Lin made this porridge herself, it's still safer to have someone try it first. After all, you are the esteemed Crown Prince. Your safety is paramount. Why don't we have Sister Lin try it first? Looking at Hua Man's fake smile, Lin Qingji had a bad feeling that I don't want to, she blurted out. Hua Man seized the opportunity to further frame Lin Qingji. She sighed with feigned helplessness. I didn't expect Sister Lin to be unwilling to even do this small favor for His Highness. Lin Qingji gritted her teeth in frustration. She knew Hua Man was deliberately trying to drive a wedge between her and the Crown Prince. If this continued, her relationship with the Crown Prince would be beyond repair. But she couldn't just say she had spat in the porridge. To regain the Crown Prince's trust, she steeled herself, took the bowl, and drank it down. After this incident, Lin Qingji couldn't stay with Prince Zhao any longer and returned with the crown prince. Hua Man, meanwhile, recounted everything that had happened to Li Ji. However, there was one thing she couldn't understand. What exactly had Lin Qingji added to the porridge that made her so reluctant to drink it? After listening, Li Ji softly explained. She spat in it. Hua Man burst out laughing. That woman got what she deserved again. This is hilarious. Li Ji, however, was displeased. He pulled Hua Man into his arms. That crown prince dared to have designs on my woman. He got some nerve. After Li Ji investigated the corruption case, Luo Xianling was released without charge. Having previously faced the unreasonable crown prince, Luo Xianling had been resigned to his death. He never expected Prince Zhao to appear and not only save him from the crown prince, but also clear his name. As soon as he recovered, he immediately came to kowtow in gratitude. Your Highness, thank you for saving my life. I am eternally grateful for your immense kindness. If your Highness ever needs me, just say the word, and I will go through fire and water for you. Li Ji rarely received such sincere gratitude, especially without any ulterior motives. While his expression remained unchanged, a warmth spread through his heart. He gave Luo Xianling a coveted position. Back in his room, Hua Man told him about the crown prince's attempt to seduce her. He felt a surge of annoyance. That crown prince dared to have designs on his woman. Although he knew Hua Man wouldn't be swayed by the crown prince, he felt the need to show her just how formidable he was. Tell me, how did the crown prince try to seduce you? He took Hua Man's hand and placed it on his chest. Was it like this? The heat from Li Ji's body made Hua Man blush. He's seducing me too, but why is it so appealing when he does it? She thought. Li Ji cupped the back of Hua Man's head and pulled her closer, his other arm around her waist, guiding her towards the bed. Or was it like this? Faced with Li Ji's seduction, Hua Man was completely flustered. Li Ji kissed her deeply, staking his claim and expressing his love. He pushed Hua Man onto the bed and removed her clothes. Another round of passionate lovemaking ensued. Hua Man cried out, "Your Highness, slow down. I can't take it anymore." An hour later, Hua Man felt like her back was about to break. His stamina is incredible, she thought. Li Ji asked tenderly, "Does your back ache? Let me rub it for you." He gently began to massage her back. Hua Man's back was her most sensitive area. The tingling sensation and warmth made her blush again. Li Ji leaned down, his hot breath tickling her ear.my dear. Is your back feeling better? Alarm bells went off in Hua Man's head. Surely he doesn't want another round? She quickly changed the subject. That be, by the way, Your Highness, what have you arranged for Luo Xianling? Li Ji paused. I gave him 500,000 taels of silver this afternoon to rebuild the Shuegue dike. Hua Man was overjoyed. She looked at Li Ji with adoration. Wonderful. Fuan County is saved. However, her interruption didn't deter Li Ji from his seduction. Hua Man trembled slightly, blinking her blissful eyes. Your Highness, no more. Just then, a commotion arose outside. Crown Prince, His Highness is still handling official business. You can't barge in. Hearing the noise, Li Ji smiled coldly. He knew the Crown Prince would be furious upon hearing the news. He pulled the covers over Hua Man. Hua Man also lost her composure. In the next second, the door was kicked open. The Crown Prince stormed in angrily, confronting Li Ji. Have you forgotten who you are? You are merely here to protect Fuan County under father's orders. What right do you have to overstep and make decisions? Li Ji responded calmly. That 500,000 taels was originally allocated by the court to Fuan County for the construction of dikes and waterways. Now, I'm simply putting it back to use for the people of Fuan County. Is there a problem with that? The Crown Prince sneered. That sounds nice. Like a murderous thug, like you would care about the deaths of the common people. You're just trying to gain a good reputation for yourself. Courting popularity, how hypocritical. Under the covers, Hua Man was instantly furious. That dog, how dare he insult His Highness? She wanted to jump out and defend Li Ji, but he held her down, signaling her to stay calm. That's all right. I'll handle it. Used to being insulted, Li Ji wasn't angry at all. He looked at the Crown Prince casually. Oh, I'm courting popularity. What can you do about it? If you have the ability, go and snatch that 500,000 taels back now. Hua Man secretly chuckled, thinking that the silver had already been given out and the people knew about it. For the sake of his reputation, the Crown Prince would have to swallow this loss. The crown prince understood this as well, gnashing his teeth in frustration. I can't take that silver back. Li Ji laughed heartily. Then there's nothing I can do. Enraged, the crown prince pointed at Li Ji and threatened, don't get too cocky. I will make you pay for your arrogance sooner or later. Li Ji glanced at the crown prince, his eyes cold and sharp as knives. The crown prince's scalp tingled. He turned and left furiously, knowing his threats were useless. But right now, all he could do was threaten. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Use Hua Man to regain face. Li Ji's personal guards saw the crown prince off and thoughtfully closed the door. Hua Man shot up from under the covers. That dog of the crown prince. I knew he would insult your highness. I should have kicked him then and there, made him unable to even curse from his bed. Li Ji, once again experiencing the feeling of being protected, pinched Hua Man's cheek in good humor. All right, I'm not angry, so you shouldn't be either. Let me soothe you. A sweet, passionate kiss could indeed make one forget their troubles. Hua Man, however, didn't escape another round of passion. Afterward, she asked Li Ji with slight worry, Your Highness, now that you've fallen out with Crown Prince, what do you think he'll do next? After opening up to Hua Man, Li Ji hid nothing from her that he'll probably try to use you again, asking for your help in dealing with Sang Zhong. Hua Man smiled mischievously. Then I can have some fun with him. The next morning, not wanting Zhao Wang to take all the credit, the crown prince pretended to distribute relief supplies outside the city, earning the praise of the people. To quickly resolve the Sang Zhong issue, he once again engineered a chance encounter with Hua Man. Practicing her swordsmanship in the courtyard, Hua Man sensed the crown prince approaching. Feigning ignorance, she changed her movements. A back kick landed squarely between the crown prince's legs. The crown prince fell into the flower bushes in pain. Hua Man acted surprised. Why did you suddenly appear behind me? Are you all right? She walked over, feigning concern that, oh dear, crown prince, it's you. Inwardly, she thought, damn, almost got him. If only I could kick him again. Your Highness, are you all right? The crown prince recovered and forced a smile that I'm fine. But Hua Sifei, you've truly hurt my feelings this time. Hua Man retorted with feigned anxiety. You're the one who hurt my feelings. I was practicing martial arts here, and you suddenly appeared, almost causing me to lose control and injuring yourself in the process. Yet you still blame me. Since you feel I've hurt you, I'll just leave. She turned to go. The crown prince's suspicions were completely dispelled. Besides, his goal hadn't been achieved yet. He couldn't let her leave just like that. He hurriedly called out to stop her. Hua Sifei, wait. Hua Man put on a wronged expression. Your Highness, if you have any instructions, please be quick. I don't want to be wrongly accused again. Seeing this, the crown prince followed her, offering a helpless smile that don't be angry. I was wrong. I was the one who appeared behind you, so I deserve to be kicked. It's all my fault. I won't wrongly accuse you again. Hua Man stopped but refused to look at him, saying sullenly, I can't accept your highness's apology. The crown prince moved in front of her, asking affectionately, what must I do for you to forgive me? Hua Man's eyes darted around. He dares to bully my prince, she thought. Just you wait, I'll ruin you. Turning to the crown prince, she said, Your Highness, I want you to divorce Lin Lianyuan. Lin Qingji had returned and told the crown prince about what had happened between her and Hua Man. After listening, the crown prince was skeptical. In his opinion, no matter how cunning Hua Man was, she was still just a foolish woman. How could she possibly be as formidable as Lin Qingji described? It must be that Lin Qingji, in order to clear her own name, deliberately exaggerated Hua Man's fearfulness. So the next day, he went to flirt with Hua Man again. Not satisfied with having kicked the crown prince, Hua Man also demanded that he divorce Lin Lianyuan. The crown prince frowned. Lin Qingji knew many of his secrets. Even if he was tired of her, he would never let her leave his side. He asked Hua Man why she wanted him to divorce Lin Lianyuan. She hasn't done anything wrong. I can't just divorce her on a whim. Besides, your relationship with her isn't bad. You shouldn't want to see her bullied. Hua Man deliberately let out a Zhao Heng, but I don't like her. If your highness won't agree, then forget it. Seeing this, the crown prince assumed Hua Man was jealous, and he became even more interested. He reached out to stop Hua Man as she turned to leave, whispering, it's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Moreover, I'm a crown prince. I can't have only one woman by my side. Besides, Prince Zhao also has many women. Hua Man gave him a sweet, confident smile, but I don't like men who have too many women around them. Sooner or later, I will drive all the women away from Prince Zhao's side. The crown prince found this unbelievable. You mean you want to have both Prince Zhao and me all to yourself? He couldn't help but ask, between me and Prince Zhao, who do you like more? Hua Man replied without hesitation, can't I like both of you? Why do you have to make me choose when you love each other so much? Wouldn't you feel sorry for me, seeing me suffer because I can't make a choice? The crown prince had used similar player lines himself, but now he was disarmed by Hua Man's self-righteousness that you're two-timing and you think you're justified. Hua Man retorted, I'm not two-timing. I'm just giving both of you the opportunity to have me. This way, neither of you has to endure the pain of heartbreak. I'm doing this for your own good. You should understand me. The crown prince finally realized that Lin Qingji hadn't been lying. Hua Man was just playing with him. He sneered, who do you think you are? You have the audacity to want to monopolize two men at the same time. Shameless. Hua Man looked at him in disbelief that you're actually scolding me. The crown prince's face darkened. I'm not just going to scold you. I'm going to teach you a lesson right here. With that, he shoved Hua Man hard, sending her tumbling to the ground. The crown prince advanced on her. Shameless woman. I was originally planning to take things slow, to make you fall for me step by step. Now it seems there's no need for that. With a woman like you, it's better to just take you by force. He reached down to tear at Hua Man's clothes. Seeing that the crown prince had seen through her act, Hua Man dropped the pretense. She was ready to give this would-be rapist some unforgettable pain. The moment the crown prince's hand touched her clothes, he felt a sharp kick to his groin. The excruciating pain shot up to his head. He let out a shriek, clutching his crotch as he writhed on the ground in agony. Hua Man stood up gracefully, smiling. Your Highness, what do you think of my cripple your descendants kick? Humiliated and in pain, the crown prince's face was contorted. Jianren, I'll kill you. Hua Man calmly asked, Jianren who? The crown prince blurted out, Jianren you of course. Hua Man chuckled, S.O. It's me who's the Jianren. The crown prince realized he had fallen into her trap and insulted himself. Enraged, he kicked out again. Hua Man, who had been holding back because of his status, now saw that he intended to force himself on her. This kick was enough to ensure the crown prince would never be able to get it up again. After kicking him into a flower bush, she ignored his furious yells and walked away. As she neared Li Ji's temporary tent, she stopped, took out her menthol balm, and rubbed it under her eyes until they were red and watery. Then she messed up her hair and ran, sobbing loudly, into the tent. She looked every bit the picture of someone who had been deeply wronged. She threw herself into Li Ji's arms, crying, My prince, uncle. Li Ji had been listening to General Bian's report on the recent grain consumption. Seeing Hua Man rush in, distraught, he put an arm around her waist and dismissed General Bian with a wave of his hand. When they were alone, Li Ji asked indulgently, Tell me, what did you do to the crown prince this time? Hua Man looked up at him. Your Highness. Then she recounted everything that had happened with the crown prince. After the excitement, some worries emerged. Although I pretended to be wronged when I came in just now, the kick I gave wasn't light. What if I cripple the crown prince? Will he complain to the emperor and empress and have me killed? Li Ji's face darkened when he heard that the crown prince actually wanted to force himself on Hua Man. Then don't let him go back alive. I will definitely not let anyone who hurts my wife go. Hua Man looked at Li Ji intently. But assassinating the crown prince is akin to treason, a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations. Li smiled meaningfully. From the moment the crown prince ordered someone to cut the rope, intending to harm me, it was destined that only one of us could survive. Hua Man thought for a moment. My prince, should we send someone to check on the crown prince's injuries? What if there's a turn of events? Li Ji looked at the frightened Hua Man, planning to use a vigorous exercise session to dispel her anxiety. Don't worry, I've already sent someone. Now let me see if you're injured. Here, the two were passionately entangled, while on the other side, the crown prince, after being treated by the imperial physician, regained basic urinary function. But the pleasures of the bedchamber were gone, and he would no longer have children. After hearing this, the crown prince went mad. If people knew he couldn't have children, his position as crown prince would definitely be jeopardized. He threatened the imperial physician to keep his mouth shut and immediately got up, taking people to find Hua Manman to settle the score. But he was stopped outside by heavily armed guards. The difference in strength between the two sides was vast. The guards didn't dare to force their way in. In the end, they could only return empty-handed. The crown prince failed to tear Hua Manman to pieces as he wished, and his mood became even more foul, his personality more twisted. Hua Manman saw this scene through the crack in the door and confirmed that the crown prince had indeed been crippled by her. "My prince, save me." Li Ji put down his military book and softly comforted her. "Don't worry. The crown prince is just a paper tiger. With me here, no one can hurt you." Hua Manman looked at Li Ji adoringly. "Really? Can I go provoke him now?" Li Ji knew this wasn't wise, but as long as Hua Manman wanted to, he said, "Go ahead. You just do as you please. I'll take care of the consequences." Hua Manman smiled happily that "I'm just kidding. We're leaving for the capital tomorrow. It's better not to provoke him." Li Ji responded with a meaningful hum. "Yes, we're leaving tomorrow. It's time to make our move." Hua Manman's heart stirred slightly at his words. Was Li Ji really going to make a move against the crown prince? She remembered that in the original story, the crown prince committed suicide out of despair after his rebellion failed. But now, the plot hadn't progressed to the rebellion stage yet. If the crown prince died now, would it cause a butterfly effect in the plot? The crown prince still held a very important place in the emperor's heart. If the crown prince died, the emperor would definitely investigate thoroughly. The empress's family wouldn't let it go either. Whether Li Ji could escape unscathed was also unknown. I miscalculated. I should have just kicked him to death. That way, the emperor would only hold me accountable. Li Ji heard the worries in her heart. He reached out and pinched her face, interrupting her thoughts. "All right, don't overthink it. I'll teach you how to ride a horse tomorrow. Go to sleep early." Hua Manman hadn't ridden a horse since she transmigrated and was very interested. In her excitement, she forgot about her worries. "Whatever happens, happens. You should come to sleep too, my prince." Then the two exchanged good nights and fell asleep in each other's arms. Manman's kick had left the crown prince impotent, creating a deadly feud between them. Under Prince Zhao Li Ji's protection, Hua Manman was living quite happily. Today, Li Ji ordered the camp to return to the capital. As soon as the two walked out of their tent, they ran into the crown prince. "Consort Hua, where are you two off to so brightly?" Hua Manman was stunned. She hadn't expected that the crown prince, who had been clamoring to kill her yesterday, could greet her so gently today. Li Ji, however, saw the malice behind the smile. He directly pulled Hua Manman's hand and walked away, and no need to waste time with him. Hua Manman came back to her senses and agreed. After they left, the smile on the crown prince's face disappeared. His eyes were fixed on their backs, his gaze venomous. Seeing this, Hua Manman turned back and stuck her tongue out at the crown prince. "I just love seeing you look at me like you can't stand me, but can't do anything about it." After infuriating the crown prince, her attention was fully focused on the white horse Li Ji had prepared for her. "Is this the horse I'm going to ride? It's so big." Li Ji responded gently with a hum and asked if Hua Manman was afraid. Hua Manman shook her head firmly. "With you here, my prince." Li Ji helped Hua Manman onto the horse and taught her how to ride, hand in hand. The atmosphere between the two was incredibly loving. The crown prince, watching this scene from afar, had a look of intense hatred in his eyes. He could no longer experience such flirting and affection. At this moment, the crown prince's carriage was also ready. Before getting into the carriage, the crown prince quietly asked his new wife, "Is everything arranged?" The new wife nodded. "Everything has been arranged according to your highness's instructions." The crown prince looked at Prince Zhao and Hua Manman again and gave a cold smile. "You adulterous couple, you're both going to die this time." Hearing the crown prince's inner voice, Li Ji also laughed. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Li Ji's teaching was effective. Hua Manman learned quickly and was able to ride on her own in no time, galloping freely. However, within half a day, she gave up the idea of riding back to the capital and climbed into the carriage. "My butt is so sore from the horse ride. I can't even sit down. I can only lie on my side." Li Ji took out the ointment. He looked at Hua Manman, smiling teasingly. "Look at you. You can't even handle a short horse ride. You need more exercise. From now on, exercise with me every morning. Here, let me apply the medicine for you. Having such a private area like her buttocks injured, Hua Man was naturally shy. She wanted to refuse and say she could do it herself. But facing Li Ji's insistent gaze, she could only endure the embarrassment and obediently lie down on her stomach. Li Ji lifted Hua Man's skirt and saw her red and swollen bottom. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. He dipped his finger in the ointment and spread it evenly on Hua Man's buttocks. This process took on a somewhat erotic atmosphere. When he finished applying the medicine, Li Ji suddenly leaned in close. Now that the medicine's applied, shouldn't we do something else? Hua Man's face instantly flushed crimson. This wasn't in their room. They were in a carriage. That's so embarrassing, she murmured, but my butt hurts. Your Highness, please be gentle. And she puckered her lips. She didn't receive the passionate kiss she'd imagined. Instead, she heard Li Ji's hearty laughter. Hua Man felt incredibly embarrassed, realizing she'd been too suggestive. Your Highness, you're teasing me, she exclaimed. But in the next second, Li Ji had her cornered. Something more intimate isn't really suitable in the carriage. Maybe a little something at the end later. However, at that very moment, General Bien knocked on the carriage window. The two quickly separated and assumed a composed demeanor. What is it? Li Ji asked. General Bien, on horseback, bowed with his fist clasped. Your Highness, he said, we're approaching the valley. His Highness the Crown Prince said, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, we should split up. You are to be in the first group to pass through the valley. Hua Man and Li Ji exchanged glances. They knew the valley was narrow and ideal for an ambush. The Crown Prince was making his move. Li Ji calmly replied to General Bien, this prince understands. You may leave. Inside the carriage, Li Ji took out a sword and handed it to Hua Man. Hold this. You'll need it later. Hua Man took the sword and immediately went on high alert. Not long after, as their carriage entered the valley, they heard a rumbling sound from above, like something rolling down. Li Ji, with one arm around Hua Man's waist and the other deflecting falling rocks, flew out of the carriage with her. Hua Man looked up and saw dozens of boulders plummeting down, aimed directly at them. With his superior martial arts skills, Li Ji protected Hua Man, splitting the falling rocks and moving them to a pre-planned location. The booming sound of the boulders hitting the ground echoed through the valley, attracting General Bien's attention. Worried about Prince Zhao's safety, he immediately requested permission from the Crown Prince to lead troops to their rescue. However, his request was denied. The situation in the valley is unclear. If you rashly lead troops in, you will not only fail to rescue anyone, but also risk your own lives. I cannot disregard your lives for the sake of saving Prince Zhao. Let's wait and see. General Bien dared not wait. Everyone knew the emperor's favoritism towards Prince Zhao. If something were to happen, no one could withstand the emperor's wrath. He wanted to continue pleading, but he received a sharp warning glance from the Crown Prince. Just do your duty. You don't need to interfere with anything else. Even if Father Emperor asks about it later, I will bear the responsibility alone. Hearing this, General Bien could only remain silent. He knew the Crown Prince was determined to have Prince Zhao die in this valley. Lin Qingji overheard their conversation. After General Bien left, she cautiously reminded the Crown Prince, Your Highness, Prince Zhao is deeply favored by the Emperor. If he dies here, the Emperor will surely suspect you. The Crown Prince gave a cold laugh. So what? I'm already a cripple. I don't know how many days I can hold on to this position of Crown Prince. But before that happens, I must have Prince Zhao and Hua Man buried with me. I bribed a group of bandits to set up an ambush in the valley. Prince Zhao and Hua Man will surely die. Meanwhile, in the valley, Li Ji hadn't let go of Hua Man that don't be afraid. I've made arrangements. Nothing will happen. Although the situation was dangerous, being protected by Li Ji, Hua Man wasn't afraid. At the top of the valley, the people arranged by the Crown Prince were busy dropping boulders. Suddenly, they were attacked from behind and knocked unconscious by Li Ji's trusted guards. The boulders stopped falling. Hearing the rhythmic knocking sound, Hua Man looked up happily. It was Chun Wangmei, the captain of the guards, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Soon, several ropes dropped down in front of them. Looking at the height of the valley walls, Hua Man felt a bit apprehensive. She didn't have any rock climbing skills. Li Ji hadn't intended for Hua Man to climb up herself. He immediately bent down and let her climb onto his back. Adversity reveals true character. Hua Man felt even more affection for this man who wouldn't abandon her. Gripping the ropes, Li Ji climbed upwards with Hua Man on his back. Just hold on a little longer. We're almost there. The new guards helped them up. Your Highness, everything is taken care of. Li Ji glanced at the two bandits who were tied up not far away and nodded. Well done. You'll be handsomely rewarded when we return. Are the others almost here? The new guard replied, truthfully, thanks to your Highness's excellent planning. They should be arriving about now. Li Ji waited for Hua Man to sit down and briefly explain his plan to her. Just as he finished speaking, Hua Man heard shouts in the distance. Li Ji smiled faintly. The show is about to begin. Come, this king will take you to watch. Hua Man gazed at Li Ji with admiration. Amidst their usual playful banter, she had almost forgotten that this man was once a god of war, feared by enemy troops. Battles involving thousands of soldiers relied not only on brute force, but also on intellect and strategy. With the Crown Prince's simple mind, he actually dared to stir up trouble. Now there really will be a good show. Li Ji led her towards the source of the commotion. Looking down from their vantage point, they could see the Crown Prince's carriage being chased by a group of fierce-looking bandits. Inside the carriage, the Crown Prince and Lin Qingji were terrified, urging the driver to flee faster. In his panic, the driver steered the carriage into a valley. The carriage hadn't gone far before it was blocked by a pile of boulders. The Crown Prince frantically demanded to know why they had stopped. The driver explained tremblingly, Your Highness, there's no road ahead. The Crown Prince then remembered that he had ordered his men to set an ambush in the valley, using these boulders to block Prince Zhao's retreat. He never imagined it would end up blocking his own escape. Just then, bandits caught up. A spear lunged towards the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince screamed in terror, grabbing Lin Qingji's wrist and pulling her in front of him as a shield. Caught off guard, Lin Qingji felt a chilling pain as the spear pierced her chest. She had been so happy to have chosen the Crown Prince, believing that with her knowledge of the past, she could help him turn the tables and become the envy of everyone. But events were unfolding completely differently for what she remembered. Riches and honor remained a distant dream. Before the Crown Prince could celebrate his narrow escape, the carriage door was kicked open. After killing the driver, the red-eyed bandits stormed inside. The Crown Prince had planned to trap and kill Li Ji and Hua Man in the valley, but he never expected to be trapped by his own scheme. In this critical moment, he used Lin Qingji as a human shield. General Bien and the other guards were scattered, fighting the bandits. There was no one left to protect him. Panicked and desperate, the Crown Prince yelled, I am the Crown Prince. If you kill me, your entire family will die. But upon hearing this, the bandits became even more frenzied. Our families, haven't they all been killed by you already? Even if it costs me my life, I will kill this dog of a Crown Prince. The Crown Prince felt wronged. He didn't care about these insignificant people and couldn't recall ever ordering their deaths. He tried to explain, but the enraged bandit swung his blade down. General Bien, battling the bandits, heard the Crown Prince's scream. It's over, he thought. Prince Zhao has already escaped. The Crown Prince cannot be harmed. He immediately turned and rushed towards the carriage, praying that the Crown Prince was still alive. Inside the carriage, the Crown Prince was already dead, but the bandit continued to stab his body in a rage. You killed my wife and children, my brothers, my parents. The next moment, someone burst in and killed the bandit with a single stroke. General Bien rushed over to check on the motionless Crown Prince. He felt for a pulse. His own future was ruined. Their mission to escort the Crown Prince south for disaster relief was to protect both the funds and the Crown Prince's safety. But now the Crown Prince had been murdered right under their noses. Upon returning to the capital, they would all be punished, perhaps even executed. General Bien roared, all soldiers, listen up. Kill every last one of these bandits. Leave no survivors. Overwhelmed by the situation, he forgot the importance of capturing survivors for interrogation. From their vantage point above the valley, Hua Man and Li Ji had witnessed the entire attack and murder of the Crown Prince. Hua Man couldn't bear to watch. She hadn't expected the Crown Prince, with his noble birth, to meet such a tragic end, trapped by his own ambush and killed by bandits. Did you arrange these bandits, Your Highness? Li Ji shook his head. This king did not arrange for anyone to attack the Crown Prince. Those were merely the consequences of his own actions. The show is over. We should go. Hua Man knew that the bandits wouldn't have relentlessly pursued the crown prince without someone's influence. But since Li Ji didn't want her to know, she wouldn't ask. She trusted that he wouldn't harm her. Li Ji indeed felt this way. He didn't want Hua Man to know about those cruelties, to burden her with unnecessary worries. By now, General Bien and his remaining men had slaughtered all the bandits. He was at his wit's end. What do we do? The crown prince is dead. How can we explain this? Just as panic was setting in, he saw Prince Zhao returning safe and sound, like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. He rushed over and dramatically exclaimed, "Your Highness, thank heavens you are unharmed. Otherwise, I would have had to atone with my life." Li Ji explained that he had just encountered bandits in the valley. Fortunately, Chun Shi returned just in time, allowing him to escape with his life. Feigning ignorance, he looked at the crowd surrounding the crown prince's carriage and asked what had happened. General Bien immediately began wailing, hastily recounting the events that had just transpired. He cried his heart out. Li Ji feigned shock. What? The crown prince is dead. He hurried to the carriage and saw the crown prince lying in a pool of blood, lifeless. Hua Man also came over and took a look. "This is his just deserts," she said. Li Ji, not wanting to sully Hua Man's eyes, quickly turned and shielded her from the sight. General Bien stopped crying and looked beseechingly at Li Ji. "Your Highness, what should we do now?" Li Ji sighed. "What else can we do? Such an important matter must be reported to the emperor immediately, and those bandits must be brought back for thorough interrogation." General Bien panicked again that we were in such a hurry. We killed all the bandits. Li Ji pointed to the 3 captives they had intentionally spared. "It's all right. We captured a few bandits in the valley. We can take them back for questioning." General Bien was overjoyed. If he could find out why the bandits ambushed the crown prince, he might be able to redeem himself. He immediately began showering Li Ji with flattery. Li Ji, uninterested in his fawning, ordered, "Clean this up, move the boulder, and continue back to the capital." The news of the crown prince's death was sent back to the capital by urgent dispatch. The court was in shock. The crown prince was the empress's only child. Unable to bear the blow, she fainted on the spot. The emperor seemed to age several years. There is no greater pain than a parent burying their child. He ordered someone to retrieve the crown prince's body and issued a decree to thoroughly investigate the matter. Having held a high position for many years, he knew that many things were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. A few days later, the crown prince's funeral procession entered the capital. All the officials went out to meet it, kneeling on both sides and weeping loudly. Hua Man, following beside Li Ji, also shed a few symbolic tears. Li Ji knew he had to give the emperor an explanation. He began to arrange Hua Man's escape route. "I have to go see the emperor with General Bien. You've been away for so long. You must miss your family. Go back to the Zhongmen Manor first. I'll pick you up there after I leave the palace." Hua Man looked at him worriedly. "Will the emperor implicate you in the crown prince's death?" Li Ji stroked her head and gently reassured her, "Don't worry. I'll be fine. The crown prince's death has nothing to do with me. The emperor will at most scold me and confine me to the manor for a while. Don't worry." Li Ji then gave his carriage to Hua Man and rode with General Bien to the palace. Hua Man knew that this matter wouldn't be as simple as Li Ji made it out to be. After all, with the crown prince gone, the competition between the princes would become even fiercer. Filled with worry, she watched Li Ji ride away to, "I'll wait for you to take me home." In the imperial study, the emperor saw Li Ji standing there unharmed. In the past, he would have been delighted, but now, still immersed in grief over the crown prince's death, he couldn't bring himself to feel any joy. "Tell me," he said, "what exactly happened with those bandits? Why did they attack the crown prince?" General Bien presented the confessions. "Your Majesty, the bandits have confessed. They said they were originally hired by the crown prince to ambush Prince Zhao in the valley. But because the crown prince secretly killed their families, they decided to kill him instead." The emperor looked sharply at Li Ji. "Why would the crown prince attack you?" Li Ji responded calmly. "I would also like to know why the crown prince tried to murder me repeatedly." The emperor frowned even more deeply. "Repeatedly? Is this to say the crown prince has harmed you more than once? Li Ji recounted the incident where he fell into the river and nearly drowned. If your majesty doesn't believe me, I can hand over the person responsible tomorrow. The emperor had sent the two south for disaster relief, hoping to strengthen the bond between the crown prince and Li Ji, so that Li Ji could assist the crown prince in ruling the empire in the future. The result, however, was the complete opposite of what he had expected. After a long silence, the emperor spoke again. Since you knew the crown prince wanted to kill you, you surely wouldn't have just stood by. Did you also want to kill him? Li Ji met the emperor's profound gaze and calmly replied, yes, but I didn't have time. He was killed by his own men. The emperor stared fixedly at Li Ji. Everyone else lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. General Bien wished he could vanish into thin air. Some things were not meant for their ears. The more they knew, the sooner they would die. In the confrontation between the two, the emperor was the first to yield. If it were anyone else, he would have had them dragged out and executed. But now, he merely suppressed his emotions and ordered everyone else to leave. General Bien and the others quickly retreated. Hearing any more would truly be a death sentence. Once only the emperor and Li Ji remained, the emperor asked, forcing himself to remain calm, "Do you know what your words will bring upon you?" Li Ji replied nonchalantly, "I know, but I wasn't wrong. The crown prince tried to kill me first. That's why I wanted to kill him. My men weren't loyal enough. Since I would die either way, I might as well fight back. At least I could get some revenge before I die." The emperor, though aware of Li Ji's involvement, was ultimately defeated by his fearless demeanor. "Enough. I believe you. Since you didn't do it, let's drop the matter. But don't repeat what you just said. The crown prince has been murdered. This is your negligence. You will receive 20 strokes of the army stick. Then return to your manor and reflect. This matter ends here." Li Ji calmly accepted the decree, bowed, and withdrew. After a few steps, the emperor suddenly asked, "When you thought of killing the crown prince, did you consider?" The emperor trailed off, waving his hand dismissively. He left the crucial words unspoken. "You may leave." However, Li Ji's mind-reading ability caught the emperor's unfinished thought, that it would come to this, brothers killing each other. The emperor's inner voice pierced Li Ji's heart like a thorn. He couldn't help but let out a cynical, bitter laugh. Brothers? They're just worms sharing the same filthy bloodline. Talking about familial affection is truly laughable. The rumors about him being illegitimate were true. Li Ji's mother, Princess Rowan, was the emperor's cousin. She was already pregnant with the emperor's child when she married the Duke of Zheng. Li Ji only discovered this secret after gaining his mind-reading ability. Leaving the main hall, the flying dragon guards were already waiting to administer the punishment. Li Ji turned and followed them, saying impatiently, "Faster. I'm in a hurry to get home." The guards didn't say much, and immediately began striking Li Ji's back with the heavy army sticks. The resounding blows made even Zui Ji, who was supervising, wince. But Li Ji didn't even frown. On the 18th stroke, the empress arrived, carried in a sedan chair. She had guessed that the crown prince had tried to harm Prince Zhao and been killed in retaliation. But she had no concrete proof. Her only son was dead, yet the emperor only punished Li Ji with 20 strokes. She refused to let him off so lightly. She walked over and glared at Li Ji. "My son died tragically at your hands, yet you return unharmed. Even your legs are healed." Li Ji's back was a bloody mess, but he remained composed. "That only means I'm not meant to die." The empress sneered. "Not meant to die? Your sticks are too light. Use mine." With a gesture, a eunuch presented a heavy iron rod. He offered it to a flying dragon guard, who immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The wooden sticks were one thing, but an iron rod could break bones with a single blow. The emperor had ordered punishment, not death. If Li Ji died, the guard would likely be buried with him. He dared not accept the iron rod. The empress, impatient, pressed him. "What are you afraid of? Hit him hard. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens." Under duress, the guard took the heavy iron rod. The empress, her eyes filled with murderous intent, commanded, "Hit his legs. Even if they're healed, I'll cripple them again." The guard thought, when mortals fight, mortals suffer. He apologized to Li Ji, "Your Highness, I'm sorry. I have no choice. Please don't blame us." Then he struck. Even though he held back, the sound of cracking bone was audible. Li Ji stifled a cry and remained standing. He even managed a defiant smirk at the Empress. Enraged, the Empress ordered the guard to continue, but he stopped, reminding her, "Your Majesty, the 20 strokes are complete." Ignoring him, the Empress roared, "Hit him. I say it's not finished, it's not finished. Keep hitting him. Hard. Don't stop." Li Ji's loyal guard saw the Empress's relentlessness. At this rate, Li Ji's legs would be crippled again. He rushed off to find help. The flying dragon guard, bound by the Emperor's order of 20 strokes, hesitated. Furious, the Empress snatched the iron rod. "Useless fools. Let me do it myself." Raising the iron rod high above her head with all her might, she declared this time, "You'll either die or be crippled." Just as the rod was about to fall, Wang rushed in and shouted, "Your Majesty, the Emperor summons you." The Empress froze, her gaze fixed on Li Ji with unrestrained fury and resentment. Wang bowed to her and repeated with emphasis, "Your Majesty. His Majesty requests your immediate presence." Finally, the Empress threw down the iron rod and stormed off. Li Ji's guard rushed to his side. "Your Highness, I'll summon the imperial physician immediately." Li Ji, enduring the searing pain, replied, "No need. I'm Yufine. Go to the Zhongin Manor and bring Consort Hua." Meanwhile, at the Zhongin Manor, Lord Zhongin was deeply worried seeing his daughter, Hua Manman, return home looking dejected. His heart ached for her. The next moment, hearing that Prince Zhao had come to pick her up, Hua Manman instantly revived. She quickly ran over and gave Li Ji a big hug. Li truly doted on Hua Manman. Even though he was seriously injured, he didn't forget to personally come and take her home. In order to keep Hua Manman from worrying, he tried his best to hide his injuries. The naive Hua Manman didn't notice anything unusual with Li Ji. She thought he was really fine. "Your Highness, are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Your Highness, why aren't you saying anything?" Li Ji, who had initially felt unhappy because of his illegitimate bloodline, finally felt warmth seeing Hua Manman so concerned about him. "I'm fine. Let's go home." Hua Manman wanted to get down and walk by herself, but Li Ji insisted on carrying her home. The carriage quickly arrived at Prince Zhao's manor. Li Ji let Hua Manman get off first. Hua Manman didn't think much of it and hopped off the carriage. When she turned back to look at Li Ji, she noticed his movements were much slower than usual. Especially when he landed, he swayed and fell forward. Fortunately, Hua Manman reacted quickly and caught him. Her hands pressed against Li Ji's back, and she felt a wet warmth. Horrified, she looked up. "Your Highness, you're injured. Quickly, call the physician." What followed was a scene of chaos. After the physician's emergency treatment, it was determined that because Li Ji was young, strong, and practiced martial arts regularly, he had a good constitution and would recover after a period of rest. Hua Manman knelt beside him, gazing at him anxiously. "You said you were fine. How'd you get hurt so badly? Not only is your back a bloody mess, but your knee is also severely dislocated." Li Ji gently explained, "The crown prince is dead. Someone has to take responsibility. Being beaten a few times is already a light punishment." Hua Manman didn't think it was light at all. She asked Li Ji with heartache, "Does it hurt a lot?" Li Ji looked at her and gave a meaningful smile. If there's a way to make it not hurt. Hua Manman didn't understand what he meant. The next second, she was enveloped by Li Ji's scorching breath. He kissed her while removing her clothes. Although Li Ji was seriously injured, it didn't affect his passion in the slightest. The feeling of happiness did indeed dispel the pain. Hua Manman truly admired Li Ji's stamina. Even injured, he could still. What a vigorous man. Although she didn't see Li Ji being punished with her own eyes, seeing these wounds, she could imagine how painful it must have been. Yet, Li Ji could still act like nothing happened. It made her heart ache. Li Ji, hearing Hua Manman's inner thoughts, took the opportunity to say, "Manman, I'm still in some pain." Hua Manman was about to reply when suddenly someone knocked on the door. The steward reported from outside, "Your Highness, someone from the Zhongin Manor just sent a message." Lord Zhongin said that old Madame Zhongin is gravely ill and wants Hua Sufei to return as soon as possible to see her one last time. Hua Manman was startled. The intimate atmosphere they had just built instantly dissipated. Old Madame is dying? This plot point is happening much earlier. She remembered the original plot where the female lead, Hua Qingqing, couldn't see her grandmother one last time and knelt in the morning hall, crying her heart out. It made her feel very sad. She thought, my sister has such a good relationship with grandmother. If she can't see her one last time, it will probably become a lifelong regret that she can never let go of. But now, the female lead was in the palace, and it was very difficult to get out. After hesitating for a moment, she turned to Li Ji. Your Highness, I have a favor to ask. Li Ji, having heard her inner thoughts, knew what she wanted and asked, you want to see your sister? Huang Man was surprised. How did you know? She thought to herself that she hadn't even said anything, yet the prince had already guessed it. Could it be that he had mind-reading abilities? Li Ji didn't explain. He immediately offered her a plan. Hua Qingqing is currently in the palace. If you want to see her, you must enter the palace. I'm still under house arrest and can't take you in. However, I do have an imperial token bestowed by the emperor. With it, you can freely enter and exit the palace. Huang Man's eyes lit up. She quickly asked, where is it? Li Ji looked at her with a meaningful smile. Guess. Huang Man, recalling their interrupted intimacy, suddenly understood. Blushing, she closed her eyes, sat on Li Ji, and reached into his robes to search. Li Ji teased her playfully. How can you find it with your eyes closed? Huang Man opened her eyes, speechless. This man always wants to tempt me. She ran her hands over his 8-pack abs. Not bad, feels pretty firm. She quickly found the token. Huang Man held in her hand and jumped up. Your Highness, I'll go to the palace now. Li Ji, knowing she was anxious, didn't mind her abrupt departure. He reminded her, be careful on the road. Huang Man hummed in agreement. After taking a few steps, she suddenly darted back, pounced on Li Ji like a tiger pouncing on its prey, and quickly kissed him on the lips. She left behind the words, wait for me to come back, and dashed out. Li Ji smiled softly. Silly girl, so cute. With Li Ji's token, Huang Man smoothly entered the palace and met with Hua Qingqing. The moment Huang Man appeared, Hua Qingqing was overjoyed. In her eyes, although her second sister was a bit sharp-tongued and awkward, she had a very kind heart. Unlike those women in the palace, who appeared gentle as water on the surface, but were actually more ruthless than the next. These past few months in the palace, she had deeply experienced the bitterness of being alone in the inner court. Huang Man deliberately harumphed and explained the situation. Hearing that her beloved grandmother was seriously ill, Hua Qingqing immediately became anxious. I'll go beg the emperor, beg him to allow me to leave the palace to visit grandmother. Seeing Hua Qingqing's distress, Huang Man haughtily declared, I'll go with you. At the same time, the long-lost system notification suddenly rang in Huang Man's mind. Host has successfully triggered the important main storyline mission. Huang Man's heart sank. She immediately had a bad premonition. Nothing good ever came from this damn system. Immediately following was the system's abnormally jarring mechanical voice. Asterisk, please prevent Hua Qingqing from returning home to visit her grandmother. The time limit for this mission is 1 day. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with a lucky bag. Failure to complete the mission will result in a painful penalty. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Asterisk. After hearing this, Huang Man wanted nothing more than to drag the system out and beat it up. Damn system, you're not human. You're screwing me over again. Hua Qingqing is so worried about her grandmother. How can I possibly stop her? If I do, she'll definitely hate me to death. It hasn't been easy for me to get this far. Hua Qingqing, preoccupied with her grandmother's safety, didn't notice the change in her second sister's expression and rushed out in a hurry. Huang Man quickly chased after her. Hua Qingqing was stopped by a little palace maid. Bad news. Sister Xixiang has been taken away by the Empress's people. The little palace maid recounted the events in detail. Now the Empress has sent someone over, saying she wants you to go to her. Hua Qingqing didn't understand why the Empress would suddenly get involved in such a trivial matter. But no matter what, she couldn't abandon Xixiang. After all, Xixiang had grown up with her. Hearing this, Huang Man had a bad feeling. The Empress suddenly targeting Hua Qingqing. Considering that she had crippled the crown prince, it was highly likely that Hua Qingqing was being implicated because of her. By this time, the Empress's people had arrived, and their demeanor was hostile. Hua Qingqing, the Empress summons you. Hua Qingqing was no longer the naive girl she once was. Having a slight understanding of the situation, she suppressed her desire to leave the palace and said to Huang Man, Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Hua Manman pondered. If the Empress wanted revenge, she definitely wouldn't let Hua Qingqing off easily. Hua Qingqing was likely in danger, but she couldn't possibly contend with the Empress on her own. So, she gave the token Li Ji had given her to her personal maid and whispered a few instructions in her ear. Only then did she follow Hua Qingqing and the others. I'm going to. Hua Qingqing was extremely anxious and didn't have time to argue with her second sister, so she could only reluctantly agree. What Hua Manman didn't know was that the token had already fallen into the Empress's hands. Trapped in the inner palace, the Empress couldn't seek revenge on Li Ji. She could only start with those connected to him. Hua Manman, this time, I will make you and that beastly Ji taste the pain of losing loved ones. A quarter of an hour later, Hua Manman and Hua Qingqing arrived at the Empress's chambers and curtsied. But the Empress wasn't satisfied. With her only son gone, she didn't even bother to pretend anymore. Her face was filled with ice-cold fury. Kneel. Immediately, guards drew their swords and stepped forward. Hua Manman instinctively shielded Hua Qingqing and looked at the Empress. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Abusing your power. The Empress stared at Hua Manman with venomous eyes. She sneered. Abusing my power? This palace is upholding justice. Bring her in. Shi Xiang, covered in wounds and barely clinging to life, was dragged out and thrown onto the floor. Hua Qingqing was startled by the sight. Although heartbroken, she didn't dare to act rashly. She could only suppress her anxiety and unease, waiting for the Empress's next move. The Empress's cold gaze lingered on Hua Manman for a moment before turning to Hua Qingqing. Hua Qingqing, today your maid was caught openly bribing the Imperial Kitchen's chief eunuch. Do you know your crime? Hua Qingqing didn't know why, but she had been very hungry lately. The daily food rations for palace concubines were fixed, so Shi Xiang had gone to the Imperial Kitchen to buy her some extra food. Many people in the palace did this. It had never been a problem before. Hua Qingqing suddenly realized the truth. The Empress is doing this because of the Crown Prince. She can't touch Manman directly, so she wants to use my case to force Manman to defy her, giving her an excuse to punish Manman. But I absolutely cannot implicate Manman. So, she knelt down with a thud. That it's my fault, Your Majesty. Please punish me. The Empress was dissatisfied that Hua Qingqing had admitted her guilt so readily, denying her the opportunity to target Hua Manman. She sneered and asked the court lady beside her, how should behavior like Hua Qingqing's be punished? The court lady dutifully replied, demotion in rank and 30 strokes of the cane. The Empress sneered in satisfaction. Very well, let it be done. 2 palace maids immediately stepped forward with canes. Hua Manman's face paled, and she blocked Hua Qingqing. She hadn't expected the Empress to be so vicious. Strokes of the cane in the palace weren't slaps to the face, but rather brutal strikes to the mouth with a cane. If Hua Qingqing really received 30 strokes, her face would be ruined. The Empress sneered, deliberately provoking Hua Manman. Are you trying to stand up for your sister? Hua Manman, always protective of her sister, was about to speak when Hua Qingqing quickly cut her off. Manman, step back. She knew very well that the Empress was waiting for her second sister to step forward so she could eliminate them both. She wouldn't give the Empress that opportunity. Then, she stepped forward and faced the Empress directly. Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with my sister. You can punish me. The Empress didn't believe Hua Manman could stand by and watch. She directly ordered someone to take action. Hua Manman watched anxiously. If the female lead were disfigured, how would the rest of the plot develop? Just then, she heard the system's notification again. After the host successfully triggered the special mission, Hua Qingqing, trapped in the harem and unable to seek revenge on Li Ji, turned her attention to those connected to him. Knowing that Hua Manman entered the palace today to see her sister, the Empress found a fault to punish Hua Qingqing, provoking Hua Manman to intervene and get rid of them both together. Hua Qingqing realized that the Empress was deliberately making things difficult for them. Knowing she couldn't escape unscathed today, she figured she could suffer, but she absolutely couldn't let her younger sister suffer too. At this moment, Hua Manman heard the system's notification again. Host successfully triggered a special mission. Please protect Hua Qingqing's safety and prevent her from being injured. The time limit is 1 day. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with a special lucky bag. Failure will result in a heartbreak penalty. Please strive to complete the mission. Hua Manman keenly noticed a trap. The system's notification speed was faster than before, indicating the importance of this mission. The system was anxious, thinking about the previous mission to prevent Hua Qingqing from seeing her grandmother one last time. She wondered if she could take the opportunity to bargain. So, she said to the system in her mind, the previous mission isn't over yet, and now there's another one. I'm only one person and can't complete so many missions simultaneously. I can only complete one of the two. You choose. The system gave a definitive answer. No. Seeing this, Hua Man pretended to be troubled, then just declare me a failure. The system panicked and issued a threat. Aren't you afraid of the heartbreak penalty? Seeing this, Hua Man knew it would work. She deliberately put on an air of indifference, like a pig who isn't afraid of boiling water. Anyway, I can't complete both missions simultaneously. Since that's the case, why should I struggle? Punish me however you want. The system fell silent, weighing its options. Hua Man watched as the matrons held Hua Qingqing down on either side and reminded the system, you're running out of time. Seeing the ruler about to strike the female lead, the system couldn't hold back any longer and relented. Host, you can complete just one mission. You only need to ensure Hua Qingqing's safety. Hua Man agreed to the deal, feeling quite pleased. She had always been passive against the system, often led by the nose. This time, she had seized the system's weakness. Perhaps this could be a miracle, a chance to change her own predicament. The next moment, Hua Man's clear voice rang out in Fengyi Palace. Wait. The Empress immediately ordered everyone to stop, a smug sneer playing on her lips. Hua Qingqing anxiously shouted at her younger sister. Man, this has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere. But Hua Man ignored Hua Qingqing's warning and looked directly at the Empress. Sister Yu has indeed made a mistake and deserves to be punished. But my sister is pregnant, Your Majesty. Do you really have to be so harsh with her? The Empress was stunned, her face darkening. Even Hua Qingqing, the one involved, was taken aback. Asterisk, when did I get pregnant? I didn't even know. Asterisk. However, the Empress quickly recovered, thinking that Hua Man was trying to trick her to escape punishment. This palace has never heard of Hua Jiyu being pregnant. Don't try to fool this palace. Hua Man smiled gently. How could this concubine lie? Your Majesty, whether or not she's pregnant, calling for an imperial physician to check her pulse will tell. The Empress stared intently at Hua Man, trying to see if she was bluffing. She couldn't afford to be accused of harming the imperial heir. Hua Man remained composed under the Empress's scrutiny. The Empress knew she couldn't touch Hua Qingqing today. She could only say coldly, since Hua Jiyu is carrying His Majesty's child, she will be spared this time. Hua Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. She had truly been terrified. Hua Man received the system's mission completion notification, but didn't relax. She knew this wasn't over. Sure enough, the next moment, the Empress stood up. Hua Jiyu's matter is settled. But Hua Sufei's offense of repeatedly defying this palace must still be addressed. She's merely a lowly secondary consort of Prince Zhao's manor. Yet she dares to openly defy this palace multiple times. What do you think should be done about this? Hua Man remained silent. Hua Qingqing's heart, which had just settled, leaped back into her throat. The Empress sneered, glancing pointedly at Hua Man's belly. Don't tell this palace that you're also pregnant and can't be touched. Even if you are, you're not carrying an imperial child. This palace can hit you however she pleases. Someone, slap her mouth. Hit her hard. Don't stop until this palace says so. Hua Man was held down on both sides. A palace maid approached her with a heavy ruler. Hua Qingqing desperately pleaded for mercy, but a matron covered her mouth and restrained her. Just at the critical moment, a eunuch's shrill voice rang out from outside the hall. His Majesty has arrived. The palace maid carrying the ruler paused. The Empress instinctively turned to look towards the entrance, cursing inwardly. Damn it, Hua Man has brought in reinforcements again. The Emperor strode in, followed by a retinue of palace maids and eunuchs, his presence commanding. Everyone in the hall knelt and bowed. The Empress also curtsied to the Emperor. Your Majesty, I greet you. Why has Your Majesty graced us with his presence? Has something displeased you? The Emperor surveyed everyone present. I heard it was lively here, so I came to join the fun. What's going on? The Empress didn't believe for a second that Hua Qingqing, who had only been in the palace for 4 months, could be pregnant. If it were proven that the two sisters were deceiving and mocking her, then the Emperor wouldn't interfere if she decided to punish them. So, I solemnly replied to the Emperor that it was nothing serious. It was just Hua Jiu indulging her subordinates. They bribed the head eunuch of the imperial kitchen, disrupting palace rules. Considering her pregnancy, I pardon her this time. However, concubine Hua just openly defied me, so I had to discipline her. The emperor was surprised that Hua Qingqing was pregnant. He also hoped the news was true, so he could use this joyous occasion to lessen the negative impact of the crown prince's death. Hua Qingqing, hearing this, felt guilty and could only truthfully reply, "I don't know, but my period hasn't come." The emperor immediately ordered Wu Wang to summon the imperial physician. Soon, the physician arrived in a hurry. Under everyone's gaze, imperial physician Li smiled. He turned and bowed to the emperor. "Congratulations, your majesty. Hua Jiu is indeed pregnant." Upon hearing this, not only was Hua Qingqing stunned, but even the empress felt a mixture of shock and jealousy. After all, many concubines had been in the palace for years without conceiving. This woman's luck was truly good. The overjoyed emperor ordered rewards for imperial physician Li. Imperial physician Zhang then stepped forward, took Hua Qingqing's hand, and said with a smile, "You've worked hard. Rest well, and make sure to deliver the child safely." Hua Qingqing quickly recovered from her shock, realizing this was a great opportunity. She hurriedly pleaded with the emperor to save her sister. The emperor, in a good mood, simply waved his hand, let the matter rest. The empress was unwilling to let Hua Man off so easily. She just started to speak when the emperor glared at her. The empress immediately deflated, not daring to push the matter further. She forcefully suppressed her anger. Hua Man, seeing the crisis averted, breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to Hua Qingqing to visit their grandmother. Hua Qingqing hurried over and explained the situation to the emperor. The emperor readily granted her permission to leave the palace. Afterwards, Hua Qingqing had Xixiang sent back to her chambers to recover, then took a carriage with Hua Man to the Zhong'an Manor. Inside the carriage, Hua Man just wanted to collapse. Today had been truly thrilling. Hua Qingqing was delighted to finally be able to see her grandmother. She also voiced the question that had been on her mind. Man, I didn't even know I was pregnant." "How did you know?" Hua Man knew because the original novel stated that the female lead would luckily conceive after 4 months in the palace. But she couldn't say that, so she changed tack. "I just guessed." "Can't I?" Hua Qingqing sighed. "Making such guesses in this kind of situation, aren't you afraid of guessing wrong? If I wasn't pregnant, the empress would definitely have used the opportunity to punish you for deceiving the emperor. Don't be so impulsive in the future. You were lucky to escape this time, but next time you might not be so fortunate. Please don't take risks for me again." Hua Man, remembering her persona, turned her head. "You're so annoying. Mind your own business." Hua Qingqing sighed. Her sister had done all this to save her. It seemed she needed to become stronger. Only then would she not be a burden to her sister and be able to protect her properly. The crisis instigated by the empress ended without harm due to Hua Qingqing's pregnancy. The sisters returned to the Zhong'an Manor by carriage. Upon disembarking, they saw Hua Dingzong and Madame He, who had received the news earlier, kneeling at the entrance to greet them. Hua Qingqing, not in the mood for superficial pleasantries with her father, hurriedly avoided him. "Mother, father, please don't do this. Your daughter doesn't deserve it." Hua Man also understood the etiquette of prioritizing the monarch over family, but there was no time for that now. She nudged her sister. "Let's go see grandmother." Old Madame Zhong'an was already on her deathbed, holding on for her beloved granddaughter. Hua Qingqing rushed over and knelt by the bed. Holding old Madame Zhong'an's hand, she sobbed, "Grandmother, I'm back. It's my fault. You're so ill, and I wasn't here to take care of you." Old Madame Zhong'an slowly squeezed Hua Qingqing's hand, telling her not to cry and not to blame herself. "Good child, everyone dies. I'm content to see you one last time before I go." Old Madame Zhong'an then ordered someone to bring out the wooden box hidden in the secret compartment. "These are my savings over the years. Now that I'm dying, distribute these things among yourselves. The banknotes are all for Qingqing. She's in the palace and shouldn't lack money." Hua Dingzong felt a pang of regret that so much money was going to his eldest daughter, but he didn't dare voice his opinion. Old Madame Zhong'an continued to distribute her estate, which included 4 shops, 300 acres of land, and a manor. "Give these to Madame He. Distribute them to the children when they're older. As for the manor, leave it to Man. She'll have a place to go if she's ever wronged and can live peacefully. Hua Man didn't know where the manor was or what it looked like. She hadn't expected her grandmother, who had never liked her, to leave her anything. But since old Madame Zhongin had said so, she accepted. I understand, grandmother. Thank you. After settling her affairs, old Madame Zhongin's mind began to wander again. Hua Qingqing, who had lost her mother at a young age and been raised by her grandmother, felt a deep connection to her. Now that her grandmother was about to pass away, Hua Qingqing felt as if her whole world was collapsing. The moment old Madame Zhongin passed, Hua Qingqing cried her heart out, completely forgetting that she was pregnant and shouldn't be so emotionally distraught. This scene brought back memories for Hua Man from her life before transmigrating. At a very young age, she had said goodbye to her only relatives, her grandparents. Birth, old age, sickness, and death, joy and sorrow. Partings are always painful. In this world, the person she cared about most was Li Ji. If one day the system made her leave, would Li Ji be this sad too? Thinking of this, Hua Man's mood became heavy. She pondered how to bypass the system and tell Li Ji about her origins. If one day I suddenly disappear, it's good to be mentally prepared. Hua Qingqing is the emperor's concubine. Even if reluctant, she cannot stay overnight at the Zhongin Manor. Hua Man stayed behind in her place. All the lanterns in the manor were changed to white. Hua Man was spacing out alone in the garden when suddenly a warmth spread throughout her body. She turned her head and was surprised to find Li Ji draping a coat over her. At this moment, she finally mustered the courage to take a gamble with the system. Nestling in Li Ji's arms, she asked, "Your Highness, you can hear my thoughts, right? I want to do an experiment. Can you cooperate with me?" Li Ji knew Hua Man harbored many secrets. For example, the person called the system, and also the miraculous pills she occasionally took out, and also her foreknowledge of the future. He could sense that there was some kind of restriction on Hua Man. Violating the restriction could very likely cause her harm, so he had never asked. Since Hua Man was willing to talk today, he would certainly cooperate. Hua Man tried to speak directly, telling Li Ji that she wasn't the real Hua Man. Unfortunately, the last few words were directly restricted by the system. Li Ji couldn't hear what she was saying at all. Seeing this, Hua Man instantly understood. As expected, speaking it out loud wouldn't work. Then I'll try again. Another time, she prepared to say it in her mind, letting Li Ji use his mind-reading ability to hear the result. The system's alarm immediately rang in her head, detecting the host's attempt to reveal the truth, warning the host to remain silent. Otherwise, you will suffer a heartache penalty. Hua Man's eyes suddenly lit up. So that's how it is. You didn't stop me when I spoke just now. Now that I'm preparing to think it in my mind, you've appeared. Arguing with the system, Hua Man pressed her advantage. I didn't speak the truth. I just thought in my mind, what does it have to do with me if he can hear it? I haven't violated any rules. And this time, even if you really want to punish me, I will tell him the truth. I don't want him to be completely ignorant after I go back one day. The cheated system was furious, but it was speechless. It was also very depressed. It was clearly following the set procedures and issuing tasks to the host. Why did the plot deviate more and more? Even Prince Zhao had already noticed its existence. Which link went wrong? Ignoring the buzzing warning in her head, Hua Man stubbornly thought, Li Ji, actually, I'm not Hua Man. I'm a person who doesn't belong here. I came here by chance. Li Ji, hearing her thoughts, suddenly felt very uneasy. He was afraid this was a farewell. Why are you telling me this? Hua Man continued to answer in her mind, probably because I saw grandmother pass away today, and Hua Qingqing was crying so heartbrokenly. I was thinking, if one day I also leave, at least you'll know I'm not dead. I just left this place. Li Ji stared at her without blinking, digesting this incredible information in his mind. Seeing him stunned, Hua Man smiled. I finished what I wanted to say. If your highness can't accept it and wants to execute me, I won't resist. The next second, her head received a gentle knock. Silly girl. Do you have so little faith in your husband? He pulled her into his arms. How could I possibly be willing to execute you? No matter who you are, you're my only wife. In this life, I will only have you. Li Ji had made this promise before, during their consummation. But tonight, already knowing the truth, he was still willing to make this promise. Hua Man was very moved, but still a little unsure that aren't you afraid of me? I'm a person from another place. Li Ji laughed, so what? Can I also hear other people's thoughts? We're both special, so we're a match made in heaven. The last bit of anxiety in Hua Man's heart disappeared. Hugging Li Ji's neck, she wanted to express her feelings. I wish to grow old with you in this life. Li Ji raised his hand, stopping the impending kiss. Wait, before that, we have something to do. Subsequently, the two entered the palace and met with the emperor, telling him that he wanted to marry Hua Man as his official wife. The emperor was extremely surprised. He had originally prepared a young lady of higher status for Prince Zhao as his official wife, but Li Ji earnestly expressed that he only wanted to marry Hua Man in this life and asked the emperor to grant his request. The emperor, feeling guilty for not allowing Li Ji to continue his ancestral line, had always been compensating Li Ji in other ways. Although it deviated from his original plan, he still agreed to Li Ji's request. Just as Li Ji and Hua Man were about to leave, a eunuch serving Hua Qingqing rushed in. Your Majesty, Consort Hua Jiu is missing. Today, Her Majesty the Empress wanted to chat with Consort Hua Jiu, so she asked the servants to withdraw. After about 2 hours, it was time for Consort Hua Jiu to take her medicine. So this servant went to look for her. But this servant searched for a long time and couldn't find Consort Hua Jiu. The emperor was very concerned about the pregnant Hua Qingqing. He anxiously asked, "Where is the empress?" The eunuch replied, fearfully, "The empress's palace gates are tightly closed. This servant couldn't enter, but I heard that Her Majesty the Empress is no longer in the palace." The emperor immediately issued an order to the imperial guards. Even if you have to search every corner of the earth, find the empress and consort Hua Jiu for me. Hearing this, Hua Man's expression changed. Could Hua Qingqing's disappearance be the empress's doing? So, people were shouting Hua Jiu's name throughout the entire palace. They searched all night, but couldn't find a trace of her. Hua Man grew increasingly anxious. Your Highness, the Empress suddenly taking Hua Qingqing away must be directed at us. Now that the crown prince is dead, and Hua Qingqing has the Emperor's favor, do you think the Empress, in her desperation, will just kill Hua Qingqing? Li Ji held her in his arms and comforted her. Don't worry, she'll be fine. The Empress wants to deal with me, not her. You've been up all night. Go back and rest. Leave this to me. I'll definitely bring Hua Qingqing back. Hua Man couldn't sleep without seeing Hua Qingqing safe and sound. She shook her head, indicating she wasn't tired. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She thought the Empress would surely send a message for her if she kidnapped Hua Qingqing. Therefore, she couldn't stay with Li Ji all the time, giving the Empress an opportunity. She told Li Ji her guess and plan. Li Ji had no choice but to agree and cooperate. After their discussion, Hua Man waved to Li Ji, "Go back and rest." On her way back, a palace maid bumped into Hua Man and slipped her a note. Then, the maid continued searching for Hua Jiu as if nothing had happened. Hua Man unfolded the note. It read, "If you want to save Hua Qingqing, come alone to the ruined temple on the outskirts of the city. Otherwise, this empress will cut Hua Qingqing into 1,000 pieces." Hua Man confessed her time-traveling secret to Li Ji. Li Ji also confessed his mind-reading ability. From then on, the two were deeply in love and sought the emperor's decree. Hua Man became the official wife of Prince Zhao. Unexpectedly, on their wedding day, Hua Qingqing was kidnapped by the empress. Hua Man went to the ruined temple as instructed. The empress, driven mad by the crown prince's death, believed she could control Li Ji this time, making him taste the pain of losing his loved one. Hua Qingqing, hanging in midair, regretted her slow reaction, once again becoming a burden to her sister. She silently prayed that Man wouldn't come. However, as soon as the thought crossed her mind, Hua Man appeared at the entrance of the ruined temple. Seeing her younger sister come alone, Hua Qingqing was both terrified and guilt-ridden. Man, go. Don't mind me. The empress let out a confident sneer and ordered the guards to let Hua Man in. Hua Man glanced at Hua Qingqing, whose situation didn't look good. "Qingqing, don't be afraid. We'll be fine." Hua Qingqing wasn't so optimistic. She struggled and shouted, Man, run. There are archers." The empress, annoyed, ordered someone to gag Hua Qingqing. "We'll deal with her later." Hua Man put on a smug smug expression that I thought you didn't care about Hua Qingqing. It seems the rumors are unreliable. Hua Manman calmly replied, I don't care whether she lives or dies. I just came to see if she's dead. It seems the Empress doesn't hate me that much. You haven't even used the most brutal methods on her. Are you afraid, Your Majesty? If you are, just let her go. She's pregnant. If you accidentally harm the royal heir, even 2 empresses wouldn't be enough to compensate. The Empress was almost enraged, but quickly calmed herself. Hua Manman, you don't need to pretend. If you truly didn't care, you wouldn't have come here alone. Hua Manman smiled. Your Majesty, how can you be sure I'm alone? Upon hearing this, the Empress became alert and signaled her guards to check the surroundings outside the temple. Hidden guards immediately emerged, their swords pointed at Hua Manman. However, Hua Manman remained calm. She casually grabbed a chair and sat down. Your Majesty, don't be so extreme. What's the point of making things so ugly? How about this? If you release Hua Qingqing now, we can pretend nothing happened. What do you think? The Empress's confidence wavered. After all, Hua Manman had been calm and collected from the beginning. Could she really have brought people with her? Although the Empress was determined to go all out, if Hua Manman had reinforcements, she would be the one to suffer. The guards who went to investigate returned to report. After hearing the report, the Empress sneered, You little liar, I almost fell for your act. There's no one behind you. Tie her up. The guards immediately stepped forward with ropes to bind Hua Manman. The next moment, a sharp sword pierced through the guard's hand. Several of Prince Zhao's elite guards descended from the roof. The Empress was startled. How could they be so fast? You useless fools. How did you conduct your search? Hua Manman stood up, flexing her wrist, and ordered her men to untie Hua Qingqing and take care of her. Li Ji's trusted guards held the Empress at sword point. This is treason, the Empress shouted, maintaining her composure, but it couldn't change the fact that she had failed. Li Ji walked in with steady steps and stood beside Hua Manman, supporting her. Hua Manman looked at the Empress and scoffed. I told you I wasn't alone. I gave you a chance, Your Majesty. The Empress, despite her unwillingness, could only accept defeat. Hua Manman had Hua Qingqing escorted back and took the Empress to see the Emperor. In the end, the Emperor didn't punish the Empress severely. After all, any disturbance in the inner palace would affect the court. He merely confined the Empress to her quarters to reflect on her actions. Thankfully, nothing happened to Hua Qingqing. The world didn't collapse. Back at the Prince Zhao's manor, Hua Manman was filled with emotion. Perhaps relief is what makes floating breaths possible, or perhaps it's what they float upon. It's good that the Emperor finally agreed to clear our names. Li Ji said something. The fragrance of the lotus blossoms and the soft moonlight stirred his heart. He pushed Hua Manman down by the lotus pond right then and there, and did some indescribable things. After that day, the Empress was confined and could no longer cause trouble. And with Li Ji's arrangements, the Prince Zhao's manor was making grand preparations to formally and properly take Hua Manman as his wife. As for that Kong's system, after Hua Manman revealed the truth that day, no matter how much she called out, the system never appeared again. The auspicious day soon arrived. On the wedding day, Hua Manman, with the full ceremonial rites of a principal wife, was married into the Prince Zhao's manor with great pomp and circumstance. The Emperor and Hua Qingqing acted as the parents of the groom, witnessing the 2 newlyweds perform the bowing ceremony. This made the wedding even more eye-catching. More than half of the court officials came to witness the ceremony and celebrate. Jean Linger and her brother were also infected by the joyous atmosphere, and the mood was exceptionally cheerful. After the 3 bows, she was escorted to the bridal chamber. Gazing at Hua Manman's already beautiful features, which appeared even more captivating today, Li Ji said, Man, you are finally my wife. From now on, no one can separate us. Hua Manman responded with a hum of agreement. 2 different worlds, separated by thousands of years, converged at this moment. It's so good to meet you. Li Ji personally removed Hua Manman's bridal veil. Time to get down to business. Let's not waste this wedding night. Tonight, Li Ji completely let himself go. Even Hua Manman, who regularly exercised, couldn't withstand him. While working hard, Li Ji coaxed Hua Manman to call him husband and say I love you. Hearing the repeated expressions of love, Li Ji chuckled with satisfaction. Man, I love you too. From now on, through thick and thin, we will be together till death do us part. Friends, the comic has come to an end. Thank you for your support and love. We've finished watching another series together. I hope you'll give me lots of encouragement for the next new series.